Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is the last day of Ascension number 7. Mesk, we are going to see 3 series of games today. We're going to see Elimination 3, which is going to start things off. Then we're going to go to the lower final, where the Shambler awaits. And finally, the grand final, where Neblime is eyeing the throne. Elimination 3, where we start things off, is going to be a classic Protoss versus Zerg matchup. It's iSarCasm against Hamster. It'll be the first time these two have faced off, to my knowledge, at least in a tournament environment for sure. They might have done some practice games in between, but this is the extent of their experience. This will be the beginning and the end for one of these players, right? Because this is the last sort of call, right? Who's going to try to take on the Shambler and deny him that grand finals berth that he's been looking for many tournaments now? That's sort of the narrative we have going on right now.
Yes, it'll be certainly interesting to see if Neblime can secure those finals, call himself King Kiwi.
Right.
Or if Shambler will finally get his revenge, or if he'll get typed out of existence.
I mean, it's all quite possible. It's also possible.
Well, iSarCasm sarcastically lean over it, shaking his booty.
Listen,
thug shaker.
Listen, there's been a lot of talk in the last couple of days about balance, about thoughts people have about the game's matchups and stuff, right? It's very, very different than Starcraft 1. There's way too many units for most people to immediately grasp. They really need to practice into it and figure things out. But iSarCasm has been doing that, and so has Hamster. Both of these players have logged a lot of practice matches recently. Now, whether they've been the right matchup, I don't know. I think iSarCasm for sure has a lot more of an understanding of Protoss versus Zerg. But has he been practicing against players of Hamster's caliber? That's the thing that gets me. Meanwhile, Hamster on the other side, I mean, he's a cool guy. He's been playing a lot of games, but I think it's mostly been, ZBZs against Anansi, who came back the other day.
Actually.
And I'm waiting
Hamster's been playing up against Hepsiah.
Really? Okay, interesting. So
I've been seeing them playing in the weird hours of the night and the morning.
See, that's interesting.
Hey, their weird schedules line up.
Somehow, yeah, somehow.
So I've been seeing them playing. I don't know how they've been going because I've been not watching or otherwise seeing too much commentary, but at least he's getting some of that practice in there with, good skill set.
Yeah, I think there's a number of interesting things that we could see go down here, and a lot of it is down to not just practice, but also mentality. So I hope that we'll be able to interview both of our players before the match. I know that UED Commander is actually running a few minutes late, so he won't be able to translate in just yet. But if iSarCasm is out there, and he's practicing up, and he feels like offering some of his thoughts on the matter, he can, of course, hop on in. In fact, I'll go ahead and ping him as such. Let's see if he wants to hop on in. But yeah, like the main thing that I'd like to look at as we actually cast our eyes on iSarCasm anyway is, he's we went from having, right, 3 Protoss or something like that to only 1 after a certain point, because 2 of them had to
escape the garden,
fight each other, and then the other one was Hepsiah, and it got 3-0'd by Hamster's very strange, novel strategies. And it's not something that, I don't know what the reaction can be. For one, I don't know how deep the rabbit hole goes. Does Hamster have, a huge number of other strategies that he's cooking? Or was that it? Did he pull out all the stops versus Hepsiah and then try to see what he could do otherwise? Because, he's got to have some kind of weird stuff prepped to make it into the lower final. He's got to have some kind of wild stuff. But iSarCasm, I mean, he just seems to know what to do in the early stages of the game. In the one case where that wasn't quite true, it was the 3-0 that Veek handed him in the quarterfinals, but he fought right back. He came right back out with some really wild stuff, right? So, he's an aggro player. He doesn't mind getting the games over in 5-10 minutes, right? And Hamster usually does like to trend towards that mid-game point. So I think that's going to be an interesting flashpoint between the two players of where these worlds are colliding for these guys.
Yeah. Yeah, iSarCasm showed an ability to adapt and improve especially between the sets. And he's saying that Nate was helping him out.
Oh, that's Sipiak. That's a different guy. But yeah.
Oh, that's Sipiak. Man, I get confused because all their names are different from each other.
Yeah. Well,
those are the ones who play with each other,
yes,
though, right?
Yep. Yeah, those two. And
that's why I mixed them up.
Yeah.
So I mean, there'll be definitely some information exchange going on there. It's kind of like a symbiosis.
Yeah.
But I mean, I've been seeing it's Igor as who it is. Yeah, I've been seeing him play too. So he's definitely been getting some practice.
Yep.
I don't know if it's like super relevant practice for this, but he's definitely been playing. They've been both playing. So you can even see in the CMBW games that Hamster and Hapsai were matched up this morning, actually, just a couple hours ago.
Yeah, there you go. There's some practice for you that you can take. I like, it's funny because there are so many games that get played these days that obviously I can't like stand in and watch all of them or whatever. But I like waking up and seeing like messages from 4 a.m. my time or whatever. That's just like people secretly meeting for games or I mean it's obviously not so secret since they're pinging everybody, but.
Yeah, but it's more like, especially in that time zone where we only had like a couple of people that were ever there. Now there's like Hamster can get in games and Hapsai can get in games after his stream or whatever. And
yeah.
Neblime finally can start racking up matches on Derelict.
Yeah, I wonder if Anansi's playing other races, Liz Sipiak is saying, then maybe he's also playing other maps. But,
Yeah.
You never know.
I don't know about that.
You never know. So, yeah, but, iSarCasm is looking pretty good. I think this will be a really solid match. I mean,
this will definitely be a match I can't call because they both have shown the ability to adapt between sets.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and if we cast our eyes onto Hamster, actually, for the time being, the thing that gets me about this guy, besides his ridiculous profile picture, is the fact that he is just so capable, right, of coming up with these strategies. And it also it stands in stark contrast to the idea of what he has done when it comes to like his interview answers, where he's like, no, I think I'm gonna lose. Like he was actually in here in the chat earlier, and he said messages. What did he say? He said, "I will die on this world. I will die on Armageddon." That's what he said today. I don't know what the
dude.
I don't know what that is.
Still in 110 though.
Yeah, that's a completely different project, dude. No, I have no idea what the context of those messages is, but like that's him saying he's like, yeah, it's over, dude. I'm out. Like I can't win. It's impossible. Okay, this is a 40K quote apparently, according to Shambler. So I mean, like he just does stuff. He says stuff like that. Like if you remember when he went up against Mystery Me, even in group stage of the last tournament, he said, "Please don't hurt me or make my death quick" or something. And it's like, but he actually took a game off of him, so it wasn't even like it was super fraudulent from the outside because he's like actually winning, and yet he's thinking, "Yeah, I'm certainly going to lose." So I don't know. We are more believers in him than he seems to be a believer of himself. So that's kind of interesting.
I don't know. I mean, if you start like eating mystery meat, I think you definitely want the quicker death because the alternative is just extreme food sickness.
That's right.
And I've been through that, and it's really, really unpleasant.
Yep. Can't have that happen. Definitely not. Now, the thing is, as we wait for a response, in fact, actually, am I crazy? Did I start this like earlier or something? I don't think so. This is always the intended start time. So.
No, this is 9.
Yeah. All right. Well,
I looked at it last night.
Yeah,
and
okay.
I was like, I'm going to bed at like 12 or 1. It's already Jover.
Well,
but it turned out I was awake at 6 because insomnia is still a thing.
Listen.
Oh, we see Igor in the chat. He's here. He's arrived.
Oh, he's there. He has arrived. All right, let's switch back over to looking at his mugshot, and we'll get him in here. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare to welcome your homie. What's going on, Igor? iSarCasm, the man himself. How are you, dude? Oh, no. Not yet.
Oh, yes. Can't ever forget.
We have returned to we're starting off strong with the Discord pranking his microphone. So. Let's see if we can make it happen.
Every single person that comes in here just gets punked instantly.
Well, he had a separate issue, if you remember, where he actually can talk and can broadcast audio, but the audio itself does not come through. Like his light flashes.
Oh.
And then no audio comes through, which is... Oh, there you
go.
Oh, you hear me right now? I didn't change anything.
Yeah. That sounds like modern software, dude. Welcome. How are you feeling?
Nice. Good. Yeah, just woke up.
Yeah.
Drinking my tea.
There you go. Yeah. I was hoping that you had been made a full recovery from the sickness you were talking to me about the other day. Well, this is way long ago now, I guess, because this is before your follow-up match against Veek, which I guess we can actually start there briefly. Mesk, you bore witness with myself to the 3-0 revenge, you know, just fighting back 3-0. And it definitely seems like what you had said in the pregame just before we got him in here was true, that he seems to be able to adapt. So my question to you, iSarCasm, is what exactly was your game plan going into that match, and what all did you prep? Because to go from being 3-0'd to being the one doing the 3-0ing is a really crazy response. So was there actually a heavy amount of prep that went into that? Did you have some kind of game plan going into that match?
Yeah, I spent a lot of time in test map, I guess.
Okay.
I think Vic had a really good idea on PvP in terms of like unit composition. So I went in like I was planning to do the same build every time. Double Ardent Authority for Architects, 4 Lattices for Vassals, and just a couple of ground units for, you know, tankiness. And I think the idea is like you put your Vassals on Architects and they are dumb and they will start shooting Vassals instead.
Yeah.
And you also need idols ideally if enemy has Vassals. In my match against Vic, he had land effects that I kind of forgot about, and I kind of suicided all my Vassals because I attacked on a specific unit, and they all clamped up together.
Right,
I remember that.
Yeah.
And I completely forgot about it. So I lost like 40 Vassals in a second, and it was kind of a disaster, but at that point I already did too much damage with Panoptus. And actually I wasn't planning to go Panoptus again. I was planning to go Architects, but then I'm just too anxious about not attacking my enemy.
Right.
Like it just feels wrong to me.
yeah.
So I'm just like, fuck it, I go double Stargate and then double Ardent Authority.
And it seemed to catch him off guard, but I think what caught him off guard even more, despite some heroics, like you mentioned the land effects, obviously one of the things that he was able to do in the mid game of that fight, and it allowed him to stabilize a lot, is that he ended up wiping your ground army using the disruption field, right? So it kind of showed that there's even the play there versus ground with the land effects if you can use them, right? But it is very APM intensive. But I think what caught him off guard even more than the double Stargate, since obviously that is something that you've done in the past, is you just decided to go 3-gate. And, you know, it's kind of funny because in the chat while we're casting, Hubseya's like, yeah, I think you just 3-gate every game versus Protoss and you're fine. And that's kind of what you did. The games I think were, especially the Impetus match to close the whole series out, was a little bit closer than it seemed. He decided to go for like a Stargate at a pretty awkward time for the rest of his build order, and then he didn't have any resources to spend on units, so you were able to overwhelm him. But beyond that, like, was that also a premeditated idea? Because it sounds like you were planning on going Ardent Authorities instead, but at some point you just decided, well, I can do a 3-gate opener and get a lot of success from that. Like, what was the thought process behind that?
I think on Impetus, it was kind of close, because if he didn't go Stargate and just added, I don't know, 2 more gates or something, it would be like really close, and I could have lost this. But I guess I was just lucky in this one. I normally just expand behind 3-gate, but that time I was just like, fuck it.
You're right, okay.
I'm just gonna go all in. And then I knew that what I had to do is cut off him from his ramp. That's like his win condition is dancing around his ramp. So that's what that was my goal, and he was kind of AFK, so I had luck with it. So
yeah, his units were out of position, sort of like by his nexus almost. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, you always want to keep them on ramp. I think like even if I go into his mineral line on natural, it doesn't matter because I don't have a nexus even. So
right,
like even if I deny mining from natural, it doesn't matter.
Makes sense. Well, we're going to think a little bit more about the matchup you're about to face down, which is Hamster. And I know you've been practicing a lot of versus Zerg in general. You've obviously had the pleasure of playing against Anansi a few times, I believe. Of course, probably only on Derelict, if the stories are to be believed, where he refuses to play any other map. But And just in general, PvZ has been a hot topic, right? We've got Hapsea, a very vocal player who's also a streamer, constantly sharing his thoughts on the subject. Obviously, Veek has shared his thoughts on the subject as a person who's got, like, he's close to my ear since he's one of my homies from way back and he's helped make the project what it is. So he can probably has, like, the easiest way to communicate thoughts to me in that respect. But beyond that, I know that pretty much everybody has had their own thoughts on, like, what the matchup is and how it might be a little bit favored towards Zerg, or maybe a lot of it favored towards Zerg, depending on the execution of the strategy. I guess I'll just ask you, and obviously, like, free to say whatever you think on the subject. Like, what's your breakdown so far of it? Like, it seems like everybody seems to, for example, think that the early game is very favored towards Zerg, and so far the games have borne that out. Do you have your own sort of thoughts on this matchup and how you can survive and do some good damage?
I mean, yes, there is some broken stuff. I don't want to talk too much about it before the game.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, you don't have to reveal your strats. So
yeah.
Just saying more like, you know, what's your conception of the matchup overall, if you don't mind sharing? And of course, we can get your opinion on it later.
I feel like initially I thought that Zerg was the weakest race, but I don't know, after playing Anansi, I kind of was proven wrong in a way. He was playing really different from other people.
Yes.
And yeah, it was kind of tough. Surprisingly, both in tier 1 and tier 2. But I guess what's the important part against Zerg, I feel like, is you always have to dance back and forth with your army. So you don't want to ever like build like 10 units and just AFK on your base, because what happens, like, they always have a couple of borrowed units in front, so it's very easy for them to clock if you're moving out or not.
Right.
And if they see you don't move out, they just drone. Like, they don't build any army.
Yeah.
Maybe they put 1 or 2 towers and that's it. And it's really tough. So what you have to do is, like, you have to always move out, and even if you don't plan to move out, you can just like move out and go back. Something like this. So you just have to make it seem dangerous, even if you don't plan to attack.
Yeah,
and it's really. I feel like Zerg doesn't have to do anything like this. He can just like AFK, do his thing, build tier 2 fast or build expansion fast. It doesn't really matter.
Okay, so that right now it feels like maybe there's a disproportionate amount of attention you have to pay as the player facing the Zerg to try to pressure them, to force them to not do something like Droll or fast tech or whatever. Mesk, do you have thoughts on the matchup, or any questions you want to ask our Protoss competitor here before his match against Hamster?
Well, I've seen Anansi play, and he has a much different, like, you won't see Shambler doing any of the things he does, like going with Kizilis and stuff like that.
Yes, yeah.
So it's very, 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 very different kind of matchup where he's been finding success in here and there and learning the ropes and stuff like that. Learning Derelict especially. And definitely probably a lot of unexplored stuff, because you just have... You used to see that a lot with the Zerg way back before, like, the last couple of Ascensions, where Zerg would go, like... I mean, I always went, like, Hydra first, and just pressured early on with Hydra Azure Core, and that usually won me a lot of matches against Protoss, especially lattice openings. But then Zerg were like, no, let's just go tier 2. So now you have that kind of...
Yeah, that's almost like nobody even thinks about Zerg tier 1. I like, before this tournament, nobody was thinking Zerg tier 1 was any good versus Protoss, or any good at all. And they would just... But, you know, I think that's also overlooking some of the more powerful tier 1 units, but also the kinds of things you can do versus certain decisions. Like if the Terran goes mech or the Protoss goes gateway, it seems like you have a lot more freedom in the early game as Zerg. And so that's just sort of what I've seen evolve over time, right?
Yeah, so coming into this, how do you feel about Hamster's play style and his willingness to do different things than just sit and turtle to tier 2 like Hamster, or like Shambler usually does? Do you expect to see a substantially different kind of matchup coming out of him than you would Shambler?
I never played with him, so actually I have no idea. Like
Did you see his matches in the?
Yeah, I
Nope. Did he die?
Oh, I think he died.
Oh no! I heard.
I heard a shuffle. I think he might have touched his microphone or something, and he
It's
disrupted the
exploded.
equilibrium,
Yeah,
the chakras.
that's brutal. There'll be it's like it's probably one of those like really oddly specific wires where if you have to like hold it a certain way. You ever get that with your headphones and your wire?
No, yeah, USBs are particularly bad for that. They break very easily.
Yeah, unfortunate. If it needs to happen, we can always, just like the last time this occurred, we can grab the question from the text if necessary. But all good here. Yeah, well, the XDs come out. Yeah, if you wanted to just write out your answer, then unfortunately it sounds like it's no bueno. So yeah, question about whether what Hamster's playstyle is or how you feel about it.
Now, I guess it depends if he's been able to follow the rest of the tournament or really glean a lot from it. I guess Hamster never really got to show a lot of it because the really like super divergent was when we hit like tier 3 and he started bringing out the defilers. Because that was like definitely something we'd never seen before or since.
Okay. I did just switch it so you don't have to use push to talk, so maybe you can try.
He said he didn't see anything too interesting, so he's just going to do his normal stuff. So he'll just play it by the ear, I suppose.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. He's
Oh.
back.
Now it works.
Yes. Welcome, sir.
I don't know. Something with push to talk specifically breaks my microphone. I don't know.
I love that. Well, yeah, so you didn't see anything too interesting with Hamster's matches against, say, Hapsea, for example. So you think you can stick to your guns, so to speak?
I mean, like, the first game he lost to 2 pair of nets.
Yeah.
It's like a super strong build. It's like imbalanced now, to be honest. Because 2 pair of nets heal a directly and heal any unit, to be honest. So you have to put a cannon.
Right.
And if you don't scout, you just have to put a blind cannon, especially on 4-player maps. It's just stupid, but whatever. So that's what I'm gonna do. Like, or maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm gonna be greedy. I don't know.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's kind of like, do you? It's the question of would Hamster do it 2 matches in a row or whatever, right? So yeah, it's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there is no risk for him. Like, he can just, okay, you build a cannon. I'm not gonna suicide into cannon. What else?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm wondering why he didn't do it in the other games is the question then, right? So there must be some internal thing where he thinks there's some kind of risk or some unsavory aspect of it. But either way, it did look really strong. It did look like unplayable, right? So it's like that's a separate question.
Yeah, other map he went. I was doing Vassals, and then Hamster said like, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna build a bunch of Skitter cores, I believe, and just kill his mineral, like all his walkers."
Yeah, with Skitter cores.
And that's like always you have to keep in mind. Like if you see a Hydrid, then it's like 100% Skitter cores. But if you see the other one, which is a Shroud,
the Shroud, yeah.
Yeah. This one is like, it could be Vakizadisk or it could be Gorga cores. Gorgs are doing just as fine against walkers, in my opinion. So it's even better because I don't know what you're going to do. And it has different responses. Like, if you're going Vakizadisk, I have to build an Observer.
Yeah.
If you're going Gorga cores, I have to build like an Endram or something. Or like just stay in my base and never move out. So in a way you can like just drop it and don't do anything with it. So it could be a mind game.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's kind of tough to tell. Yeah, I guess that's why I always build idols, because of the sudden air switch, always possible. Idols just kill anything air really easily. So
yeah, they have to commit to losing pretty much all of what they've built to kill any workers at that point, right? So
yeah.
Makes sense. So, all right.
Oh, and one other game, it just was a normal macro game. I think the mistake from Hamster, he went to like double rock gallery, which really doesn't add anything. It's basically tier 1 units. And
oh yeah, that's right. You agree with his estimation that the charlatan's no bueno. Did you end up doing that test map exercise I did? I recommended to you.
The problem is it's not doing anything against Canva discs. Like it's just Canva disc is a broken unit. I'm just gonna tell you. Like you can't do anything about it. Like there is no cost-efficient trait the Protoss has against them, in my opinion. So yeah, especially not tier 1 units.
Right. Okay. So, if we see those will be a priority target, I guess, if you end up seeing them in the series. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Well, that's I think it's cool that you've had, your thoughts on a bunch of different units that you might see and the matchups and the playstyles, and sort of like you've clearly done your homework when it comes to looking at Hamster and also looking at the matchup. But as you mentioned, you haven't played against him. So are you feeling broadly confident at this point? Or how are you feeling overall, like just in general about the, taking it on? Because if you win here, you have to go up against another Zerg in the Shambler. I'm not necessarily asking you to look past Hamster for this. It's just like, this could be a very long day for you if you end up with, because you might have to play 3 series in a row if you just keep winning, right?
Yeah, I don't have like a prepared special tactics.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just gonna do the same stuff every game.
I see.
I mean, roughly the same, so it's like, it's not like I prepared like 10 strats that I'm gonna like do like some 10 different cheeses.
Right.
Something like this. No, it's just gonna be like normal games. It doesn't matter if it's Hamster or Shambler or whatever else. I'm just gonna do the same stuff.
Makes sense to me. All right. Well, I look forward to seeing you in this series and potentially in the series that comes after it. Good luck on your matches. We'll do the pick ban while we await our translator commander, and we'll see what goes on. But thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Good luck.
All right. And indeed, as promised, we will do that pick ban. Let's get Hamster and iSarCasm to give me the random number between 1 and 100 that we all know and love. How are you feeling after that interview, Mesk? Like, he seems like he's trying to keep a cool profile when it comes to this sort of thing. Just like, yeah, I'll just do my stuff. I'll just do whatever. Like, he doesn't seem that worried about any individual player.
Yeah, it's probably the best way to approach it is to be like, I'm just going to try to be consistent, stay on what's consistent, right? Because if you try to like invest, I mean, that's kind of why like I've done less cheesing in general. For me, it's just been like, well, most people know how to deal with it now, and I'm just trying to like focus on like what parts of the game are in general more reliable and stronger. And it's like, at that point, you may as well just try to be consistent. And I mean, consistency has won him out against Veek. He turned that around, so obviously there's like adaptation, but he wasn't trying to be like, I'm gonna proxy, even though it would be certainly a lot more entertaining. And I mean, that can work. I think that can definitely work. I mean, it's gotten Shambler pretty far. It's just to pretty much do the same thing and just make like small adaptations when necessary. So
yeah. I think that a lot of it comes down to like how robust is your game knowledge already, and then when something happens that you might not expect or you didn't account for or you just thought was going to happen later in the series or whatever, then how rich can your response tree actually be? Like, how many things can you leverage in response? And if you don't know that much about the project compared to somebody like Shambler who's been around for a long while, like Upsea has very bold opinions where he thinks that Shambler is just a trash can player, as he would describe him. But it's like, like you can, for whatever perceived skill disparity in terms of mechanics or the macro or whatever that Hamster is like attacking in particular in his analysis, you can get a lot of that blanketed over by good game knowledge. So even if, say, iSarCasm or Hamster might be like better players on paper, regardless of who wins this set, the Shambler has a good chance of using his game knowledge and using his understanding of what the current meta is and all of the different options that he can do. Where, like, normally you might not be able to see, you know, a certain player of that caliber find success. You know, you can offset that because these guys might have better mechanics or whatever, but they might not necessarily be able to create the right response for some other reason, right? Like, they might not know what the actual response is to something and get caught off guard. And I mean, like, also, you've said before too, it's like your focus goes completely out the window when you have to, like, read a tooltip or something. And we've seen Hapsea do that numerous times too when he was first learning the project. Is, you know, he'd build a unit and then read the tooltip, and like that's like where your APM drops to 0 because you're reading instead of playing, right? So, you know, like,
busy.
That's maybe a keen moment if it's happening in a tournament. I think usually people avoid that, but yeah, definitely something that's kind of interesting.
Yep. It's definitely in Shambler's case, it's like, yeah, his macro probably doesn't scale as well, but he knows enough about what to do that in like 90% of cases, it's not going to make a tremendous difference early on until you're at his level of innate comfort. And then when you see that comfort zone get matched, and then it'll just be, you know, it'll turn out to be significantly more one-sided. Like, I felt like that was the case a lot with like Mystery Meat, right? Because their game knowledge was very comparable. And then, you know, it became a lot closer until it reached the point where Mystery Meat's general approach was just stronger, and then that's when you would see Mystery Meat pulling out a lot of games very comfortably. And at that point, it's like, now it's on Shambler's shoulders to actually improve just like raw mechanics at that point.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he said when it comes to, like, the constant joke is, when do we get the Koreans in on this? And it's like, Shambler has said that in the past. He's like, he basically has to fucking become Korean if once that hits. And, you know, I don't know if he can be the one to do that per se, but it's definitely a possibility.
Well, I think that anyone has the possibility to become as good as a Korean. It's just what you need is the Korean culture. Yeah. You need their practice regime. And Westerners can't do that. Westerners are by nature inclined against putting effort into stuff, against putting the time into stuff, against following that kind of discipline. Because you have to make sacrifices for it. And you have to really commit to it. And you have to commit to it for a very, very long time. And most people just can't really do that. They can't enter the mindset for that. And then when you do that, you still reach kind of a diminishing return, where then you start needing the resources that they have. They have the coaches, they have the training houses, they have the actual, like, dedicated focus. If you struggle in a spot, you're going to have, you know, your team is going to help you tackle that. Like, let's say you really struggle with certain timings, or you really struggle with certain macro. They have ways of approaching that, and they have resources to approach that and help you improve that. Is going to help you break that. Whereas Western houses and stuff like that are usually just scams.
Well, I would say usually it's like, if you surround yourself with people who are not like the same level of dedication, you know, that's definitely something that will be a problem. So
it's like, too many people here have jobs.
Yeah.
Too many people here play other games.
Yeah. That's right.
Too many people here are spending too much time with their family and their girlfriends or whoever. Like,
yeah. Well, I mean, you say that. That is literally what the Koreans do. They just, like, no life the game, and that's why
that's why I'm saying
there's so much burnout as a result of that. But they have that as, like, ingrained into their culture. So it's absolutely the case that. I mean, I think it's also easier in a one-on-one environment, because at least then you're not relying on social dynamics as much. Like, you know, whereas if it's a different kind of situation, that will be a huge problem. Where if it's like a team game like League of Legends or whatever, you can get burnout between players that have personality conflicts a lot easier than, you know, burnout between you and your coach and your team that you only see when you're actually, I mean, maybe you still see them a lot, but you are still the one who focuses all of your own attention onto yourself and when you're playing the game. And so even if you have a disagreement with somebody in your staff or whatever, you can just, it's not like you're interacting with them during the game. That's not what's happening. And so that's, I think, one of the key difference makers there, or can be.
Yeah, but it's still like I mentioned this. I'm building a very large Substack post to talk about stuff like some of the skill expression and map objectives and stuff like that. And I briefly talk about this very subject actually, which is I feel like team versus team stuff like League of Legends is probably like the absolute echelon of the highest skill testing thing because it tests a skill that you basically have to luck into. And even then, maintaining is really, really hard, which is the team synergy and team composition, where not only does all of your team members have to play really well, they have to synergize really well with each other, they have to cooperate really well with each other, they basically have to know what each other is thinking ahead of time. And to get that even on a casual level is, well, I played mostly team games with that. I didn't do solo queue. I played with many groups of people, Riot employees, Riot adjacent, people of all skill levels, and what I can tell you is that that synergy does not exist between people who have known each other for years. It is very, 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 very difficult to obtain. And that's before you even get into stuff what you're talking about, like the work culture.
Yeah.
Which in every other place is fucking stupid as all hell. And absolutely insane. And is draining for people who are like have lived that life forever. So to do that on top of playing the game is like, well, it's no surprise that the vast majority of teams for League of Legends are insanely volatile, shifting players all the time, benching players all the time, shifting coaches all the time. The turnover rate is extremely high. And most of their success is by chance rather than by actual compositional strength.
And that's before you even get into the fact that the game just changes all the time. So
yeah,
you could be really good in this one matchup,
the
and then your whole game kind of changes. So, I mean, maybe we'll see that happen in this game too when I update Zerg. But you know, we'll keep an eye on that. Hey, speaking of teams, though, we do have a dynamic duo to get in here. It's UED Commander translating for none other than Hamster.
I saw his portrait right out of the corner of my eye.
Yes, it's hard to miss. Welcome, Hamster. Welcome, UED Commander. I hope you guys are doing well. We are about to go on to Impetus. Did you know that? And that is a map that Shambler has said is a very Zerg unfavored map. So my opening question here, coming right out the gate swinging. Hamster, why did you pick Impetus?
Я так понимаю, ты уже, скорее всего, услышал вопрос, но, собственно, Порного тебя спрашивает, почему ты выбрал карту, про которую говорили, что она очень неподходящая для зергов?
Так, ну, на Импетусе я в последнее время много играл. Карты как карты, конечно, с мейна не так легко натурал оборонять, но в целом на ней довольно удобно брать экспанды, на мой взгляд. По крайней мере, первые 3. Вот. Ничего в ней плохого не вижу. И у меня есть более предпочтительные для бана карты.
Alright, so Hamster says that in his view, there is nothing really bad or really different about Impetus in general. It is, as he said, basically just a map. It is a bit hard to defend your natural expansion, but other than that, it doesn't actually come out all that differently from others, and he has a bunch of maps he would much rather ban rather than that one.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, let's take that, Shambler. Yet another person who thinks you're wrong. Oh. Let's get into the discussion here about this matchup. So, Zerg versus Protoss has been a hot topic. Hamster, how do you feel about this matchup? How do you feel about going up against not just iSarCasm, but also Hapsea, who you 3-0'd earlier in the tournament? Were you confident in the matchup itself, Zerg versus Protoss? Do you think that it's favored for Zerg?
Порного интересуется касательно того, как ты сейчас воспринимаешь матчап зергов против протоссов, особенно учитывая твое столкновение, я так понимаю, с Хапсай, которого ты выиграл 3-0.
Ну, вот как раз да, нам хватало практики в ПВЗ и на турнире, и вне него. В целом мне удалось увидеть на Т1 хорошие опции для зерга, возможно, даже которые делают его слишком сильным, я не уверен, нужно больше практики. В целом, да, у меня побольше уверенности появилось, но посмотрим, конечно. Все еще я изучаю, на что способны протоссы, поэтому сюрпризы какие-нибудь вполне допускаю. Ну да, ситуация стала получше.
So Hamster says that he has been able. He had a lot of practice in this matchup, and he's been able to determine several tier 1 options for Zerg that are quite powerful, maybe even too powerful against Protoss. And despite the fact that he still expects there to be a few surprises, he's much more confident now than he was before.
Okay, there we go. Finally, some confidence coming out of Hamster. I have
The
another.
defeatist.
I know. I have another question here, which is actually about the length of the game here. So, Hamster, if you are able to win versus iSarCasm, you'll have to go up against the Shambler, and theoretically, if you win that matchup, you'd also be going up against Neblime, all in the same day. Are you bunkered down for a long day? Do you think that you can go all the way and play 3 matches in a row? Is that possible?
Of course, it has to be 3. В общем-то, Пронго интересуется тем, что, по сути, если ты выиграешь сейчас, то тебе потом придется играть с Шемблером. Если ты выиграешь и Шемблера, то тебе придется играть еще с Неблаймом. И, типа, вопрос в том, типа, готов ли ты к тому, что тебе придется фактически играть 3 раунда турнира за один день?
Ну, посмотрим. Противники очень серьезные. Но в целом, конечно, я ждал. Ну, я немного размялся, надеюсь, я не сильно переусердствовал. И надеюсь, что сил хватит в первую очередь на красивые конкурентные игры. А там победа или нет, это уже второстепенное дело.
Вот как. Ну, в принципе, да. Логично. Закономерная тема. Hamster says that he did get some sort of a warm-up, and he dearly hopes that he will have enough strength for all the matches. But he again reiterates that his primary goal is a spectacular and a cool game rather than a victory.
Okay. Always happy to remind us of that. Mesk, do you have thoughts or questions for Hamster?
I saw that you've been playing against Hubsaya a little bit. Have you found those matches beneficial? Have you learned useful things? Do you feel like they're going to prepare you for the day to come?
Меск спрашивает тебя касательно твоих игр с Хабсай, которые он обратил внимание, что он интересуется, были ли они для тебя как-то продуктивны, дали ли они тебе какую-то полезную информацию и подготовку к тому, что грядет?
Вполне, да, это было очень полезно. Опять же, вот большинство заключений вынес именно из игр с Хабсая, но, опять же, насчет своего текущего оппонента я абсолютно не знаю, какого у него стиль игры, так что 100% уверенности, конечно, нет, но это были полезные игры, да.
Right, so Hamster says that his matches with Hapsai were extremely useful, and in fact he gained basically most of his insights into Zerg vs Protoss from those matches. But his current opponent, he hasn't had much intel on, so he expects there to be surprises for him as well.
Okay. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, neither of these players have played before in a tournament setting, and if they've ever played before at all, it was in, like, casual games or such, so makes sense that there'd be some in the dark for both of those players. Well, Hamster, I think that will probably wrap things up here for our opening interview. I will absolutely look forward to speaking with you after the match, and good luck in your game, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
GG.
Thank you.
With that,
both players had confidence.
I know, it's shocking.
Including Hamster.
Yeah.
He has confidence.
That's crazy.
Now we're in a set.
Now we are in a set. Let's get our players' confirmations, and hey, you should be in this lobby. What do you do?
I was wrapping up other stuff while we were doing that.
Indeed, we will have to crowfund, of course. There will be some crowdfunding for Hamster to get a bit higher quality profile picture. I don't know, dude. That one's
maybe
pretty
a
high quality.
stretchier one.
Yeah, I think it's probably pretty good as it is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is about damn time we kick this one off. It's iSarCasm's Protoss versus Hamster Zerg as we get into Elimination 3 to see who's going to take on the Shambler. And would you look at that? Ladies and gentlemen, Hamster is going to be in the bottom. iSarCasm on top. And brain cell counts are varying and fluctuating, but don't worry. We'll get to the bottom of that. Seems like high is doable. We'll see if that happens.
Yeah, somehow we have these intercontinental connections.
Yeah.
And we can run it on high. But the second you get Canada in a match with someone on, like, where is Shambler? Like East Coast?
Yeah, Texas. So
Texas?
south.
You get me and some there with Texas, it just shits the bed instantly.
Yeah.
You
Dude,
get me and neblime in the game, just me and neblime, it's
Yeah.
just unrecoverable no matter what you do to it.
well, me and neblime too, so it's not just you there.
Yeah.
It's, and
It's the
anything.
power of Australia and Canada internet.
Yeah. Well, hey, we actually have double Canada over here because iSarCasm is residing there for now, so that's...
Oh, I'm so sorry. No wonder why everything doesn't work. That explains all of the mic problems.
Well, there is going to be an early pool, but no gas. So if iSarCasm was worried about that double Nath opener, well, he doesn't need
No
to worry.
6 pool either.
Yeah, he doesn't need to worry so
Doesn't
far.
have to face the horror of the 6 pool. But Hamster has shown that he will whip out some cheesy stuff every now and then.
I know. It was really surprising to see that as the opener. And you know what? It totally worked to psych out Hapsaya. I don't think that's going to happen this time around. I think iSarCasm might have a little bit more... I don't know. He just seems to react differently when stuff like that happens to him. So
Yeah.
doesn't seem
Well,
as volatile.
I was hoping that he would say something like, "I have taken a Biddy B's mantle and I'm going to proxy his hatch every single game."
Yeah.
Because my God, that was incredibly stupid.
I mean,
He's got to get revenge for Sipiak somehow.
yeah. And Sepiak did have that happen to him earlier. Now, the Zethar cores are coming down. It's just 2 of them, so they'll be busy trying
Stuck
to
on the scribe.
attack the scribe and you know, failing a little bit.
Oh,
Oh, there you go.
sickle.
Well, he gets
there,
the scribe to attack himself. That obviously saves him a lot of trouble. It was a gate first, followed by a lattice. This is emerging as one of the most common openers for Protoss in this matchup, particularly if you don't scout that hatch first, right? If you scout pool first instead, go for the lattice, that's going to offer you some splash damage in the form of idols, but most importantly, at least for the early stages of the game, some vassals that you can use for scouting and obviously a little bit of harassment, force out a couple of workers to turn into some anti-air units. Now, the Zets
I feel like there's a lot of
diving in.
potential in fast golem too.
Yeah.
If you want to commit the money to it. A little bit of dancing here, but he's avoided too much panty ripping.
Yeah, only one worker taking some hull damage there. Nothing too significant.
There
to
are
write home
Nats
about.
coming. Just 2 of them currently.
Yep. Oftentimes, Zergle players will go for something like this for the purposes of scouting out their opponents in the early
Well,
stages of the
it's
game.
the second zealot that's coming out of this gateway.
Yeah.
This could be scary.
Well, there's only the one
Yeah, one
vassal, right?
vassal.
But like 2 Nats takes so much longer to kill stuff than you might expect otherwise. And I think as long as this vassal stays in the general vicinity, a second one coming, it's actually pure zealot production. Now remember, okay, Nathracores can't, they can attack impunity because the zealots are the ones there. But let's be honest, like you can just take these zealots and you can attack move directly into the enemy base at this point. So as long as iSarCasm doesn't get too fluffed in this situation, you know, he can use the zealots and he can just charge ahead. He actually pulled 2 zealots back. I think that was a mistake, but the Zets came in and only found 1 zealot at the front. So he may have kind of hidden the number of zealots that he has inadvertently, as we do indeed have the 2 Nats coming back in for another moment and scouting. A couple of the Zets are going to be spotted here. This is actually really good intel for iSarCasm, as his vassals can be used to continue to zone away the Nathracores, one of them dangerously low, and indeed that zealot is being taken out. There's actually 6 Nats in total right now, so Hamster is trying to amass a flock, but the zealots can just come in here and ignore the damage a lot for the most part. Like, it's very easy for the zealots to come in here and make some damage happen, especially with only 2 pairs of Zets.
Yeah, the vassals are heading towards the main. The zealots kind of like poked and pulled
Yeah.
all the Nats away. And now the vassals are kind of chilling out over there. There's nothing to defend against them at the moment, but Hamster saw them right before they started moving, so he's able to pull in here, and
Yeah, the reaction's a little bit slow there for iSarCasm, so all 3 vassals will go down. There's a little bit of S being banked for him as he's taking a natural, so he can start to opt in for idols and does so. The Warden in the mineral line is going to hold versus 6 Naths, but, well, there's more than that, right? So you have to start worrying about more than that. And he does a Draconin and an idol already. I think his ground army is totally fine by that Nexus. And if they do try to engage onto the Warden, well, you can respond to that just by moving the units up.
Well, if he's able to get an early surround on that idol and kind of like move over top of it.
Well, he's doing some
kind of
supporting.
separated, but he went for the Draconin, so that did not go too well.
Yeah. I think even if he had went after the idol, I'm not really confident that he would have been able to do too much there. But there is an Ecclesiast out
the
now
idol
as well.
is a lot squishier than a Draconin, so he had a higher chance of killing it if he just like flew on top of it.
Unfortunately, so 3 of his zealots just went down and moved the other direction, so now the idol getting a lot of value out, but is about to fall. Is there another one coming? Yes, it just finished. The Ecclesiast can fall back, but those 3 zealots slip in the net. They can charge directly in here. There's only a Spraith coming at this natural expansion, so this is going to force Hamster to pull back his forces such that he can defend that. And even still, I think they're going to get there a little bit too late. This could be a lot of damage.
Yeah, and there's actually a Zorka Shroud that was just started too. He has to turn everything into Zeth, so
yeah.
Even though iSarCasm took a couple workers, he's still just shy of Hamster's worker count.
Yeah, he only gets 1 with that Zealot run by, as the Zeths are going to be finished in time. Pretty decent splits, actually. Only ends up losing 1 Zethricore somehow, but the Zealot will start
he managed to
kicking
split
in
a lot of his Zeths out there and avoid them getting the last hit for damage. He's going to send the last Zealot in here just to kind of waste his time. And
yep.
Almost got another kill, but not quite.
And another wounded Zealot heading over here just to spot for a ground move out, it looks like. And those Nats did have to come back home. There's a bunch of them, actually a bunch of Zeths over there just sort of hanging out in sort of that flank position. I think that was a bit of a mistake, maybe using everything on the same control group. Because obviously the Zeths can't really help you out versus air units. So this is going to be a macro
what's he going to make?
hatch.
Is he make Gorgs or Lakizelisks?
He's got a lot of Vespene, but he doesn't have the mineral income to make a lot of Gorgor. So yeah, there is going to be the open question. It's going to be 3 Lakizelisks out. I think he's fearing a Gateway Flood behind this, and despite having the Nats, only now is he going to be able to get a scout off in the main.
Yeah, there's no flood of anything coming at the moment, just a little bit of a stack. Curious getting that embassy first. We saw Hepsiah doing that. He's kind of following in those footsteps. Gets 1 scribe out for free at the moment. But
yeah, does have to be careful about that. But he spots where the military is, and there is an embassy coming, so this is kind of telegraphing to us that iSarCasm is looking for more of a macro-oriented move. What with having the extra production queue that is afforded by the embassy. 4 Lakizelisks are out, 5 actually, so we are getting pretty high in terms of that count. That could be scary for a push.
Oh, yeah, this is terrifying. He walked right past that Zeth, too. It kind of threaded the needle on his army, so he's really heavily outnumbered here, especially if the Nats came back. He could easily just force his way in. Yeah. He probably can still do so just because of the Vorvs here.
Yeah, at least 1 Draconin is certainly going to get overwhelmed and destroyed. Now an idol getting slowed by the Vorvs. A couple of flanking shots here, sort of retreating attacks could go a long way to start thinning out the herd. But he doesn't have that much at home, remember, and so this is an increasingly dangerous push from the Tier 1. It has delayed the tech up quite a bit. There is a Golem out, and it can stay alive for a lot longer, especially on top of these Lakizelisks. But the problem is all of the idols here have taken care of everything other than those Lakizelisks. We do have a Witness almost finishing from that embassy, so it turns out to be pretty clutch. He does need to get his workers out of dodge, losing 2 of them right now. But they're not within range to do too much else. And here's the Witness to clear the way. So the reason I was bringing up the idol count is that they don't deal great damage in terms of versus tanky units. So that is absolutely scary, especially as 2 more Lakizelisks are going to charge over here. Looks like they are not going to get any other worker kills, and the Witness is a little bit off to the side here. Slightly awkward, but no units actually die, just some more health damage dealt. But nothing definitive just yet. Now, there's like a random idol off to that 3rd location for iSarCasm. It spots yet another flood of units, including a bunch of Lakizelisks. So again, Hamster going for a fairly heavy commitment. iSarCasm tying up on the worker side, still pretty stable, but needs to get back to mining Vespene and needs to get more defenses set up here. His Ardent Authority is on the low ground. He has a lot of idols here to deal with the Zeths. And remember, that Witness is going to continuously allow his Drakodins and his Wardens to deal a lot of damage to these Lakizilisks. So they're not going to be as efficient as they would otherwise be. And all of them have gone down somehow, holding without losing a single worker.
He got the Zerg kind of got split up there. If they had focused down that Warden, it was just focused on the Lakizilis. So the Warden just killed all the Lakizilis, and the Lakizilis were just shooting with the Wardens. So they were kind of doing a very inefficient trade there, while the rest of his army got throttled into that ramp. And although the Ecclesias died, it regenerated so many shields before it died, which just allowed him to delay just long enough to kill the rest of the melee. So that was a minor Canada moment there. 3
Lakizilisks walking into the middle of the map on their own.
Aural Iris is right out. Why? Everyone's gotten the obsession of putting it right out in the front.
It's a bait. They can bait you in.
It really is.
I guess.
I don't think I've really even seen it punished that much yet.
No, not yet. But at this point, we do have a fourth base or third base coming.
Over.
Yeah. The main thing that I'm looking at here from iSarCasm is he does have the Acantor coming. He does have an Envoy coming as well, so he will be able to do some drops.
So.
His third base has been discovered by the Nathakors that are still alive from the beginning of the game. One of them will go down, but not without killing that worker. I think what I'd love to see is a couple more witnesses, right? Just so that you can protect the bases from Lakizilisk pushes. Of course, I'd also love to see a little bit more scouting, but I guess the Envoy is going to essentially do that. Moving down to the bottom right now in that, with that Acantor logged inside. And Engram is going to be coming up onto the natural. And we're seeing mass idle play coming out from iSarCasm right now. He really is paranoid about potentially an air switch, but definitely wants to keep the Zeth hordes at bay. And with the Envoy getting pretty close to this base, he can absolutely do some worker damage here.
Yeah, all the military units are weighed out by the third right now, so
yep.
Even if it reacts fast here, they can or at least get a couple shots off and deny mining from here and kill the occasional worker.
That's right. He does need to watch out for loading it up, but he gets 4 shots off. It's good for 4 worker kills. It's not as maybe explosive as he wanted it to be, but there was some good reactions, fast reactions out of Hamster, and he
now Hamster pulled back immediately with nothing else except for a Nath coming down there. If it had stuck around and just came back again, could have been a lot of damage on the gas in particular.
Yeah, that's right. Our players are dead even on workers despite everything. A lot of structures going down at the same time here for Hamster, and we have an Architect coming out, along with a second Acantor. So this could be a pretty deadly push unto itself, right?
Back to his swamp is morphing, though, so he's possibly going to be getting some Bactylisks in a moment here, but he doesn't have any Hydras right now. He's just making the Kaphalosk.
Yeah, I think what he wants is also Teths for the front line. He wants to see if he can keep that going. Witness does spot out the third base as well as the army. It needs to probably spend a little bit more time hovering directly over this location, because this will give him eyes on the Lakizilisks in particular. Random Zethakor spots out most of the army of iSarCasm.
When Acantor is slowly inching behind.
That's right. Witness continuing his spot, sees the meaty front line, but it's actually very absent damage. If the Lakizilisks aren't with this farce, they are just absolutely, not going to be able to do too much damage here. And the Witness is not following this army, so for the time being, Hamster has a little bit of an ambush potential, but he's not splitting his Lakizilisks, and if the Acantors get shots off, that could be the end of that. The Envoy posturing to try to drop and get some more worker damage, but the Nathakors are going to spot that out. Now the ground army relocating towards what might be the 4th at that 5 o'clock position on the map. But 4 Zealots are going to run into the circuit just to see if he can tie up some of the forces here. The engagement coming in elsewhere. Hierophants are locking on to these Lakizilisks to slow them down, but it's not going to be good enough. Remember, there's an Acantor and an Architect with this force, but now that the Zorkors have come out, only 3 of them, and they will not regress. So once this front line is gone, it's going to be really quite deadly for Hamster to stick around with this fight.
I don't think it's quite in range.
No, it's not, but the units are actually standing directly on top, and another Acantor can be unloaded from that Envoy. It doesn't look like it's going to happen, but some pretty good shots nonetheless. And, thinning the herd, obviously a lot of units went down here in favor of iSarCasm, but those Zealots still actually not getting cleaned up. They killed the Circuit, and the Lakizilisks weren't moved up fast enough. So that ended up being really efficient there for iSarCasm.
Look at the worker count.
Yeah. Yeah,
He's over 30 ahead now.
Yeah, he's just been pumping it the whole time, right? Just nonstop queuing up workers. We've caught him in a bit of a rare moment now where he's only getting it from the Nexuses, but I could still, again, the reinforcements have come down. So this is a high quality Protoss army, but not the largest, right? Not in terms of actual size. We've got 2 Argosies coming in to try to change that, at least in terms of the quality. And a 4th base coming at the same time. So iSarCasm seems to be in control.
Yep. He's in a very good spot. Doesn't need to push this if he doesn't feel confident about it. The worker damage he did on that 3rd is enormous all in itself. He could just sit back, wait for some heavier firepower and replenishments to come. His witness is keeping an eye on this army. There is no obelisks or anything like that to deal with these witnesses, so...
Yeah, I'm not even sure if Hamster's noticed it.
Yeah.
But he is getting the Betrayable Nest.
Knows he was being attacked, so... Yeah, he'll probably be convalescent.
If we had to guess. Now, good cycle of the army here. There's a random Cantor.
Oh, there's a Cantor.
It's being awkwardly engaged by Hamster, so it gets a couple shots off to thin the Zeth Horde, but there's not really a lot of damage effectively out of that. And now cycling over...
There isn't a Cantor at the 3rd. You're just waiting.
Yeah, the 4th base is under attack by a single Zeth, but soon to be under attack by everything else, so that'll undoubtedly be canceled. But this isn't too terrible for iSarCasm. You're right, he can just go ahead and dive in. There is a Scorchwrath here, but only a couple of workers to even attack, so he's going to need to sort of focus in on this, otherwise the Cantor is going to be destroyed, and it looks like it will be.
Nope, it died.
Yeah, at the last second there. I mean, he does kill the Scorchwrath with it and a bunch of workers, so it wasn't for nothing. But maybe not as efficient as it could have been. Meanwhile, the Lakizalisk's getting a lot of area damage onto these idols. There is no more Zealots, no more Golems for the front line, and now the Tetzorkors can tie up the Architects in the meanwhile. The Witness is still here, so I don't think that this force can actually kill the Architect stack, but the front line is a huge part of that puzzle, and iSarCasm has to be very cautious about that. It feels like he's been spending most of his resources on, the heavy air and trying to get the switch going on. But meanwhile, he actually has 2k minerals, so he absolutely could be adding more gateways or something if his intent is to add something else. Now, he is going to go ahead and try to take 3 o'clock in the same breath. So that'll be his next
there's a random Zeth over there that will spot that.
Yes. Well.
Yeah, in that engagement, his idols could have just moved back and not had to deal with that. His Architects would have killed anything that chased him in, then he could have just forced the Lakizalisk back, so... Unfortunately, he lost actually quite a lot of idols to that, which was the bulk of his army, sans Architects. But there are Empyreans on the way. There's 2 being built now, and 1 just came out. And well, most of this army is anti-ground, and they're going to walk right into it.
Yeah, the Empyrean is on a move command from the rally. There's also a naked Architect here, an envoy with nothing in it. The rest of the iSarCasm's Protoss forces trying to cycle in for a bit of a flank, and the rally points can continue to reinforce, but an Architect does go down. It's in a Cantor in production at the Arden Authority right now, as the rest of this army gets collapsed upon by Hamster's forces in the middle. There needs to be some kind of reaction here, but the Architects, they've been closed in on this.
Yeah, it might be better to try to focus on the Bactylisks with them, just like he doesn't have anything left that can fight the Empyrean when they die.
Yeah.
But even then, it's still going to be kind of hard for Hamster to actually really push in with this. If he moves in, he can deny the space again, but he may not even be aware that it's being built. Oh, no, the Cantor.
Okay,
no.
It gets pulled back. There is still an envoy that can scoop it up. It looks like we're going to see a little bit of action there. Now up to 3 Empyreans for crowd control, but really I think he needed to keep those Architects alive. That was his main defense versus the Bactylisk.
He's got Vits out, so... He already had the tech for them. There's a couple of them. He doesn't want to engage just with the Empyreans.
Well, the Witness could have spotted it, but it doesn't look like iSarCasm had his attention over there, trying to set up 9 o'clock instead. Meanwhile, on the other side, trying to set up 3 o'clock for iSarCasm. 9 o'clock's already coming up online. Mining happening over here. Yeah, it's finally going to be Bob.
He had hopes.
Well, the Witnesses are going to spot the army move out just out of the corner of their eyes. Meanwhile, a couple of pylons going down over here, once again at that 11 o'clock position. So
I think iSarCasm really wanted to drop down some caps at around a few minutes ago and get his gas up so he can start spending those minerals.
That's right.
At least throw down some crucibles near the Argosies.
Well, his forces are going to have to cycle on down, as limited as they are, to try to deal with this attack force that is trying to come in and move in onto 3 o'clock. He's got a stack of Empyreans, but again, it's only 3 right now. There's just nothing really here to save this base right now. He's sending a couple of Zealots
he
out.
can try to engage us, but he's going to trade it. And it's, I think that this was just a missed rally that those Zealots went in there.
Yeah.
It's been a few rally kerfluffles from iSarCasm in this.
Yes. It felt like he was in command.
What he really needed to do is
match,
drop some extra, maybe some grand libraries or something so he can spend some of these minerals. But really, some gas caps would have given him a lot. There is a gas cap coming down in the new base, but none of the old ones.
Yep.
Solarian's out now, so the air stack is increasing, but Hamster is still building a lot of Tetzorkors. So if he doesn't respect the air stack and it continues to build up, you're going to see kind of a situation of Hapsaya against Shambler, where Shambler just had so much anti-ground, and Hapsaya just had a lot of error, and it just got to the point where he couldn't even kill the error anymore.
Couple of Kizilisks overstepping the boundaries on their move out as Hamster refocuses, and his attempt is going to be after that top base. But he is cycling backwards now, a little bit unsure of if he can actually make it happen.
He's waiting.
Yeah,
Tier 3 is just about finished.
That's right.
Hamster.
Yeah, that's actually the only thing
And
in
look at
production for the guy
Hamster's
right
money.
now. He's
He
banking
is
a
stacked
lot of
up.
resources. He will definitely be going for, I think, the Gezkath Grotto. I think that makes sense. He's now grabbing a couple of extra things along the way, just upgrading defenses at his new base at 9 o'clock, which I don't think has actually been discovered. iSarCasm.
The Metravel nest is morphing.
Ooh, we're going to see... we might see a Kisperkors in this matchup. He did mention them earlier. There isn't a Cantor in that Envoy, but it doesn't really find a good spot to land. He's going to try to... Oh, but the ensnare from the Matroleth, it does get off, but there's a Tetzorikor to immediately occupy its attention. And instead, a couple of shots are going to be hitting the backline here. It could be a very impactful one, but Rillarokors are somehow spawning from the Vilgaleths, and a couple more spellcasts happening over here. The Nex is still alive, and the air stack is impervious at this point. The Acantor did die on the back, but I think it actually did soften up a lot of the Bactylisks and make Hamster reconsider his push there.
Yeah, it splashed a couple of them a little bit. Not a huge deal, but Bactylisks aren't particularly good against heavy Protoss air to begin with, so...
Yeah, especially with
He
all the
just slowly
Vithrilisks
got worn
dying
down.
due to the Empyrean stack, I think, there, so... That ends up being pretty significant. And now, I mean, Hamster's got a lot of money in the bank, but he's not actually spending it on units. Okay, out come the Tet K-Ricors.
You're going to see some heavy air coming out of the Zerg now. Now, those, I think they deal splash, don't they?
Yes, they're melee splash, and if they get their incubation off, then what they will do is spawn Rillisks instead of Rillarokors.
Oh, no.
So we could see...
I remember when Convolus spawned Rillisks, the horror of vassals.
Well, there's a Didact here as well, so good stasis can go a long way in this fight, but he's going to need to do it preemptively, maybe on the Vithrilisks, so that he can really root out this 9 o'clock position. He's now starting to send his witnesses across the map. This is kind of what I was hoping for. He sent a 6 Zealot run-by, but there's nothing down there at that 5 o'clock location.
Oh my god, Tech Caracors have a lot of health. That is going to be a very beefy Zerg army.
And they move so fast, too. I mean, the witness spots it out. I'm not sure if iSarCasm has even seen this unit before. He actually had some practice against Newt building these, and he dives directly on top of the air stack, which is positioned on top of the ground army as well. The Vithrilisks getting plenty of splash damage on, and the stasis, it was only good for a couple of units anyway. Now the Empyrean's starting to fall. But hey, at the same time, the Tech Caracors have all but fallen. So this army can absolutely still be pushed back.
Yeah, he was a little too stacked, a little too eager to hug into the very center of the Empyrean, so his army took a lot of damage in the first half of that. The Rillarokors lended a lot of damage to the rest of it, but... Oh no,
the Tetzorikor is life-stealing. Oh, never mind, it's been kicked out by vassals, so it's been pinned in a corner. That's unfortunate. Top left base being taken by Hamster. I thought for sure that fight would have gone more decisively his way. What with all the sort of awkward positioning from iSarCasm's army, he was allowing damage to be dealt to his ground and air units through the Tech K-Ricors, and of course the splash of the Vithrilisks too, right? So there's a little bit of a run-by over here, but it's on a depleted base. It's not going to be too efficient. The 6 Zealots ended up going in that direction. The Witness was spotting out 3 Tech K-Ricors. They're very expensive units, so if they get sniped out over here at this bridge, that could be a little bit awkward.
He spawned a horde of Rillisks.
He has.
Do they? They don't decay, do they?
They do if they're not within the area of a Tech Caracor, but the Tech Caracor keeps them alive, right? So it's a little bit spooky. There's only the one Warden in this base, so he does need to be a little bit cautious in this situation.
Well, they can only get spiked down by those Solarians if he engages them.
Yep. Positrons are here to try to fend them off as well. Not a bad choice versus the low HP of the Rillisk. Only has 25 health, remember, so very easy. A Vassal's not actually that bad versus them either. There was a random set of Empyreans and Vassals that went up here. Looks like maybe 2 Empyreans fell to that force as they tried to pressure top left.
Yeah, that was expensive. I don't think you can have your units separated too much at this point because you really want to splash the Empyreans. You want them to stack on you and then just blow them up.
Yeah, I mean, you can see with the Empyreans, he only had, what, 2 of them there in that army, and it still almost killed a bunch of Tech Caracors, but there's 16 of them now, Mesk. I think he's just allowed Hamster to turtle up so much and get all this extra Vespene. There's not that much splash. The Positrons are underneath the Solarians. So remember that their armor is not going to be doing them too well, and the splash of the Tech Cores is going to be dealing damage to everything. He's overwhelmed. He's been subsumed and converted into Rillisks, and that will surely be the decisive matter. If he thought that the Convolutk was OP, let's see how he feels about that one.
Yeah, if he had like a couple engrams, that would have really helped out a lot against that, because the Solarians just overkill too much against that, and you really had to single out the air units, which at that point there was just so many of them that just the time of the Stewards flying around, even if they one-shotted everything they hit, I still wouldn't have killed them fast enough because all of his armor was gone.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem, I think, is that not realizing or not responding to the threat of the splash from the Tech Core, which is applying the on-hit effect to every unit that it hits, plus obviously dealing damage to every unit that it hits. You combine that with the level of sort of armor rend that the Vithrilisk provides, right? That's very, very quite difficult. So Hamster will go up to a 1-0 lead. Honestly, iSarCasm had the control. He had the tempo when the tier 3 switch started to happen. Hamster was definitely on the back foot. But it felt like iSarCasm, once he held the Lakizilisk push, and once he was able to do a little bit of damage with that Zealot run by at that third base location for Hamster, he never really tried to do anything else proactive from that point onward, despite having a lot of power. And again, 2,000 mineral flow or more than that at various points of the game as the Argosies come down. Like, that could have turned into more gateways, more lattices, grand libraries, as you mentioned. Definitely could have been gas caps as well. You mentioned that earlier in the match. So it's like there were options there, and it felt like maybe at that point when you leave the Zerg alone long enough alone and you don't force them to spend a lot of Vespene on their tier 2 units, you are leaving a lot of potential for them to surprise you with a giant tier 3 air switch.
Yeah, he had a huge economic lead after killing all those workers at the third, but he wasn't able to actuate it. He was starved on gas for so long, and his production didn't increase as a result. So Hamster was able to rebound from that because there wasn't really any more pressure after that point. And the air stack wasn't able to get big enough fast enough as a result of that. So Hamster saw the air units pivoted and then was able to deal with them. They ended up defeating his first stack because, well, Empyreans still do a lot of damage when you stack on top of them. But by that point, it was too hard for iSarCasm to replenish his army, and Hamster had gained a lot of momentum at that stage. So it was just, really, he could have built any number of things at that point. Just Ted Karakoras was his choice at that stage.
Well, the lobby is up for Derelict, which is going to be our second map. We'll have to see what these players are cooking up.
Hamster did struggle a little bit with the Lakizilisks and trying to multitask, keeping all of his units situated, but he was able to stabilize after losing the workers in the third. So I don't know if we're going to see the Lakizilisks again out of him because, well, Hamsai felt like Embassy was absolutely mandatory against Zerg.
And iSarCasm did get it pretty early without even knowing that the Shroud was coming. Technically, his Zealot moved into the bottom and could have scouted it, but he wasn't following the Zealot with his camera, so we know he didn't actually see that structure on the way. He might have maybe looked at it in the Fog of War at some point and surmised it. Either way, iSarCasm in the bottom left, the Derelict, Hamster in the top right. And of course, back in the middle of this map, we have this lovely treasury where you can harvest Vespene if you have mid-control. You can do so without constructing a town center. It's beautiful. Breaks people's brains every time. And Hamster has been known to exploit that, even in mirror matchups. So I would not be surprised to see that in this area. For the Protoss, maybe it's a bit less attractive because it's harder for you to make a bunch of workers until you have the 2 Nexus embassy set up. And at that point, maybe you're just going up to 3 bases in general. But at the very least, he should try to contest this force so that Hamster can't get off to an early start. And now we do have some Vespene harvesting alongside the early pool. Now, thankfully, this is a 2-spawn map as opposed to Highwater's 4-spawn, and iSarCasm is scouting out relatively early here. So as long as he actually goes up the ramp and doesn't try some proxy shenanigans, he should be able to spot this, right? Because you need a lot of gas to make this happen. So he will see, okay, you're going for the early gas. I see the 3 gas harvesters. I see the pool about to finish. What's the reaction?
You should see the gas. He should build probably an immediate ward in here.
As soon as he has the money for it. He's still harvesting a little bit of Vespene for that Draken, and indeed, the Warden is coming. So that's 35 seconds to completion. That will be complete before the Nathricors arrive. And actually, he should even have enough to afford a Draconin once the gateway finishes. It'll be a little bit delayed, judging by the fact that he's still got to order up another worker, but we'll see what he ends up going for.
Well, you can always cut the worker and make the Draconin and just have it, because it's probably more important at this point to not lose workers. But nah, he's going to go for the worker.
Yep.
Not feeling too pressured at the moment.
Yeah, I think he feels like he has this in the bag. A Draconin coming, it's a little late, but the Warden is happily finished way earlier. And the Zets are looking around for the Scribe. They might dive in here. Yeah, they are going to see the Scribe. Or should have. iSarCasm moved up a little bit to spot the
Scribe
second
burrowed.
expansion.
It's now Shambler.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. Maybe the sight range is just a little bit too short, but I feel like for sure they would have seen that. So Hamster maybe didn't have his stuff on the screen, but the Warden is there. And that's the necessity of the early scout. So already getting off to a pretty solid start. More Nathricors would be required, and that would require more gas harvesting, which means less minerals, which means slower expansion.
Yeah, but look at this. Look at this. My man.
My man.
My man.
There we go. There we go. Hey, if you have to pull your units across the map to deal with this, then the Draconins can come across and start pressuring. So
Listen, he doesn't notice yet.
oh, there you go, a Warden there.
He has no idea. No idea at the moment.
I think the Zets can fit between the geyser and the pylon, so this is a little bit dangerous.
But if they finish,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. He's going to have 2 of them.
Yeah.
And they're going to trade with the Naths in all likelihood.
He's only got the 4 Zeths with this army, and actually some of his Nats are going to get killed here. At least one of them gets killed, and he doesn't even finish off a Scribe. So this is very awkward.
no.
Now the Wardens are visible and definitely on the radar. A third one has been started. No, that's actually a second pylon.
If he wanted to stop this, he kind of had to run there immediately and try to snipe that pylon and slow it down or put damage on the second one. But now it's getting out of control.
The Draconins can absolutely leave the base right now if they want to, but I think maybe he's thinking about taking his own expansion. iSarCasm, not quite sure if this is what he wants to do. And look at that.
Well,
even
he's
killing the
killing
2
Zets and
Zets as
everything.
they pop out. Yeah, that's actually
His Scribe
very
is
big.
just chilling out there being like, hey, he's dead.
Yeah, they could have maybe tried to use it for a block, but not going to be happening this time around. Still getting some kills. He kills a Vorv, he kills 2 Zets.
I think at
even
this
kill a
stage, you
Nat.
just want to focus the Nats down
Yeah.
because they're so much more expensive of a unit.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he killed a whole bunch. He denied mining. He killed a worker.
Yeah, getting a second
Kind
gateway.
of worth, I guess.
Yeah, I still
Kind
would
of
have liked to see
expensive.
the Draconins move across the map, but I can
Yeah.
understand the hesitance, right? It's like, if he just surrounds my Draconins, then I can't do anything. I mean, it increases the length of the Wardens are up, but I don't think it would have resulted in anything if it was scouted, right? So it's a risky play to make.
No.
But, you know, then you think about adding a third Warden, and then, like, you're even more all in, because that's a lot more resources. He's got 4 Draconins here, and he's adding Zealots for the front line, which will finish before this attack hits. And there are only 2 Nats anyway, which, of course, the Warden can deal with very easily. So I think this attack is really just going to be shooed away immediately. I really highly doubt that anything of consequence is going to happen over here with this force. And as soon as that
Well,
Nexus
they might
drops-
kill the Scribe, which is going to be yet another worker he loses.
Yeah. Well, he's only ever lost the 1 worker so far, so... I mean, well, I guess the scout. But yeah, he wants to keep as many of his workers alive and keep the tempo on his side. But he picks off one of the Nats as a result, and that is an okay
Got a lot
trade.
of money now.
Yep. He's going to
So
send
probably,
the Scribe
I
on
imagine it'll be a Lattice again at some point here.
Yeah, you would think so. I mean, he's getting up to... He's going
got
up
a
to
lot
6
of gas,
Zealots.
though, so he might like skip the Lattice and go back into the... You know, something a little bit more... I mean, he could honestly go for even, like, the Ancestral Archives at some point here. No, that Nath is dead.
It is dead. Doesn't really get much of a
Zork is
scout,
once
huh?
again here.
Okay. Well,
Stargate.
here's where we think about, like, what's the scout? What's the response? And there is indeed a Stargate coming, as well as an Ecclesias, just for keeping the shields up. Not a bad idea.
Now, more critically is we don't have that early embassy. The Hup Embassy.
Yep.
It's not out, just double Stargate, which can still most certainly work, because you can just lock them down anyways, but critically is that he may have Lakizlis out here before the Stargates really actuate, depending when he makes on it. But it is some distance to travel here.
Oh, look at this. We're seeing a bit of a
Sorry,
move
he's
out
a
from
big
both players, but I think iSarCasm has not thought too deeply about whether or not the geyser will be harvested, right? So he has the ability to. But, yeah, this is an area where we're going to be seeing a lot of Vespene being harvested from the middle of this map, and that is going to afford either more units out of the Zorka Shroud, more Lekizalisks, maybe a switch into Gorgs, or
I think it'll be Lekizalus because he just doesn't really have the minerals
Yeah.
for Gorgs at the moment.
That's right.
But I think he also probably wants to pass tier 2.
he might
out
just
of this. It
decide
kinda
to
looks
skip
like-
it and go straight to tier 2 because he's mining off of 3 geysers right now, which is a huge boon. And I think maybe iSarCasm is thinking that he's got on even gas with his opponent, but he's not projected any strength. Just one zealot over here to confirm that it's happening. But there's also
no
a horde
Lekizalus in the moment. I think he's pooling.
Yep, he's going to go
for
straight to tier
tier
2.
2.
Yeah.
Yeah. He saw that the Protoss was in his net. He's like, oh, you're expanding. Well, I could make Lekizalus, but I probably can't ball bust that because it didn't work out last time. So, I mean, he's getting 1, 2.
Oh, he's actually made 4.
3, 4. Yeah, he's getting 4.
So that is actually going to delay his tier 2 a little bit.
Yeah. But as soon as he get these other Drillus here harvesting, he can still power to tier 2 relatively quickly. The bigger thing is that there are Gladiuses coming, and there's already one out, and they're going to hit before his tier 2 hits. So there is actually a Hydrith Den coming. So maybe he is got his sights set on something like Skiths instead.
I would be pretty worried about the Skiths if I'm Hamster, because I don't think that they're great versus Gladiuses, but we'll have to see. Like, if they're used just to attack workers, that's very different. And iSarCasm is totally in the dark here. Now, he is going to go ahead and spot the gas harvesting, and that will be shut down, but the Iral Iris is already here. This is paid for itself. You're happy about this if you're Hamster.
Yep.
He's even going to get away with 2 of the
tech
workers.
structures. The tier 2 was a little slow, but it's coming nonetheless. You could say it allow him to afford to get some of that flexibility and some units out here.
Oh, he's got to be careful. There's Lekizalisks over here as well. The Zealots are going to engage. A couple of the Lekizalisks are still in play, but the Gladiuses are not going to be in danger at all. Zero worry whatsoever. And with 3 of them coming, 3 of them here rather, you can absolutely do a lot of damage. In fact, the Lekizalisks might even die to this.
Yeah, they're going to die.
Very interesting.
The question is just how much damage his ground army did to the Protoss' army before it died, which he killed a few, but it wasn't really enough.
I think he might even end up losing. The last shot there from the top Spraith kills his Gladius. He's got one more coming to replenish the number, but critically, he has lost a lot of ground units, and he's not making any air units anymore. Nothing out of the Stargates. Starting an embassy for detection, but he might not suspect that tier 2 is already here.
The bigger thing is that he has this locked down. Oh, no. Huh? Okay, never mind. They passed the scribe. No worries. They could have just murdered him.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, this is kind of like a slightly opposite of the first game, where now iSarCasm kind of has a little bit of a lead here. There are defenses morphing into the main, but it's just ticklers at the moment, so there's probably going to be some worker death. Oh, no, one died.
Yeah, needs
Very
to
quick
take a fighting retreat here using the quasis and
The balls are
working the
bouncing.
bounces. Yeah, this is going to do a lot of
Chasing it.
damage.
He can fight this.
Yeah.
He can fight this.
Yeah, he's
as long
realizing
as he chases in range.
Yeah. Yeah, forcing the burrow out. That's not what you really want to see. And the workers here are actually totally unguarded in the natural. So this is really dangerous.
If he had an observer here,
Yeah.
he just kills every. I mean,
He's going to
at
charge
this
in and kill the
stage,
circuit. This is really dangerous, Mess.
I think Hamster's in deep shit because he has nothing to control these. He can burrow, sure, but now he's playing hopscotch, and any units that he makes is going to be taking ball damage.
That's right. Well, the Spraits are getting killed in the front line. That's going to allow more units to just charge on in. There's 2 Naticores tickling Ecclesiast. We'll see how that battle shakes up. A lot of Hydras were made. They can snipe these Gladiuses, but they need to actually get there, and now the ground units are in the base. This is real dangerous, and he is going to call GG. The early pressure too much. Maybe it was a little bit too greedy. And iSarCasm found the perfect timing. You said it earlier, Mess. He had a little bit of a lead. But, like, that was it. He had that one moment. Otherwise, it was so easily going to be Hamster's game.
Absolutely. But Hamster choosing to go to Lekizalisk before Tier 2, not knowing that it was a Stargate, and delaying that Tier 2, those could have been Bactylisks waiting, and then he would have been very, very safe. But in that case, the Lekizalisks couldn't do anything about the Gladiuses, and while he started building some anti-air defenses in the main, he didn't build enough fast enough. And he just kind of like turned around and spanked him.
And that was off the back of that Warden push in the back, right? Just seeing if he can proxy that a little bit.
Yep.
Pretty exciting stuff. We will see Sideshow selected as the map of choice by Hamster. And we are tied up 1-1. That long macro game we had on Impetus, it's behind us now. That early push with the double Stargate, iSarCasm finding success.
Yeah, definitely. It felt like Hamster kind of tried to shotgun all the tech options at that point, where I feel like if he wanted to commit to Lickizlist, he could make it work. But to take like 4 or 5 of them and then go into tier 2, there was just a long period of time of him not really being able, like, he didn't really have much of an army.
Yes.
Like, if the Protoss made like a bunch of golems, it could have really just been the same thing. He would have just ball busted the front instead of like hitting the main, and then he could have lost the nat because there was only the one circuit there. So it felt like he had the plan to take the gas, but wasn't like quite exact. And then he saw, I think he like expected the Protoss to be really aggro because of the proxy. And when the Protoss wasn't really aggro, he wasn't maybe quite sure how to read the situation coming out of that, and was like, well, I want to be safe in case he does try to push me, but I also have all this gas, so I may as well go straight to tier 2.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
It wasn't like quite enough to commitment.
It felt a little indecisive, even when he gets the Lickizlist mutations. They come so late when he's basically knocking on the door of tier 2 anyway. So yeah, it was a little awkward there. Now he's going to try for the same play, the Quaseth pool, the early gas harvesting. This time he might just try for 1 pair because he's only harvesting with 2 workers right now. That is Hamster in the top left and iSarCasm in the bottom right. He will go ahead and scout around the same time as his pylon a little bit later, and he'll pop on in here and see that some Vespene is in fact being harvested with 3 workers this time around. So, you know, sticking to his tricks. The one time he's tried this so far, he has not actually been able to do it. Not actually been able to make it over the line. So, yeah, he's going to pop in here. He's like, oh, you're trying the same thing, huh? Well, it's a lattice first instead of a gateway, but we'll see if that makes a significant difference. Disrupting the gas mining a little bit. That's actually somewhat consequential because he now can't start the...
yeah, he can't start the 2 eggs quite
thing.
Initially.
Yeah. Well, there's a Warden already started, so beautiful response here from
transition
iSarCasm.
immediately, right?
He's not going to be in any danger from this yet again.
I feel like you could just bait this out, and then like when the scribe leaves, just go back to harvesting minerals, and then just like ignore the Protoss for a while and go like a fast expand or something. And because if they're always just going to build that warden, that's 150 minerals. That's not going to dedicating to you. But with the Nats, they give you so much map control, even if you can't really pressure a lot. As long as you can keep them alive, you kind of like dictate what they have to build in response to them.
Yeah.
And if like they like try to fast expand or something, you can just punish it immediately. So.
Here's something interesting. It's going to be, I think it's an idle first here for iSarCasm. He made a gateway after his lattice. He's not making any units. He's fully reliant on the Warden being enough zoning. So,
well, Hamster is showing he's a little intimidated by the Warden. So
yeah,
he didn't like all in it in the Hupsaya game.
Yeah.
And in the first matches for this, when he saw it, he just immediately turned away. But you know, there exists a world where he turns the Zats into Vorvs.
Yeah.
Like, not now, it's kind of too late now, but he's kind of trying to dive the workers and trading now, which is, I mean, it's 50 gas. But if you had Vorvs and you actually got the Vorvs on top of the Warden right away, even if the Vorvs die to a worker drill, the Warden dies, the Nats kill the workers, right? So.
Not able to do any hull damage to that gateway. Second idol on the way, Dracodon on the way. And of course the fast expansion, the classic Zerg move. Zerg here.
I think Hamster will be pretty comfortable with this position. He's forcing out idols at the moment. He still can technically all in this with Vorvs if he really wants to, but it's more like the Protoss' actual offensive ability is not really super high at the moment. So as long as he keeps making like idols and not like mass zealots, golems, or vassals or other things that are actually going to like be really hard for him to really control if they go across the map and into his base. He's just going to macro hatch up, probably continue to build workers here for a while as he keeps an eye on the Protoss' net to see if the Protoss is going to expand or commit to something offensive. I mean, I feel like the Protoss could choose to be aggressive at this point by building more production, like even like 3 gating right now.
Yeah, he doesn't want to take that risk because he's putting down the Nexus, but this does mean that he has to be a little bit more defensive. He's going to have less units because that's less production, less resources spent on keeping his gateway and lattice operational. But also, he's going to have more surface area to defend.
He wants it. He wants it. But unfortunately, its flail route brought it back to the idols. So
yeah, that's
now iSarCasm can tickle these, drag them in, and kill them in that brief moment. But He quickly pulled them away, and now the all-in is coming here. And you see all the
Yeah,
dwarves
you
and
got to be
Zats are
really
coming.
careful about this situation if you're iSarCasm. He realizes, wait, I'm pretty far out there, dude. He could have a lot of units. He doesn't really
He
come
wants
back
to
to a
hold the
super
ramp here.
defensive position, though. He's got the 2 zealots.
Holding the ramp is what you want to do. You definitely don't want to be out in the open. Like, idols are very squished. They're lacking in armor and health on top of it versus
Yeah.
the Draconin. The Draconin already kind of gets bombed by this.
It's
So
yeah, it's going to be 6 Vorvs and 14 Zets. This is, well, actually more are coming as I say that. So he's got to be careful about this. He's going to be a little bit proactive and engaged, I think, a little bit before Hamster was ready. But the idols are indeed going to get surrounded, and they're not really focusing their damage on any one thing. This was a total heavy push with nothing but tier 1 units. There's another idol finishing. The Nexus is about to finish as well. The 1 Warden and the workers are basically the hope here for iSarCasm. Remember, he is up in workers right now.
Might be able to save this,
Yeah.
but they surrounded the Warden.
Yeah, they
He
did.
moved and they just flew in.
Well, the idol's now being decollided
Oh,
here. There's another one
no.
coming, but yeah, all the workers are starting to plummet a little bit here. The drilling is still continuous, and there's only a couple of units actually left doing any damage at this point. Only the 2 Zets make that 1, and the idol
in that
needs,
idol as
yeah,
fast
the
as
idol needs
possible
to make
here.
some damage happen over here, and now his workers need to get back to mining ASAP. So it looks like he barely held, but he lost so many workers. He was ahead of
29
workers,
to
and then
17.
Hamster made some and obviously killed a whole bunch.
Now, at least he has that second Nexus he can be using to try to replenish workers, but he wasn't floating any money. He just spent a lot of it on the Warden. That Nexus is not doing anything at the moment.
Yeah.
He's just going to be really hurting here.
Now, if the all-in subsides, right? If there's going to be less action in tier 1,
No, it's not going
It's
to.
not going to. But if that was the case, I would say you can go embassy and just work her back up. But no, it's not going to happen.
He's
There's-
not actually using the other Nexus at the moment.
Yeah.
He's not using it at all for the worker queue. I think he knows that it's pretty much just fucked. But Hamster doesn't want it.
No.
Hamster has to be a little careful, though, because if he trades really, really unfavorably for a while here, like, the Nats didn't even come in there, so...
Yeah. He's even going to
He's
kill a
losing.
Zeth and Vorv combo there. He's actually dragging them back in.
Yep.
This is good
It's a
play.
good
Hamster's
idea.
looked away for a little bit too long there and loses a bunch of Zets on the ramp. Now he's starting to pressure the Nexus, but this is where reinforcements can really screw up iSarCasm's day even further. He's getting up to a healthier idle count. He's got 2 right now, a 3rd on the way. He does need to get rid of the workers, or rather the Zets attacking his Nexus. So at about half HP, a little bit more than that actually. The surround attempt is here, but there's not enough meat to this army. Idols could be microed a little bit, and that would definitely help things. The Nats now starting to get into the army, but I think it's a little bit tight, but there's no other units here for reinforcements, so the 1 idol should be able to zone away the Nats, especially if they're going to stay stacked up here. I think a
actually-
little bit of idle micro would have saved the day much harder,
Absolutely.
much more defense. It would have been absolutely unstoppable there. Like the forces
Meanwhile,
were
however,
much
in the
more powerful.
background of that, Hamster was not macroing.
Yes.
He was just floating. He's still sitting on a massive amount of money.
He's adding a macro
It
hash
could have been
now.
reinforcements. He actually could have ended the game right here and now, but
Yeah.
now the reinforcements are coming. This gives iSarCasm a little bit of a squeak room, but it's gonna be rough. There's a lot more coming.
He's only got the 3 zealots and the 1 idol. He doesn't have enough splash damage to really make this happen. He does have wardens, or a warden rather. One of them's halfway done at the front. That's not going to be up for too much longer. A second idol finishes. Draconin on the cliff as well will be soon. But this is
I
going
think
to
you
be
have to go all in and build like an engram or something here if you had the money, but you don't, so you got to make maybe like a matrix or something.
Yeah, well, hey, if he catches the Zeth push as it's happening, that might be something, right? Because a bunch of them just morphed into Vorv, so we know that there's a little bit of time here. Adding another warden, 35 seconds before that's up.
Well, they're all chasing the zealot at the moment. He's buying precious time.
That's ridiculous. Yeah, not being super decisive at this point. Yet another warden being added, a
It's
redundancy
okay.
pylon.
Hamster is
trying to
Hamster
block
is just preparing for the Zishi build here. He's
Yeah.
so many coming.
Oh my god.
There's so many.
There's an idol on the low ground, another pylon trying to add more makeshift walls. Yeah, it's actually stalling out the Zets quite a bit, and they are taking a bruising from the idols, but there's only 2 of them up right now. A couple of things being canceled, a gateway for a makeshift wall as well, now surrounding the units on the high ground, including an ensnare proc onto that idol. I think that early damage was just a little bit too much on the first all-in, and subsequent attacks are going to be sufficient, with a Zealot and a Draconin trying to hold staunchly as workers, what little they have at the natural, transfer back over. iSarCasm has come back into a point where he does actually have about comparable workers despite all of the losses. So he's still kind of holding, but if this Nexus goes, so too do his hopes, I feel like.
He has so much money, though. If he had that money as military units, he might actually have a chance of holding this, but now there's just too many.
There's so many.
It's 36
it's like,
versus 2 in a Warden.
Yeah, it's 6 hatch production right now. That is going to be it, and Hamster will go up 2-1. It was a messy game for both sides, but absolutely favoring Hamster in that early stage.
Just this wall of Zeths coming in, just endless death. Well, in the second match, iSarCasm showed he can do early. And in this match, Hamster also showed he can do early. So they're both kind of like flexing their timings and their goals in this.
Yes, that's right. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens. I mean, a lot is going to rest on this pick. Nitro Valley or Otherworld. One of them is a 4-spot map, and Hamster's been doing this gas, Nath first cheese, right? If you want to call it cheese, like the early innovation that he did versus Hapsea. And he's been doing that 2 games in a row now. So it is going to be Nitro Valley. On a 4-spot map, that can be more scary. Sort of the point I was getting at there. So...
we mentioned, or rather, we remember back to that interview. Igor said that on a 4-spot map, you pretty much have to go Warden first.
Interesting. We'll see if that ends up being
remember, he said that the Nats were particularly scary on that map. Because you can't really scout them super reliably, or like you might just go to the wrong place. So, it's like, it's better to be wrong and have the Warden, and then be wrong and have gnats inside of your base eating you, tickling you, nibbling. Kind of like a cat. Gnats are basically flying cats. It's like when your cat like crawls up onto the ceiling fan and jumps under your face.
Wow.
And it is cross spawns.
It is cross spawns. It's iSarCasm in the top left. Hamster in the bottom right. So far, leading the series is Hamster. We'll have to see if iSarCasm, with his back against the wall, can come up with some kind of strat, some kind of opener. If we go back a little bit to Sideshow, we analyze that opener a little bit more. I'm curious about the lattice first, right? Like, iSarCasm, he ties the series up, and he might be thinking to himself, well, on this map, I just want to go Vassals, or what, for whatever reason he built that. But it was a little messy, right? He builds the lattice, then he goes for the Warden in response to the scouting the Nats, and then he goes to Gateway without building any unit out of the lattice. And I can't help but feel like if that had been an idol or a vassal or something to do some kind of counter pressure or safeguard you in that sense, then that would have been a good play. It is going to be a 9 pool out of Hamster, so very standard opener in this matchup for him. Both players scouting the wrong way, but they will scout each other second, odds are.
Yeah, Hamster wasn't committing super hard to early aggro in the other games, which is probably why he felt like he could delay that timing a little bit. Just get set up. Especially since it was like 4 Naths. But I think Hamster ended up even like cutting workers for all those deaths, so.
Yeah, there was a good amount of time where there were no workers being made, and figuring out when to make the larva into workers, that's a different thing.
But on these maps, they're going to both scout each other in the wrong position. It will not be Zeth or Naths, but you can see precisely, like you said in the interview, he doesn't know that.
Yes.
So he has to be secure against it just in case.
Well,
so
he waited until the first scout happened, right? Which is good because it means that he can do it reactively if he scouts his opponent first. Now he's going to scout him second, and he's going to see that there's a pair of Zeths, there's 1 egg, there's no gas harvesting, but he got it.
I mean, if he really wanted to, he could even cancel the word.
Yes, I was thinking that exact thing. He could do that.
And just make another, like, whatever else he wanted. But, I guess you may as well just let it finish at this point and just try to be a little more defensive. But it does mean that the Zerg has a production advantage on you because they did not go Nats after all. Yep. That turns into expansion, which will probably turn into a macro hatch.
Yes.
You might see Hamster try to go pressure again. It's a longer distance for it, but he could try it if he really wants to. He's not harvesting any gas at all. He's not even starting to ramp.
That's what allows him to get that hatch up so early. When you're not harvesting Vespine, which harvests a little bit slower than minerals in general because you've got less nodes.
There's the macro hatch coming.
Yeah. It's absolutely going to... He's going to extend the Kagra a little bit closer to the ramp. That's going to allow him to hold versus any tier 1 pushes, should that be an option. And with the Lattice at 50% completion, the Zets are going to get zoned away by that Dracodon. Not able to get
So he'll
picked.
scout just the Lattice.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know if he saw the Warden or not, but some gas harvesting is starting up for him.
Yeah, I think the Drolet
Nothing
Scout
really-
saw it earlier, so he's aware of it. But yeah, at this point,
So-
he's going to start thinking about what he wants to do in the mid-table of tier 1.
Seems kind of more like he just wants to play this pretty much just the standard at this point. Just
That's right.
not really in too much danger, pressure. It's not like double gate Lattice or triple gate or something like that. He knows the Warden came first. So he's just going to chill out here. He can probably foresee a fairly fast Nexus at this point, which is kind of where it's heading towards. But it looks like, yeah, he's going to go. Thought he might have built something on that ramp there. I mean, probably not a bad idea, especially if you think you're going to be all in, just to stick like a Matrix or something on that ramp, just to try to soften them up while you hold it. But not in too much trouble of anything like that happening at the moment. But you know, at this stage, the Zerg has the option of, do I want to attack? Do I just want to keep... there's even actually a Spraith going to be coming in his resource line here.
Main
so,
and
I don't know.
natural. That's to cover from potential vassal transition, which we haven't seen out of iSarCasm yet, but he is grabbing a single one, likely for scouting. Otherwise, he's dedicating most of his Lattice production towards the idol.
So if we might see the Zorkas come out once he hits 100 here, but I feel like if he was going to do that, he would be wanting to pool a lot more gas. So it's very possibly if he does that, well, he is starting to mine gas in the nap. None of the ridges at the moment. There's no Zets or anything coming, so Hamster is playing very, very calmly. Right now, the Protoss's army is definitely a lot more dangerous, but he has various scouts on the map right now. Then he's... Oh, that vassal's dead. Doesn't get to see anything important like the Zorkas that did go down.
That's right. Would have been real useful information. We'll see if another vassal gets started. Right now, it's just idols. So he'll remain in the dark for what his opponent is up to. I'm not so sure where those
iSarCasm
gnats
has a lot of
went
minerals.
either. Yeah, he could be going for, a couple extra gates.
Could be
or
the
lattices.
embassy, but maybe even like embassy gateway or some other structure. I mean, honestly, just take a page out of Hupsai's book. You can even go straight to the Grand Library at this point.
I think maybe seeing the worker count on the natural there kind of tells him a couple things, though. The Vassal Scout wasn't entirely useless. It does give him a little bit of an idea that there is going to be some kind of more economic play out of Hamster, right? Because if you see that many workers on the natural, like, you just contrast that with Sideshow,
no units,
where there was almost no workers on the natural for the longest time. Had he scouted that, he would have known, okay, my opponent's all in, right? So, looks like this Stray Scribe is going to be tickled to death by a couple of gnats. Got another one rallied out that he can use.
That's at the moment.
A lot of
Nothing
Zets,
too spectacular coming out of Hamster, other than the 2 hatches, including his third. So it's being very calm at the moment.
Double Stargate out, I
he was
think.
gonna transition straight into Lakizzles, but I can't help but wonder if he's going to trap himself, kind of like he did. Yeah, see, there's the Lakizzles.
Yeah, 2 Stargates and 2 Lakizzlisks in the production tab. When you see both of those things, it's very much a repeat of what happened last time. But the Gnats are here to scout this. So that's a critical situation here for Hamster. He's going to be able to click on the Stargate. That's those dashed circles that you see is him clicking on it and
I
realizing...
feel like you almost have to even cancel the Lakizzles and do something different.
Yeah. Because Gladiuses can be quite strong if you don't have any dedicated anti-air.
adding them.
He's adding more, though. I think maybe he wants to do the opposite. He remembers that on Derelict, there was that push where he destroyed most of the ground army. There's an embassy on the way as well, so this time it's going to be
But if he gets too
equipped.
eager to push here, he could also get punked. Because it's not like the Protoss's army is non-existent right now.
Yeah, that's right.
Although he does have some money, he is saving it for the Stargate. So
It's an exemplar. That
That's
that could be
a lot more scary.
That could be even deadlier, yeah, especially if he slow pushes with his ground units at the same time. The embassy's about to finish. This will allow iSarCasm to very easily catch up in the worker count and actually supersede Hamsters until he gets his third base up and running. And a Zealot is even going
he's
to spot
going to build
this.
a witness first, if Hamster basically needs to attack now to make this happen.
But the exemplar is almost finished, and there's another one in there. So yeah, this
But
is
he
this
has
is the
to make it
timing.
happen now.
This is the timing. It's the same thing as Derelict, but the shoe's on the other foot. A couple of Lakizzlisks burrowing. The witness will be out very soon. Obviously, no counter detection, no anti-air anyway. He's attacking his own Nexus. This is a huge mistake.
No.
He needs to reset his attack targets, and he does now. The workers are going to go ahead and transfer out there. Pressure getting to iSarCasm a little bit. A lot of his ground units taking a huge amount of splash damage from those Lakizilisks. But here comes the Witness and the Exemplar. And so this force will indeed be held. Not too much damage has been dealt to the economy so far.
He is going to lose the Nexus, probably.
That doesn't look like so.
No, maybe not. He's choosing
hunting
to ignore it.
He's hunting
going for
after
the main.
Yeah, he's going to go directly after these workers, and only one of them is actually going to get the burrow off. No shots there. Forces the unburrow. The Witness not in the vicinity. Oh my God, Mask!
Oh no!
We just lost. I think that was at least 10 workers. Yeah, down to 20.
No.
He's down by 20.
No, you gotta save the net. You gotta save the net.
Oh my God, Mask! It's gonna happen.
No, bring him down to the bottom. No.
It's over. That might be it, man. What do you even say? iSarCasm concedes the match. And I don't think, honestly, I hate to say it, dude, but I don't think that happens if iSarCasm doesn't deal like 300 damage to his own Nexus's shields when that first attack hit. That was
if
brutal.
you think you're gonna lose workers, he could have tried to block them on top of the Nexus.
Yeah.
Block them with the workers when they were pulling out.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was also like, this is where you start to see the big divergence in the skill sets, which is how do you work when you're under pressure. He needed to immediately bring everything down to that bottom Lakizilisk, his 2 ground units, his Exemplar, and just kill it as fast as possible, because it had like, I don't know, 10 seconds or something to kill it, and he could have finished it off. But you had to be so fast to do that, and you had to recognize to do that immediately when you got all this other shit that just happened. And unfortunately, he wasn't able to. And even then, even if he did, he was down like almost half the workers or something at that point. So
yeah,
attacking the Nexus, though, losing valuable damage time on the army as it's engaging, plus doing that much more damage to it, definitely did not help. Biddy B strikes again.
We'll see if our resident homies are here for the translation. I'll go ahead and ping the translation. And yeah, that's rough, man. That is rough. It was just a couple of, like, it was really, there's like 30 seconds or less separated that engagement from being the perfect timing for Hamster and the worst timing from Hamster. And it's all down to whether or not that embassy actually got the Witness out there. And so you also think back to, like, maybe if the Vassal moves away from the Spraith and scouts the Zorkiz, does he get the embassy up sooner? Does he get the Witness out sooner because he knows that the push is coming? But that's something that, honestly, nobody has even done. Nobody's really made Lakizilisks versus Protoss in the past.
Just Nate.
Just Nate, yeah.
That's what he's been doing a lot.
Yeah.
He's been doing that quite a lot.
Well, remember, that's
like
what Hamster said
game.
when he looked at the game, and he's like, dude, you've got lurkers at tier 1. You guys are lunatics. Of course this is busted. And nobody was really building them versus Protoss specifically, and now we're seeing that strength. Let's get the man of the hour in here. Hamster and UED Commander, welcome, sir. Congratulations on your victory, Hamster. You defeat iSarCasm 3-1, and you do so predominantly by using this Lakizilisk push. Is this the new strat you were talking about from playing against Hupsea and maybe also seeing what Anansi was doing earlier?
Lakizilisk. Пронго спрашивает, является ли твоя стратегия с пушем лакизилисками этой самой новой стратегией, которую ты описывал раньше, когда говорил о том, что создал новые тактики в плане игры с Хапсай во время?
Да, действительно. Просто до этого условные линги, юниты из пула, они довольно плохо работали против критической массы юнитов Протоса. Вот. А Лакизилиски как раз-таки очень даже здорово воюют со всем этим добром. И Хапсая очень сильно горел с этого стиля. Не знаю, по-моему, Stargate выглядит очень сильной опцией, но при должных таймингах нужно думать. Я надеюсь, Хапсая смотрит это. Так что да, действительно.
Right, so Hamster says that yes, indeed, that is his new strategy he developed. He says that Tier 1 units from spawning pool were not particularly effective against Protoss critical mass, but the Grizzlies turned out to be pretty great, and apparently Hamster had quite a selection of words for them.
Oh, classic. All right. Well, I guess that's just more reason why Embassy First is useful, right? Now, Hamster, you said earlier you were feeling more confident thanks to your strategies that you had developed, and that was specifically versus Protoss, a matchup that you have struggled with. Now, going into the lower final, where you'll be playing after a short break, you're going up against the Shambler. So my question to you is, how do you feel about Zerg versus Zerg, and how do you feel about your chances against the Shambler?
I think actually you already answered, but I'll ask anyway. Так вот, в общем-то, Бронага говорит о том, что твоя уверенность в игре против протоссов достаточно сильно увеличилась с последнего интервью, в общем-то. Но теперь тебе предстоит играть в ЗВЗ. И, собственно, Бронага, интересно, все еще такая же у тебя позиция насчет ЗВЗ, или как бы что ты, в общем, об этом думаешь?
Ну, я думаю, у меня с ЗВЗ достаточно практики, хотя, конечно, в последнее время не так много его играю. С Шамблером, как я говорил, у нас, в принципе, уже выработалась целая мета приблизительно, но у Шамблера все-таки куда, наверное, лучше с концентрацией на игре, с именно макро более отточенная, выше, полагаю, скорость, механика. Вот, поэтому в равной игре, я думаю, он будет фаворитом. Я его ставлю фаворитом над собой.
Опять пораженческие настроения.
Always has been.
Well, Hamster, ever the defeatist, again reiterates that they already played quite a lot with Shambler. They have a sort of established meta in terms of like playing against each other.
Yes.
And he still believes that Shambler's superior skill in terms of micromanagement will actually make him a much better player and in general a big threat for Hamster. So again, Hamster ever the defeatist.
I see. You have any questions
At
for
least he
him,
isn't getting whipped this
Mr.
time.
Misk? Yeah, that's true. That's true.
How did he feel about being proxied?
Well, that's a question, I guess. Меск спрашивает, какие твои ощущения от того, что тебя проксили?
Это было неожиданно, я вроде бы своими зятракурами все проскаутил, а там хоп и 2 Вардена. Но благо, вроде бы я относительно без больших потерь отбился. Я думаю, я тогда получил преимущество. Но вот из-за не вовремя разведанного Старгейта, даже 2 Старгейтов, вот получилось, что получилось. Но да, это было внезапно.
Right, so Hamster says that he was actually very sure that he scouted everything properly with his Zeta course, and he did not expect that proxy at all. But he did manage to pull back against that, so it turned out really well for him apparently.
Okay. Well, at least he thinks so, right? I mean, it was definitely an option for iSarCasm, and yeah, I mean, it was pretty close. I'll say that much as far as the scouting goes. All right, well, we're going into a Zerg versus Zerg lower final. The Shambler awaits. So my last question for Hamster before we go to our break is, obviously the last tournament you played in, which that's actually the first tournament you played in, you got all the way to the grand finals, and you had some pretty good games up until that point. And you said before that you prefer the good game as opposed to victory. So do you think that the games against the Shambler are going to be those epic good games that you're looking for?
Пронога спрашивает касательно того, что в прошлом турнире, когда ты играл, ты добрался до гранд-финалов и достаточно Интересные игры там показывал. И, собственно, как ты говорил раньше, что тебе больше интересна именно сама игра, чем победа. Ему интересно, ожидаешь ли ты, что вот игры в финале сейчас будут этими красивыми играми, на которые ты рассчитываешь?
Ну, несмотря на то, что я отдаю именно должное скиллу Шамблера, который превосходит меня в некоторых параметрах, в одну калитку он меня давно не выносил, так скажем, поэтому катки, наверное, как минимум будут конкурентные, надеюсь, и очень рассчитываю выйти в Т3 хотя бы в паре игр. Так что да.
Right. Hamster says that despite being, in his opinion, despite Shambler being generally a superior player in his opinion, he believes it has been a long time since Shambler was able to just completely annihilate Hamster.
Okay.
And usually their games are pretty back-to-back, so he should be able to at least achieve some tier 3s in some games.
Okay.
It should be rather spectacular.
Awesome. That's what we want to hear. Well, thank you, Translator Commander, and thank you, Hamster, for participating, for playing. Congrats on your win. And I look forward to your games against the Shambler. Good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, bye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
All right, Mesk, that means that we are looking at the filled out lower final, the Shambler versus Hamster. Last time these two players met, it was in the upper final of Ascension number 6, and it was a 3-1 victory in favor of Hamster. In fact, up until that point, Hamster had not dropped a single map in the playoffs. So it was very interesting to see those matches unfold. Now, when we look at the Shambler, obviously his style in ZVZ hasn't really been tested lately in tournament practice, but we'll get a chance to interview him before we start the match. Of course, we're going to take a short break first, but what do you have to say, not just in preview of this match, but maybe more specifically to sort of write iSarCasm's closing chapter in this tournament as we've seen him off? He was playing what in many people's minds is an unfavored matchup. You know, that's probably contributing in some ways, but we did see him find great success on Derelict, which is in theory a Zerg favored map. So, you know, are those matches closer than they appeared to you? Like, how do you break that series down that we just saw?
I think, especially in the last match, a lot of it actually came down to positioning more so than anything. There's a lot of cases where like certain things that are going to happen feel kind of telegraphed, and he ended up playing into that telegraph, like having his units outside the ramp, especially when he was already kind of behind. You know, there's always the risk that there's going to just be follow-up pressure and all in. I mean, that's what Shambler does, and it's like I feel like that should have been a little more evident, and also that the pressure got to him at some points as well. And well, no, it was on Sideshow, not the last one. The last one was different. But the last one had its own kind of kerfluffle too, right? What with attacking the Nexus and all. I mean, he caught on to that eventually, but it was kind of like critical moments, and it's like, what would have been different if that had not happened? So when it comes to like the balance aspect, I don't even really like look at these from that perspective. I think, well, maybe Zerg is. I've always felt that maybe their tech's a little too flexible, that they can build both air and ground off of all three of their structures, and that kind of makes it super hard to play against. But I mean, he had the appropriate response to the air in all those, and the air really didn't throw him off in those. But it also, like, I can also understand the argument, like, oh, it feels bad that you always have to build like wards first because you don't know what they're gonna do. But I don't think those particular interactions are what really solve these games either way. So I don't even really look at it from the balance perspective in that case. When I'm looking at it from is stuff like the positioning and sort of like general reflexes and stuff like that. And then in those cases, generally speaking, Hamster did better. He played pretty solidly, and it turned out, you know, the more consistency in that way. So it was nice to see our iSarCasm do some different stuff. Yeah, the Gladius Rush turned out to actually be really effective for once, and especially against Zerg. And I also wonder if maybe in that last match, we were talking about so many different things that could have gone either way.
But if he had gone Gladiuses instead of Exemplar, like maybe he gets those out slightly sooner. And since they're going to be shooting throughout the entire fight, maybe they stack up more damage overall than the Exemplar.
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
possible.
like there's that could be another thing. I mean, maybe not because the Exemplars barely got any shots off because the ground army was mostly dead by that point. But and then
the bigger issue with the Exemplar was that its shots went off to weird targets. Like when the Exemplar first came out and they were fighting on the Nexus, the Exemplar actually turned around to shoot at a burrowed Zeth that was like way out to the right. It was nowhere near the fight anyway, so there was no splash going off. It wasn't hitting relevant targets. It wasn't supporting the army. It wasn't putting damage on the Kizilis of all things, right? So there was like there were some points that were there's some control, but would have been better. And if it was a Gladius doing that, it would have been worse because it would have killed those targets slower. So there's like a lot of what ifs in that regard.
Yeah.
But
well, yeah, because if the damage that was dealt to the Nexus was dealt to the ground army, then like maybe the Lykizilisks don't even get up the ramp in the first place. You know, there's so many spiraling branches there that could have been a different thing for sure.
So those kind of things sort of more or less decide the match to me than just like the raw balance, right? So.
But I can also, I mean, you were saying about the argument like, oh, it feels bad to do it. I also think that there's a general argument where it's like if things are just like so easy for one race, as if they're as easy as it's perceived to be, then it's like, well, then it doesn't really matter that like the metric was tight because like then in theory like the Protoss player has to play significantly better in order to make it even, and if that's the perspective, then I can see where that can become very defeatist or like not feel very good. So you know, like I can certainly see cases where maybe certain things come a little bit too easy, but before that it was the opposite, and then it was just player innovation as opposed to balance that like changed that. And so we're discovering all this stuff, and it obviously is going to feel pretty shitty to be on the receiving end of that in a tournament setting, but this is the kind of thing that we need in order to actually see this stuff in action and really show that like certain people will grind out a bunch of games. Like iSarCasm and Hamster grinded out a bunch of games before this match, and actually Hamster grinded out way more games than Shambler did, for example. So that's going to be an interesting metric to track. And obviously neblime is the king of them all, grinding out like 12-hour practice sessions and stuff, like absurd, that you'd never expect for like, you know, a niche community mod, right? So it's like really, really interesting to see that. And no wonder that then neblime ends up winning and getting all the way to the grand final and potentially taking the tournament. So, you know, there's certain things about this that make me think, okay, you know, definitely some things that we can look at and iterate on, but we wouldn't have the data were it not for these matches. And it's interesting data to look at for sure. And I can see pretty much all sides of the argument. Like I can see the idea that, you know, Zerg players probably feel like, well, for once we're being able to win versus Protoss when everybody was just losing in the early game versus Protoss. And it's like, yeah, okay, well, you know, I could see it back and forth, but we want to find some sort of balance, and some of that is going to come from actual balance changes, but a lot of it is just going to come from player innovation, I think. So it's interesting. We'll see how it shapes up.
Man, I can just imagine what kind of words Hepsiah had about that.
Yeah, some very choice words about the Lykizilis. I can't wait to find out what those were when I talk to him later. If he ever talks to me again, he might just rage quit because of Lykizilis. No, I don't think so. But hey, we're going to go to a short break, get ourselves some water, get ourselves some stuff that we, you know, coffee or whatever. And when we come back, we will be dealing with none other than the lower final, the Shambler versus Hamster. We'll hear from the Shambler, and then we'll get our pick ban and start our series. So hope you guys are ready for that. See you soon.
Exedu and Main Street, here we come.
Ladies and gentlemen, we return to the lower bracket for one last time. The Shambler is ready to take on Hamster, the pick ban is decided, and Sideshow will be our first map. Let's bring in the Shambler for an interview. Hello, Shambleman. Welcome to the hot seat. You're about to take on Hamster, so I guess I'll just plainly ask you, how do you feel?
Well, right now I'm feeling like I can't fix your sound, so you're very quiet for me.
Oh, shit. Don't worry. I'll just yell in your head.
What the fuck? Why, Discord? Why? Stop. Just let me... Oh, God.
The baby furs are giving you their ear licking ASMR.
Maybe if I use my hip... No, that's not working. Whatever. I'm gonna have to put my ears to you. What was the question?
How do you feel ahead of this match?
Well, for being honest, I'm not feeling so great right now. I'm just tired in general, which is strange because I'm technically supposed to be hopped up on coffee, but feeling sluggish. But I feel neutral about this match.
Okay. Well, hey, it's Zerg versus Zerg, and usually people don't feel neutral about that because usually it's got one meta or another meta, and it's very particular. The pick ban was in, and I think you'll probably be kind of happy about some of the maps that ended up exiting the pool, but we start on Sideshow. So my second question to you is, why Sideshow? Why leave that in the pool?
Oh, it's a great map for ZVZ. It's the most balanced ZVZ map there probably is right now. It's because of the high ground overlooking that very narrow choke is just great for putting early quasis. It's very defensible. You'll see a nice long game on this.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this guarantees that we'll get at least one good match, like Hamster wants.
Right, yes. Yeah, how do you feel about Hamster in general? Because in his interviews, he doesn't seem to give himself too much confidence, except for when he was taking on iSarCasm based on practice. So we found out that he can be confident, but he wasn't very confident coming into this one. He kept saying that you've got the better read on the internal meta between you two. So what's your read? Like, what are his strengths as a Zerg player, specifically in this matchup?
He's the second best Zerg player compared to myself, and has been nipping on my heels for a while. So he shouldn't put himself so down. He is an equal in my eyes, and I'm glad that he made it to this point, and I'm glad that no matter what, one of us will be going to put neblime in his place.
Okay, I see. Yeah, I mean, obviously, having suffered a loss to the neblime, you want your revenge one way or another, so that'll be interesting to see which one of you advances. When it comes to the matchup of the mirror matchup, right? You mentioned earlier that you can be pretty defensive on Sideshow. Some of the other maps in the pool, maybe not so much. I did notice that Impetus was not banned. Do you think that the fact that, you said that map is not good for Zerg, Hamster seems to not mind it at all. Do you think that in a mirror matchup, it's okay, it's serviceable?
In a mirror matchup, in ZVZ in particular, see, Impetus is a bad Zerg map because Zerg is so reliant on a high ground overlooking their nat to defend it from other races, primarily Terran. In Zerg versus Zerg, it's going to be quasi fights no matter what, and you're going to probably be producing the same amount of quasis. So while it's not defensible, so to say, like Sideshow, the way I see it, you're basically guaranteed a tier 2 game because of the fact that it's so defensible. In Impetus, it's just you just have to be on the ball in terms of keeping your timings up, in terms of how many quasis you should have at what time. And so it's not that you don't need that defensibility to have an actual game going on Impetus in Zerg versus Zerg. But against other races, it's just, in my opinion, unplayable because there is that imbalance in the tier 1 against Zerg when it doesn't have that high ground to defend itself with.
Okay, so you mentioned the sort of imbalance in tier 1 specifically. I want to pick your brains about the Lakizalisk switch that Hamster has developed, and whether you think you'll see that in this matchup. Do you think he's going to make those against you?
I mean, it's Hamster. I wouldn't put him past him. He's been creative in the past. His first ever debut against me on Boscovine was with Kislisks. But, no one can take me out in the swamps, so that didn't go his way. But we don't know about the snow. So, we'll see. But I don't think... Me and him have basically crafted the ZVZ meta together. It's literally just me and him fighting each other on maps like Impetus and saying, oh, wait. He gets absolutely smashed if he deviates even a few degrees from what I'm doing, and I get absolutely smashed if I deviate even 2 degrees from what he was doing. And we're just like, okay, well, I guess this is the way things have to be, because it seems that when either of us deviate from that one path that we both have sort of stumbled upon,
right,
we get absolutely smashed in by the other guy, and it just seems to be like a trade like that back and forth. And it's whoever can execute that one path that seems to win the best seems to win every time we play together. So I think it would be a desperation move. Like maybe I pick up a game off him early and he tries to throw in, or 2 games or something, and he tries to throw a wrench in on that third, take me by surprise. Maybe I do it. I don't know.
Yeah. There's a question of how much play is there in the matchup, right? It's like how much freedom do you really have in the mirror in general? And your take right now is that, judging by experience, if you have any deviation, it can be very easily punished. But maybe specifically if it's scouted. And there's a lot of easy scouting in ZVZ as well, right? So, yeah, it's interesting. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
Do you miss the Gorg meta?
It's not as tismic as the Gorg meta, thank God.
You don't miss it? You don't
we
wish
should
for
go
it?
back to it.
Yeah.
No.
Don't you think we should go back to it?
No. The Gorg meta is resting in hell where it belongs. And I hope it suffers at the hands of Satan for the rest of time.
Got him. All right.
But there is one thing I'm wondering, which is the place of the Convolutk in Zerg versus Zerg.
Yeah, I was thinking that
They're
too.
worse in games. Sorry, I
You
don't
can't
know
make
if I'm
brood
talking
spawn
I
off
can't
of
hear you.
other brood spawn, can you?
You can.
So you technically could have an infinite Convolutk versus Convolutk fight that never ends, spawning hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Rilla Roll cores. You could do this. You could be the bringer of these things.
Cores and don't give a fuck.
Yeah, the healing from the Tetzora core would be an annihilation, I'm sure. Plus the radial splash.
It's a question of whether Convolutks take the place of Bactylisks, or if you just want like 2 Convolutks to confuse the Bactylis of the enemy.
Yeah.
Because right now Zerg versus Zerg, as it seems to be a quasi battles, in the early game to see who can get their third up faster. You're not in most maps, except for maybe Impetus. You're not fighting to kill the enemy's natural unless you're facing a significantly worse off opponent. You're mostly fighting to determine, can you get your third before your enemy Zerg. And then it seems to be that the key is to get to preemptively stop mutas from destroying you by attacking into calcs, okay? And then a transition into Kafralosks and Bactylisk Tetzora seems to be the current meta. And we've been doing this dance together for a while now. And again, it doesn't seem like there's much room for variation in there, just because things are so tight. But again, who knows? He may have a card up his sleeve. I may have one up mine. I'm not going to go too much into that.
All right.
And that's about it.
All right. Well, thank you for your insight, Shambler, and best of luck in your match. You are going to be starting off on Sideshow, and as soon as I get readies from everybody, we'll begin in about, I'd say, 30 seconds. So stay tuned, get hot, get warmed up, and I'll see you soon.
Get hot, Daddy.
With that being said, we will say when ready here, ladies and gentlemen. We just heard from the Shambler. He's actually the last American hope. He's the only American left in the tournament. Obviously, Hamster hailing from Russia and Neblime from the land down under, Australia. It's a clash of
very
continents.
Interesting Zerg versus Terran on Impetus against Biddy and Massacre that went to Tier 3. And yeah, I would say defending that Nat's pretty hard because I never got a chance to take it in the entire game.
Well, we'll see if that comes into play later in the series. I'm sure it'll be picked up pretty soon. Sideshow will be our starter. Let's get started with the lower final. The Shambler versus Hamster coming at you. And if you would look at that, we once again need high brain cells. It's the Shambler in the top left, Hamster in the bottom right.
Now, Shambler's kind of like a stain, like of orange, like got tarnished and stained and like rubbed out.
Yeah, he's the
and
peach
turned into
color.
kind of like a vomity kind of color. And Hamster is still like pristine, golden order, gold mask kind of thing. It's kind of an interesting reflection on that. Almost all the Shambler matches I've seen on this map are really long because those were the ones against Hepsiah. So
That's right.
maybe this will be more of the same.
It is quite possible.
Whereas Hamster has can actually, I think, ended a lot of these quite early.
Yeah.
At least against Protoss.
Yeah.
There's some early gas from him too, actually.
As well as the earlier pool. Interesting choices here as he is down a couple workers. Pool coming in a little bit later for Shambler, so he's opting for the economy. Hamster also went for the fast scout, so he's really sacrificing economy in the name of getting information, reducing uncertainty. And Shambler said earlier that he's feeling a little sluggish. We'll see if that continues, as we will have one pair of Naths ready for action as soon as this next gas return hits. And he's actually sticking to it, so he doesn't want to close it out on just one pair. He's actually going to try the versus Protoss opener against Shambler here.
Yep. And Shambler is about to scout it in just a few moments here.
Yeah, that's
Just as the eggs start, in fact.
Yes. Well, he doesn't have enough
Fine.
minerals for all of it, and he does cancel it out at exactly 100 Vespene. So Shambler should have spotted that. He's actually waiting for the extra minerals, and there you go, instantaneously grabbing 2 pairs of Naths. We have 1 pair of Quasis coming from the Shambler, floating a decent amount of money at this point, clearly banking for that Hatcherosk, and Shambler has installed the Shambler directly into the ramp, or into the choke, rather.
It's kind of like malware you pick up when you're going through GeoCities,
That's right.
and it just like starts giving you pop-ups about offers. Subscribe now.
That's right.
And now they call it a business plan because Adobe and Autodesk do it.
Subscribe now. It's a great idea. Second hatch is about halfway done. There's 2 pairs of Naths here, but they can be focused down, and that's the only anti-air that Shambler has prepared. Now, he might be expecting 1 pair of them as a result, but I don't think he's expecting 2. We're even going to get an expansion behind this.
Little cute commands from the Quasis sends them back up the ramp momentarily as they spin around.
And here come the
Actually
Naths.
looking for Shambler.
Okay, the first
Off they
engagement
go.
not working too effectively just yet, and yeah, standing right next to Shambler.
Tickle. Now he did force out the Spraith, or at
That's
least the beginnings of the Spraith here.
Yeah, he's just seeing what kind of damage he might be able to get. But yeah, at this point, we just have the Spraith coming into that back line. No gas harvesting
looking.
yet.
Oh, he found him.
And there he
Ah,
goes,
tickled.
caught on 4K, but all the Naths are getting smacked and one of them dies.
Yep.
So it's a bit of a trade there, but, you know, without being totally in the dark at this point is awkward for Shambler. He's going to take his own expansion. We've got a macro hatch starting. So Hamster will be at 3 hatch production a bit faster. He'll also have the ability to harvest Vespene twice as fast as the Shambler, but that's not really of any concern for either of our players right now. No gas harvesting happening whatsoever.
This is a very calm Neblime builds Masons game now. At least until they hit that magical spot where they feel like, well, it's time to tickle.
Yeah, he's
And,
going to have
I mean,
12
Shambler's throwing in a few
Quasilisks.
units here, so
yeah.
he might go for some early pressure here.
If he doesn't, this is kind of a waste of all of the tempo that he would have had otherwise. We see more workers coming for Hamster than for the Shambler. Hamster's
Now,
going to
most
have an
critically,
advantage there.
Shambler did not show his extra units.
Yes.
So only for the 4 Quasis came down. Didn't show his army.
He's going to get some Zets here to scout out and see what's going on. I think Hamster will spot the extra Quasis over here. I mean, they're right.
Yeah,
They're
looks like
basically
it.
within range. Yeah. So when
got
you see
tickled.
that as a Zerg player, you know your opponent has made a lot of combat units, and so you might yourself be a little bit paranoid.
Yeah, he's starting to build some more ticklers of his own.
Yep. There's a Zethicor that's going to come in here and burrow right in front of the Quasilisk. Surely Hamster will have seen that. I guess not. Oh, there you go. It's going to go ahead and burrow. I think that was a mistake. I don't know what was up with that. He's probably trying to regenerate the first attack HP or something so he can beat the Quasi, but it's not going to be enough. The second one might come out here, but is actually guarding in favor of whether...
He could come in and kill the Quasi and run away, but...
Yeah. That's not going to be that significant.
Establish dominance.
There's more details here.
No, there isn't. You gotta establish dominance.
More things to pay attention to. You know, we have
kill the one Quasi.
There's a macro hatch in Shambler's natural, but a second macro hatch in Hamster's main. So both of our players going to stick to that 4 hatch production for now. And again, Hamster has the tempo lead on that. More workers as well.
Oh, jeez.
Oh,
God.
Gee Willikers, Batman. Oh. Force the burrow.
If he didn't run away, he actually would have killed him.
Look, one of the Quasis is over here. It's actually going to unburrow from the Shambler spot and walk over here to reveal this one.
Oh, no. Well,
absolutely annihilated. Yeah, that's dominance for you. That took some focus. 500 minerals for Hamster. He queues up a lot of Quasis. We've got a pretty good gas harvest coming out here for him as well. He's currently behind Shambler in terms of a little bit of income, but also in terms of the gas specifically. But we do see he's got his eyes set on this potential third base where there is an extra geyser available. So again, that tempo will favor him.
If Shambler was watching his map, he would have seen the worker go down there since he has that Zeth Burrow there.
Yeah. No, currently we've got Shambler
calmly going to tier 2.
Yeah. Well, Shambler's not as calm. He's adding a pair of gnats for scouting. He's also adding a bunch of circuits here for the hold. So he's not really sure. He's definitely much more in the dark.
Here's the tickling.
Yeah.
Oh, we're getting Canada here.
Let's see if we can fix Canada, but it doesn't look like it.
You can't fix Canada.
Well, Shambler tried.
You can't.
He tried after I already tried.
Nah, you can't. Trudeau smiles in the background of the honking and the horses.
The honking can't continue, dude. That's like a hate crime or something.
Yeah, well, they are treating it as a hate crime because they're still dragging people through court over it to this present day.
Irolyra started faster for Hamster.
Shambler's going to find some delicious workers to tickle.
He should have scouted that Iroll. I don't know if he clicked on it. You might just think it's another...
Oh, no, it's tickling. One down. Shambler is taking the lead.
Not quite. Now, again, if he just thinks that's another tech structure, then he might be thinking, oh, I'm actually going to get my eye roll up ahead. So we'll see whether he noticed that or not. His eye roll is indeed like halfway behind. It's starting in the Enos spot as well. A little bit more protected than than the Impetus spot that Hamster showed.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it's always out in the front, especially on Impetus.
Yeah.
We just got through talking about how Impetus Nats are harder to defend with Zerg, so everybody sticks their tech in it.
Yeah. Seems good.
That's an interesting one.
Seems good. Now, Hamster's taking 6 o'clock. It's a lot safer to harvest the... Also, the tickle factor here is increasing. There's 21 Quasis over in this one neck of the woods.
I can tell you that Quasis don't do that well against, like, Sentinels, Madrigals, Phalanxes, Clerics, and Seals.
Oh, yeah. Who would have known?
That matchup was brutal.
It's a Calcure Pond, a
Madcaps in it.
I'm sure we'll see that later on, There's room for that in the
yeah,
grand final.
that could happen. I mean, either way, one of these players is going to have to face Neblime, and you may see mass tickle death.
I think that's definitely going to happen here. For all of the people who have been complaining about Zerg OP, Nerf Zerg, etc., this is the matchup for you. Yep. Zerg die no matter what. This Shambler... There's yet another Shambler.
Versus Calc.
He's seeing the worker transfer. I wonder what's going to happen there. And yeah, I don't know. With the Kafrlosk out, he's actually got a lot more than Shambler does in terms of Kafrlosks. Adding another macro hatch. Yeah, he's basically turning all of those in his main to Kafrlosks. And he is going for Calculusks. Maybe thinking about even taking bottom left right now.
I mean, maybe they'll just like handshake and just go to tier 3.
It is technically feasible, but Shambler's behind in bases pretty massively. He's only now taking his third, and the fourth is up and running as far as the gas is concerned for Hamster. So this is like very passive play.
I really want to see Mass Convolus against Mass Convolus.
Yeah. Well, no Matravel yet.
Oh, it's tickling him in the 6th position.
Oh my god.
Oh, another one died.
Don't worry, 2 quasis of his own are on the way. It'll only get 3 worker kills that it shouldn't have gotten.
Now the Hatrosk is dying. Oh god, it's on. They're attacking almost the exact same time.
The second one is there to reinforce. Meanwhile, Gnats and a Quasi are just sharing space in the bottom left. Gnats are intimidated, will fall back.
I don't have it.
It's pure Quasi calc from both of our players right now.
Yeah. What a bizarre matchup.
Yeah, gas capping is occurring. Shambler having capped geysers in multiple locations. Starting to think about taking his 9 o'clock as well as the Hatrosk is on the way. And he's sending some stray Calculusks over here just to see what he can do as far as damage is concerned. But the Spear Tits are coming. Calculusks
He
have...
burrowed and unburrowed them.
Oh, look at the big Quasi
moment.
stack over here, though.
Yep.
Towards that 11 o'clock position. Where...
The Tism begins.
Yeah, this is a little spooky, right? There's 8 calcs or so, but you really got to watch out because the Quasis can hold their own versus this fight. They're not going to stack up nearly as heavy. There's a couple more coming. Needs to fall away and use the fight over the terrain. Clears up Shambler's calcs.
There's just death everywhere.
This must be the internal meta they spoke of.
Yes. Well, it's like we're playing the last Ascension.
Yeah, not that
Except with
different.
no mutas at all. But there was lots of matches that looked like this, though. Just calc versus calc.
Okay, there's a horde of 6 Calculusks here. Make that a little bit more, actually. Yeah, they're about even. But, you know, remember, the reinforcements from Hamster come out a lot more fast. Like, think about it. You've got 3 Cafrolosks here doing non-stop production of Calculusks the whole time. What matters is where your units are relative to your opponents. And it looks like the favor is going to be for the Shambler as he sharks over to 3 o'clock. But 9 o'clock is going to be denied by the calc stack. And Hamster, dude, all of your Calculusks are stacking up so uproariously right here. Where's the trigger pull? No, is he thinking about it? Yeah, he wants to go in. Okay, it's going to be 7 calcs versus 7 calcs, and they're starting off on the Excision and Hamster's Natural. A horde of Ticklers is trying to respond to the threat at 9 o'clock, and they will be here, but... I mean, there's 11 Calculusks here, dude.
Oh, God. It's like a slow turn meat grinder.
Oh, no.
They're tickling.
I mean, they're gonna deal some damage, but not nearly as much as Shambler wanted. And now he's going to end up losing 9 o'clock, setting up his 11 behind a whole base right now. And he's been that way since the 3rd was taken.
This is Tism.
You think about Muta Zergling. Nah, I raise you Calc Quasi. Oh, no, he's stacking up all of his calcs, though. So this small army from Hamster...
The Quasis aren't even attacking.
Damage.
They're on move command. So they were just like spinning underneath of them, and he still killed all of Shambler's stuff.
Oh, yeah, that was the fight at 9, or 3. I was
Shambler
looking at 9
managed to save his base, though.
Yeah, only barely. He had more calcs, but he stacked them up at the same time.
Yeah, there was fights in 2 spots, and both of them were Tismistic for their own reasons. It was Shambler's units on the right side of the map that died on the ramp.
Yep.
All the Quasis were moved onto... They're doing it again.
All right, well, 3 o'clock will be taken. This base not yet contributing anything to Shambler's war effort. Grabbing some back
no.
tolls.
The Goswolith, it's being tickled.
It is being tickled. It never ended up taking anything top right or at 12 o'clock.
No, it wanted to, but it got turbo tickled.
It did.
I wonder if Shambler is going to get baited into this. There's a lot of units coming over here.
Yeah, some Calculusks over at 9 o'clock are starting to once again force Shambler to respond on multiple fronts.
Oh, no.
Historically, this has been his weakest play, right? You think about it. He's struggled with the sort of reaction, and he is going to end up losing 9 o'clock. He does have a small group of Bactylisks, which can do a lot of damage with their bounces. But at this point, I mean, the front is 15 Calculusks here for Hamster. The other ones at 9 haven't actually moved, so not going to be too significant there. A couple of them have already fallen on the front line. But with the Scortrits here, I don't know. The Spirited is actually putting up a lot of damage right about now.
Yep.
Yeah, only 7 remain.
Doglisks are not very durable. They only have 100 health, 1 armor, so...
Yeah.
When things actually start shooting them, they tend to die.
Well, we have 12 Bactylisks coming at the same time here. 16 make that for Hamster, so he's definitely enjoying the extra money.
Yeah, he's filthy rich. He's got 21.
Dude, look, he's got a Shambler on this bridge.
Yeah, it is.
And they didn't even
Shambler
reveal
watched
it.
Shambler die terribly.
Yeah, nothing happening over here at 9. Nothing happening at 12. Shambler's still behind in terms of the resources. You'd say he's got the advantage from gas capping, but no, Hamster's actually capped all of the geysers except for 3 o'clock, which he only just set up, and it's fully saturated already. 103 workers for Hamster.
Hamster can go take like the middle and the bottom left.
Yeah.
He's both players are in a position to take some bases right now. They should be thinking about macroing up to that point. And well, Shambler is hurting on money, but Hamster is looking at, well, he could go to tier 3 if you're really
I wonder if that's what he's
point.
waiting on. He's spending his minerals on Tetzoricores for the front line. Doesn't have too many Calculisks here, so that's 1 point. Goswell scouting out the middle of the map. A little bit of a gas cost on those, but nothing too significant. Some Bactylisks
Looks
for
like he's
Hamster
securing
being...
that bottom left there. He wants that.
Yeah. Once again, pressuring out 9 o'clock as it's being set up. But 12 o'clock is halfway done for the Shambler as he moves on with a very large number of Bactylisks.
Just in time to get tickled at 9 again.
Yeah, that's right. Tetzoricores are here for the front, so they can and will sustain through a lot of this fire that does no anti-armor whatsoever in this group. So eventually they'll get rid of them, but now, at this point, the Calculisks and Bactylisks can engage each other in fairly open ground. Shambler is going to have to fall back, but fearing the retaliation strike, Hamster's going to fall away. He's defended that push.
Look at Hamster's resources.
Yep, absolutely.
He can do it.
He is
He
going to
can
go
do
to
it.
tier
He's
3.
doing it.
Tier 3 is on the way, boys. Shambler,
rest of his
meanwhile,
money
struggling
will go
to
into units.
get up nearly as much Vespene. He has set up 12 o'clock, but he did lose 9. Some Calculus sharking up the top right. I mean, there's a Quasi for them to pick off if they so desire. Bottom left hasn't been taken just yet, so... It looks like right for now, Hamster is convenient. Yeah, he's actually going to go for top right, but he needs to get rid of this Quasi, and he's not really paying attention to it, so it's going to start tickling his worker.
Tickling.
I mean, he's not going to stop the hatch, but it's now going to be on the mini-map here.
Shambler's like, oh, your units are over there. I guess I'll go down here. Which is going to walk across Shambler.
Oh my god, Shambler spotting Shambler.
It's going to be a trade at the very least here.
Yeah, even if he denies the mineral mining at 6 o'clock, Hamster can just shut down 12. There is a Nidus, but it's positioned towards the middle of the map, like right nearby, so it's not as useful as you might think. Now, this is kind of a very heavily committal position here for Shambler to be attacking into. Some of his units getting split up as he tries to pressure down that 5 o'clock base. And it looks like, instead, Hamster's more than happy to commit most of his army up into this direction, trying to get through that very thin ramp. He doesn't have that much at home. Not very many defenses. So he is going
to lose his third.
Yeah, and there's a lot of static defense here that Shambler has been farming up the whole time. So now he's realized, okay, I'm going to need to pull my army back.
Hamster's units are moving through this static defense and dying miserably.
Yeah,
now he's fighting them.
This is an awkward decision here.
Awkward.
He's going to deal with that Hatteras? No, it's going to live with 16 health, so not quite what you would want there. Getting overwhelmed in the moment as his tier 3 is about to finish, but he's got so much money, and I think he's just fighting the urge to spend it.
He lost a lot, though. Like, he lost all the workers in that other 6 o'clock base, too.
Yep, yeah, from the bounces, and this is the scary nature of taking this base when you don't have any army to defend it. Calculisks engaging onto the Bactylisks, which are trying to trade backwards, but the Calculisks aren't committing to the fight. There's a lot of Tetzoricores on both sides, but Hamster is going to force to fall back. He's got way more Tetzoricores, way more of a front line here than what Shambler has.
There's a lot of beef, a lot of big men slapping big men.
Yeah, workers are the next unit of choice. There's actually a flank coming in, which could be pretty impactful as it's going to interrupt the retaliation. And no Tetzoricores remain for Shambler.
Well, Shambler did a lot of economic damage, which keeps him in the game, but tier 3 is still so far away from him.
That's right. We don't have any actual tier 3 usage just yet from Hamster. Like, he's got it, but he's got 3k of each resource. He's taking top right. He can pressure top, again, the 12 o'clock base. He's locked out 9 o'clock and bottom left. And he can retake his expansion here. Yeah, he's taking 5 o'clock again. Slowly resaturating. He's now down in workers for the first time in a very long while, but that's short-lived. Massing up for another attack towards top right. Wants to finish off the Hatteras. He should have finished off earlier, but it's not like Shambler's using it right now anyway, so...
Oh, now big man violence. They're slapping.
There's some slapping happening. Animations. Oh, yeah. They spin, dude, because they attack everything.
Meat spin, literally.
Yeah. Beef spin.
Oh.
Big attack coming
There's
in
a
from the
large number.
left side, yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
no,
the
they're not the workers. Oh, they're getting shredded. There's only the one calculus left, so, you know, an air pivot could be very deadly here.
That
But-
calculus has 16 kills.
My god. Yeah, the Tetzoricors are really doing quite a bit of damage here, and this Hachirosk is just supposed to be here so that he can set up more static defense, but a large number of Bactylisks have been forced out, and Shambler has enough money that he can pretty soon start pivoting away from Tier 2. But at the same time, the Gezcat's Grotto is nearly complete, and you know what that means, Mesk. We're going to see Alcagelisks out.
Yep. That's going to be really bad for Shambler. Their range is crazy. But Shambler is slowly inching his way to his own Tier 3.
Now, the problem is he's losing top.
Look at the money.
Yeah, he's lost 12 o'clock again to some raids of Tetzoricors that were still over there. And he tried to take 9 o'clock, but his Goswolf got sniped by all of the Quasis. This force still has to be respected here because Hamster doesn't really have that much. His Gezcath Grotto is finished. He's making 5 Alcagelisks.
They're coming. It's beginning.
And Shambler's falling back right now, not exactly trusting his situation. There's more spinning meat in the top right. A single
Yeah,
Bactylisk
it's like
is
some
on.
Lucha Libre.
Yeah, they'll
Just
die
coming in and
eventually.
dunking each other.
They'll die eventually. Look, one of them's about to die. Ah, there you go.
Rest in penises. The backlist got tired of this. He tires
Yeah.
easily, unlike the big man.
Yeah, there you go.
it's just-
The sustain is too
it's
strong.
no, not nearly as bad as Warcraft 3, but it reminds me of it.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, it's just never
I mean, you
died.
don't necessarily want to be taking fights with only Tetzoricors, but, you know, it's funny.
Stupid. God, there's so many Bactylisks.
Yeah, there's a huge force massing up here for
a lot of
Shambler.
them. His Tier 3 has finally started.
Dude, the reinforcements from Hamster came in. He's actually winning the big man fight.
It's still fucking going on.
Oh, no. Is there only one left? ... Yeah! Push work? All right. Well, that fight is a resounding victory. Never mind. Yeah. Well, what can the Tetzoricars possibly do versus Alcagelisks? Tier 3 is
think
on the
it's
way for
been-
Shambler, but it's going to be way too late, I think.
There is 9 Alcagelisks.
That's right.
That's a lot.
And you know they
Oh,
get
the
this.
damage
They
is
have the same
crazy.
passive as the Bactylisks. 2 more have joined the fray. 11. That's got to be. That's pretty much it, man. Shambler, a little bit too slow. He is going to call GG. We did at least get a nice giant wipe, and Hamster will take the first match on Sideshow. His map pick, but not without some big men.
Some very big man. I'll be back in just a second. I gotta check up on something.
You got it. We still have a number of maps available here, as that was just the first one in the series. Impetus, Infinite Velocity 2, Nitro Valley, and Victory Square all await us. The only force spawn map that was banned was Highwater.
Highwater. The land of skiffs
That's right.
and gnats.
And look at that, Shambler opting into Impetus.
Well, it begins.
It does begin.
We gaze into the tism. And what will we find if not tism?
I mean, I hope it's a lot. The big man fights were something else. Yeah, there's definitely some readability concerns with those fights because, as chat has pointed out, the white is the entire texture for the Tetzoricor.
Yeah.
So, but it's not.
It's,
It's a huge placeholder, dude. Very placeholder.
it,
There are some things that are even more placeholder than that, but hopefully we don't see them in the series.
when the old manifold makes a return, who will laugh last?
I don't think I can allow that.
Well, it's gonna happen. That walk cycle. I mean, it is immortalized in the Sycralisk too.
Yeah.
It's basically the exact same thing.
Well, that won't be for long either. We're gonna get rid of it all. Don't
They
you?
just
worry.
like rotated it around in a loose circle and called it a walk cycle.
Yeah. Yeah.
People were paid to make that, by the way. Just keep that in mind.
Absolutely. And hey,
StarCraft 2 is just as bad.
Impetus coming at you. Let's see if we can avoid
You can't
utter
avoid the brain cells.
disaster. Don't worry. Shambler, he is in the
Dude.
top. Hamster, he is in the bottom.
It's piss and shit again.
It's your favorite color combo.
It is. It seems to be really common, honestly.
Because they're high contrast colors, dude.
I wouldn't call them high contrast. I'd call them high digestion.
There it is.
Well, there's no gas mining from either player, so
Not
no
yet.
mass
Not
nats yet.
Now, this is a map where the travel distance to your natural is pretty high. And that has endangered many a Zerg. Once again, Hamster is opting for the faster scout, and he's actually holding on a worker so that he can get his pool faster. So this is looking very similar to Sideshow, where Shambler is going to wait a little bit longer and go for his pool at around, I guess you could call it 10.5. His 11th worker halfway done. So, obviously the scout is going to be here a lot faster. I mean, if you're here, you got 50 minerals to spare. I know a thing you could do.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was going to do it, actually. Yeah, my champion! My goat! It's being tickled.
It's being tickled.
But hey, this is buying some time. I mean, it's not like your worker can contribute much to your military. All you have to do is wait for
You
it to
never
get
know.
almost there. Oh, is he going to let it finish? Oh!
Oh,
the last
right
moment.
on the tip.
And there's another one.
No, he's doing it again.
Beautiful. Hey, he denied a decent amount of...
Listen, now it's Shambler's turn.
yeah.
Now he's going
okay.
home to...
He wanted to deny even more resources. I think that's about even, maybe a little bit in favor of Shambler. But it still was pretty good. It was pretty good.
Shambler's coming back. He's got his own plan.
Does he want to do it back to him?
Just build his hatch rosk in there. You want a macro hatch, build it in your opponent's base. Your shit will get faster to him that way.
That's right. You negate
Shambler's
defender's
got two idle
advantage.
workers. Oh, there we go.
Shambler will not be able to shamble.
Disaster strikes.
Shambler was killed before he even lived.
Yep. It's okay. I'm sure Shambler will come back in the form of someone with a tickle fetish.
You know, Shambler had a lot of money for a long period of time that could have been into that macro hatch, and it was a little late there. I think maybe the Kagrant threw him off a bit. Hamster will indeed have a later hatch, ever so slightly, but his will be on the Expo. And it doesn't look like there's going to be a hard committal from Shambler into some kind of mass engage. He's just going up to 8 quasis.
He's looking for Shambler.
Little does he know, only Shambler shambles.
Well, he's really making a lot of quasis, so he's expecting some kind of tism.
Yeah, I think he wants to try to make a push happen, but the
Oh,
Zets are just going to walk on by.
oh.
Shambler has installed his antivirus.
Yep.
The Zets are just going to confirm the no natural, which is good info for Hamster, actually. As he sets up a macro hatch.
Oh, there's a worker he could have murdered.
He's going after it. Yeah, deny the expo. Definitely a good idea. A little bit of extra micro will actually kill this worker. And the, yeah, it's like one hit away. There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Quasis are going to put a swift end to that, so they won't be dealing any additional... No additional obnoxiousness happening there. Hey, look, he's looking for Shambler again, and he found him! Ever vigilant, Hamster has removed another burrowed Quasilisk. Now, the Zets did scout the Quasi count, and there's no more being made, and 2 Nats are heading to the base, so this could get a
all
little
across
bit
the
awkward.
map.
Yeah.
This could be bad.
Look, even a scouting Quasi here. Look at that.
Now, there's some coming out of eggs, though. Those quasis had gone right for his main. They could have probably forced burrows and or gotten worker kills, but now it's unlikely.
Yeah. Well, let's see where they end up going, because if they leave the base, then it doesn't look like it's going to be in time. He's going to attack moving towards the ramp, but he sees the Nats. Dude, that Quasi somehow managed to escape afterwards. Yeah, Hamster has threaded the needle numerous times now. He'll actually, for a short time, reveal the Shambler, but not actually able to kill him. So, you know, does this force out a Spraith? Probably not.
Dead even on workers,
Dead even.
in spite of the tism.
Dude, this Nath still alive. One of them did get picked off, but it's getting a lot of mileage here, getting a lot of vision. Unfortunately, it will indeed pop, but that's going to reveal the sheer number of Quasilisks that are coming. One Circuith is here. He could go for a second if he feels absolutely it's necessary, but that's 3 armor. You're not going to get through that very easily.
Well, they can choose to ignore it and harass the resource line if they can actually push through all the other ticklers, but I think the counts are close enough that the process probably won't be worth it.
Yeah, you're talking about 12. I mean, admittedly, Shambler has more. He's got 14, but it's not going to be enough. And there goes another Quasi.
Not for running past it.
Another Quasi. And look at this. Shambler's actually preemptively making the Kagrants, right? So this is a little bit spooky because if you're preemptively spending workers on this, then, you know, that's a longer period of time where your opponent's harvesting. And there is a Zorkish Shroud on the way. No gas harvested from the natural. That's in stark contrast to Shambler, who we know likes to bank up a lot of Vespene. That means that Hamster is thinking to deviate, you know? He's absolutely thinking just to see what he can do to get an advantage that his opponent won't suspect. But he probably doesn't realize that this bridge guard here, the troll that hides under the bridge, is continuously just spotting.
He floats out in space. That's where his tent is.
Yeah, he's just attached. He's got some anti-gravity on the underside of the bridge, you know?
He uses the power of the gravity field to sling shit over the bridge and on top of it, and just like gets people right in the eye with it.
Pretty much. Fast third coming for Shambler, who's sticking to the macro game. 4 Ovaleths, Mesk. We are going to see...
Canada!
We are going to see Canada. Just wait a sec here. 6.
Yeah, I don't know how that got there.
LMAO.
Oh, okay, it's gone finally.
Yeah, there you go. Just
I like how it's always like the same amount of time.
Yeah.
Like it's definitely some kind of throttling or something.
Yeah. Now,
I can't
Shambler
believe
going
these
up to
people
extra
get
bases, and it being a very clearly this is going to be a Lakizalisk drop. This could be deadly, man.
Yeah, well, he's going to have tier 2 on route, so if it fails, it's going to be inversely deadly. Oh, no, he walks right past him again! He had him selected! Oh, no.
He did have him selected,
okay.
But he was not
The fact
spouting.
he's flying tells him that maybe he will escape being tickled.
Yeah. Now, this one
This is
isn't
very
going to
high
scout
committal.
the 3 o'clock, so... Or 2 o'clock, as it were. All right, here we go. He's going to load in some Quasis because you have a little bit of extra space with each Lakizalisk. Right? No? Yeah. Okay. There it is. There we go.
No.
The drop is happening. Now, he scouted the army directly above that. So, let's see what he ends up doing. I think... what's
He's
he
on
gonna be
attack
doing?
move.
He will
across
kill.
the map.
He will kill the troll. See you later, Shambler. What's the reaction here? Ooh, yep, spouting it with the Ovaleth. It wasn't clocked by Shambler just yet. Yeah, that's a little risky there for Hamster. I think he might have forgotten it.
Tier 2 is en route at the expansion. You know, Tier 2 does provide detection.
It does.
It's kind of like a witness. Maybe Enos will shield Shambler from getting completely dunked in 5 seconds here.
Well, here's the problem. The Quasis can just pressure 9 o'clock because it's only Kagrants right now. They are slowly turning into some defenses. But yeah, he's going to commit instead to attacking the natural. That is where the Iral Iris is. So, honestly, there's not that many Quasis even over here. We'll see what the reaction is. There's the drop. Needs to burrow. He's got another one still there. Needs to burrow again. His control is leaving a bit to be desired here. He's going to go ahead and burrow and get some worker shots. Oh my god, no, the workers have gone right over
no,
the Lakizalisk.
no,
Oh my god, Shambler
God.
just loses so many of his workers, and the Quasis are slowly breaking down the circuits in the natural, and that is a GG. Hamster going up 2-0. That went about as poorly as it could have for Shambler. All he needed to do, it felt like, was just task onto the geyser or something. And
Technically, Shambler wasn't actually that far behind.
I know, yeah.
Because he was that far ahead in workers.
Yeah.
Losing all of them only put him behind by like 6 or 7, but his uprooting process would have been painful.
Yes. Yeah, getting that force cleaned up would have been painful, but if he kept his tech and he kept even-ish workers, he had a third base coming. It's just he probably didn't feel that way. It probably doesn't feel that way when you lose so
His
many
army
workers.
wasn't in a position to really do anything either. It had to be all new units.
That's right. All right. Well, Hamster's looking pretty dominant here.
Mm-hmm.
Not really. Like, the first game was just a classic macro win where it felt like Shambler was too slow to respond. This one, unscouted, Shambler feeling like, oh, they're just going to handshake. He's not going to deviate from that meta. He just played a game where it basically played the meta.
Absolutely dunked. What a shame.
Shambler.
Shambler.
One of Infinite Velocity 2, Nitro Valley, and Victory Square will be selected for this third map. You know, we're not supposed to start the grand final for another hour, so Shambler better get onto the job here. Otherwise, neblime will have to wake up in a cold sweat and face this man. Nitro Valley selected by the Shambler. The first of our maps to be a 4 spawner.
He opts into the Tism. The Tism spawner.
That might be behind us, Mesk. Although we might not ever see Convolisks if the series goes this way, which would be a little little unfortunate there.
We might see them against neblime, maybe. I don't think they do too well against Tier 2 Terran, though. Terran just have so many ways of just instantly vaporizing their spawn that they can't. They get outranged and they can't really survive. Against Protoss, though. That's where the real Tism is.
Yeah, and versus
I want to
Zerg,
see
I feel
Convolist
like...
on Convolist,
Yeah.
just sitting at a range, shooting only the Rilla Rocors, spawning more Rilla Rocors infinitely, until the whole map is covered.
Well,
Kind of like that AI game.
we'll see how this one goes.
I need like WD-40 for my mic stand or something. It's so squeaky.
Well, we have cross spawns yet again. Hamster in the top right, the Shambler in the bottom left. If we were going to get another macro game out of these guys, this would be the map for it.
Yep. But I feel like Shambler's starting to sweat.
He's getting some
Hamster
gas early on.
hair in his eye.
Yeah.
I know what cat hair in the eye is like. Hamster hair is probably like extra needly. But Hamster has been doing this pretty comfortably.
Yeah.
He didn't go for the sneaky drop. It was really just right in his face.
I know
the army was still there, and he confirmed it was still there. It could have spotted him at any point. Shambler was going to make a worker, but he actually canceled it immediately.
Yeah, he's banking on whatever he's going for this gas here. I think he might be going for fast naths. Only harvesting with 2 workers right now. He doesn't switch off after. Could this be like some kind of
Canada moment?
Could this be? No, it's gonna be a pool. Okay, I was getting worried there. I thought Shambler might just be going like Hydrith or Zorkas first. I mean, it's a cross spawn on a 4 spawn map. It could be possible. It's just not quite likely that you make it happen. Players are going to scout each other second. Their workers actually met in the middle there, so all but confirms the spawns. They just need to see what their opponents have up their sleeve. Shambler's still harvesting Vespian after 100. Is he actually just going to go for like 3 pairs of gnats in the early game?
I mean, why not? Yeah, as well.
Yeah, backs against the wall.
Well, Hamster is getting quasi.
Yeah, he's gonna see. He sees the gas harvesting at this point. He should actually put down another K-Grunt, to be honest, but not gonna happen. We need Keen to come in here and innovate. There we go. Just as the Quasi's hatch, he puts a K-Grunt down in his opponent's base, and well, can't even burrow. At least he gets the worker back. He gets some of the money back. I was worried he might not even cancel it in time. Puts down his own K-Grunt, fearing a Quasi push. as his scout has not been able to guard against the move out. And he hasn't scouted that the second hatch is actually in the natural. So, yep, 6 pairs of Naths. That's where Shambler
Another
wanted
pair
to
of
stop.
Quasis. 6 Naths versus 6 Quasis, and he burrows them just to ambush.
Now that's interesting. He's read this like a bit of a book, you know. Now, if they go after the hatch, that's a little bit different, right? I feel like he could definitely do this. This is really interesting, right? Like Shambler might ignore this and just go for the workers. You know, it scouts him out. He tells him everything he needs to know. He's got the workers selected. He's gonna pull the workers away,
down.
like, oh no, you're attacking
Shoot
me, and well, it was actually a little bit of a self bait because he only gets 1 quasi for it and he loses 2 workers. So could have been better. I think the burrow could have been positioned more in the mineral line, right? But doesn't.
Or he could have unburrowed faster, really. But
yeah.
Probably didn't expect him to come up through the nat line, but yeah, you probably also want to check the expansion timing.
Yes.
Kind of makes sense.
Yeah. Macro hatch coming
I
in
feel
the
like at
base
that
here
point
for
you kind of
Shambler.
have to unburrow and intercept them, otherwise they're going to trade. And kind of don't really want that to happen because the Naths are still at large. Sans the 1. Comic Sans. Sans Undertale.
Oh, the Spraith is
And
up,
they
so
can get some more kills here.
yeah, good splitting off the wounded one. There should be some burrows here, and indeed there will be. But now 2 are very, very low, so it's going to be some time before they can do anything. The Zets didn't accomplish much on their scouting run, but Hamster is now aware that there is no Expo, almost certainly, so...
Hamster is still ahead of workers, though.
Yeah.
It's just Shambler that's ahead of money.
Yeah, he's going to put down his macro hatch, or his natural hatch now. Going after the egg here. Calling out the
this worker
position.
got blocked, which is probably for the better because it might have died.
Yeah. Now again, is it going to be straight into gas harvesting from Hamster? Oh my god. That's unfortunate. That's one hell of a timing.
Yep.
Loses the 50 minerals and the worker. More scouting happening from both sides. The one Nath sort of giving vision of the choke.
Yeah, this is the kind of stuff we've seen a few times, is you got to be wary that the Arians are going to go in for a timing, and you always have to be aware of, like, what is the worst timing that's something that could be happening, and then intercept it. And so it's like when you move in another direction, they're just going to go to a better place, and if you move back out from the line, of course they're going to go in there, either for the worker or for something you just built. And that's happened a lot in these games with area units. On this very map, actually, and on Derelict to a lesser extent.
Yeah,
But
that's
especially
fair.
this map.
The one thing that I would worry about for Shambler here, though, is he does tend to get tunnel visioned on attacking with these units, and then he skips his macro. So, you know, he's got a couple idle workers every now and then. He's floating a decent amount of money. He actually doesn't have really any combat prowess behind this, right? So he's only got the 5 or so quasis. There's some burrow antics happening.
Some musical chairs going on there from Hamster as he...
But, like,
has a
despite the
moment.
worker difference, right, like the damage, they're even.
Yeah.
There basically has not been any decisive moves in favor of either player, and Hamster is ahead in production in terms of tempo. Now, he won't be for very long because the 4th hatch is going to complete faster for Shambler. This other one is now being accosted yet again.
Neither of them really have the money to, like, super hard expend at the moment, though. Like, Hamster just spent everything, and there's no, like, tech coming or tier 2 en route for a long time. There's another Spraith coming. Hamster getting annoyed. Shambler. Oh, so, I don't know. Shambler has a lot of money he could spend at the moment. Is he going to just take a 3rd? There is, like, a Shambler watching him, but it's kind of like just standing there, not burrowed. So it's not like quite Shambler. It's like old man Shambler is too tired and lazy to burrow anymore. And...
Not going to see that. Not going to aggro onto it. It might have seen it, but...
Don't know if he even saw it.
Yeah, he didn't seem to pan his camera over there. Pair of Naths of Hamster's own. Actually, more than just a pair. He's got 4 of his own, and he's now under attack. Some dancing happening.
Oh.
They're very silly creatures.
Really could just bring back the Gorg meta and experience real autism. I'm telling you, you have the power.
I do, but I don't want to do that. Now, Hamster's behind on gas for the first time this whole series. And he's choosing to spend a little bit more Vespene. He wants to come in here and see what kind of damage he can pull. But he's only got 4 Nats, and there's way more Quasis here, right? So the reaction is a little bit slow. And he ends up losing 2 of his Nats a little carelessly. He's going to go ahead and kill this Nathracor. Scouts out the 3rd timings a little bit ahead of him. Yeah, Shambler, for the first time, has been able to actually do some kind of something as he loses a Nath in that 1 o'clock position. Busy focusing on responding to the accostement of his Hatcherosk, and he walks right on by the Quasi that's at the front gate.
He's basically, bro, he's hiding in plain sight.
Yeah,
he put a lot of points into his stealth skill.
Yeah, you need detection for that. Distance mining the gas, that kind of signifies what Hamster is looking for here, but Shambler can go for tier 2 faster. No, they do it at basically the same time, despite the gas advantage that Shambler has had for a while, and despite that 200 gas, 100 gas that went on to the Naths for Hamster. He could have gotten it a little bit faster had it not been for that, so... Starting to commit more workers. He's actually going to have his 3rd base set up more aggressively on the economy side because Shambler spends so much of his early income and his early worker count that gets built at any individual base on defenses, right? So he's a little on the paranoid side.
Tickled.
Yeah, the front gate is now once again Shambler's territory exclusively. Some of his Quasis getting caught up here on the lower middle. Nathracor is continuing to spy on what moves on around. Got some more workers transferring up to the 3rd.
Shambler blocked his own Kagrant.
I can't believe... Oh, I think what happened is he ran out of money.
Moved the Quasis in there.
Yeah, you can build over your own units. This isn't brutal.
He blocked it. Spiritually or physically, whatever the case was.
Yeah, he ran out of money.
is now sending HR angry emails.
That's right. More hatches coming here for both players. Alcag
Eteth.
There we go.
That's not quite Convolus.
I wonder what that's going to be for, right? Like, do you go with Vigorlisks and just, like, break down the front door? It's interesting. We actually don't have a Calcure Pond for either player either. It's going to be Hydrith.
All the Quasis chase the Quasi across the map.
It's Tickle. Oh.
Oh. He was going to leave him, but then he stopped and
Yeah.
got murdered.
Pretty large number, 33 of them, to be exact. We love to see that number.
In a moment. Okay, it passed.
It did pass. So the Quasi advantage is squarely in Shambler's court. But with the Alcag Eteth nearly done, we're going to get to see what Hamster has in mind. So what the Alcag Eteth provides you is more units from the hatch. You're not going to get them from the Kafralosk. So if you skip those and go straight into Almaxilis, then that...
I'm not sure that's very effective against Quasi.
I don't think it is, but he might not be thinking about that. He might be thinking about he just wants to pick off the workers and run circles around the Quasilisks. There's gas capping happening now. 9 o'clock, or 3 o'clock rather, not actually going to be defended. A horde of Quasis descends onto that base such that it can free it from the couple of Quasis that went there. And both upper middle and lower middle are currently being staffed by Shambler's own Quasis as he scouts out the 11 o'clock position. And there are a grand total of 8 Almaxilisks out, and there's a 9th. There's more coming. They don't want to necessarily reveal themselves yet, but it looks like Hamster's happy to do so. They outrange them. They are going to pick them apart, and they do outmove them as well.
If you only have a small number, then they are just going to get singled out.
Yeah. Now, what's the reaction now? 7 Calculisks coming. Remember that Calculisks don't have any armor pen. Now, Amaxilisks only have the 1 armor, but they can instantly nuke individual Quasis and Calculisks thanks to their damage. They will be out and ready to save this 7 o'clock position. That's the reaction here. A little bit of bruising. Some splitting happening as he tries to get the Quasis onto the fight. Now, Shambler cannot overextend in this situation.
Well, mostly on Maxilisks are down to half health. They'll just die instantly if they fly into the Calculus again.
Yeah.
But he found some ticklers.
Yeah, lower middle. He's actually going to lose an Almaxilis to them. Putting some good damage out over here. Not really able to finish the job on any of these Almaxilisks in the south. More of them coming as well.
He's got some splits, but the Calculus are coming in from behind, and they're all bunched up.
Oh, no. Well, the reaction time has to be there a little bit faster. That 1 armor giving them a lot of grace, considering how bursted down they were. 9 o'clock now being taken, or 3 o'clock, excuse me. And there's Quasis sort of trading places here in the top left and top left nat. So what is Hamster's reaction to this? Adding more
The
workers.
musical tickle dance.
He's decided to forego additional Almaxilisks for the time being. Remember that Shambler also made a Hydrith den, and it is upgraded. So we'll have to see what happens
Bacillus
here.
probably is what he wanted, but then changed it at this point when the air unit started coming out. He probably wanted like an early Bacillus swap against Calculus,
Yeah.
but realized, wait a second, it's not Calculus.
Well, here's the premeditated engagement. Remember that the range advantage is not really an advantage when you're talking about Almac versus Calc. A couple of them do end up getting picked apart. Our count is 9 to 14, but some of these are bruised and they are clumping up again, so he has to be a little cognizant of that. He wants the Calculus to engage first on the Quasis, and this is going very well for Hamster right now, but he's not focus firing the Calcs anymore, so there's still 8 of them. That could have
March
gone
of the
very
tickles.
differently if he had just decided to go ahead and focus fire, but a little bit paranoid in that situation. So he ends up losing a lot more Almax than he bargained for. No defenses at 3 o'clock, and it's now going to be engaged upon, so the reaction needs to be swift. Not a whole lot of worker death just yet.
Hamster's just begun enough for tier 3 again.
He's going for it, but he needs to be able to hold this push. He might just zone him away. There's still 7 Calculusks, and the Quasis are engaging, doing a lot of damage to them, in fact.
Absolutely tickled. Oh, tickled. Just brutally tickled.
Yeah, he's going to lose all of that, and that's a lot of tempo gone for the Shambler. He doesn't know it, but he can go for a heavy amount of pressure. It's just more workers
He can
coming
just
right
send
now.
thousands and thousands of Quasis into him. He's going to need to, because tier 3 is en route.
Of
But
all
what
the
is he going to do with tier
things,
3?
going for Almaxilisks versus somebody going for Calcs, I would not expect that to be less gas intensive, but I guess he just got enough value out of them to secure the early push and then delay Bactylisks. Now they're coming out, but only a couple more Almax being trained at this point. And is it just going to be straight up to Alcagilisk again? I mean, he's only going to be on 4 bases this time, so he's not going to have as many resources as he did on Sideshow. Burrowing 24 Quasilisks at 3 o'clock, but that's not the target for the Shambler. 2 of his Nats are going to spot out the pretty heavy move out here of Quasi-Teth Calc. Not that many defenses here at the 1 o'clock position, so he's going to need to mount a reaction here. He's got a lot of idle workers. He's going to go ahead and put them on the gas.
So many ticklers. They're tickling.
Not yet, but they want to.
They're always tickling. They're in a perpetual state of tickling.
There's 12 Calculusks in the upper middle, and it looks
Hamster
like...
really doesn't want to engage it. These outside of his defenses, but you know what? Shambler's happy to run into them and split his army.
Oh, he needs to fall back with those Almax. They've done a great job of utterly destroying the Tetzoricors. So the front line cannot really engage the defenses anymore. And that was a great burrow trap as well.
Yep.
Hamster getting a couple of snipes off and a little bit of damage, zoning him away. There's 10 of them left. 24 Quasilisks here on the way. That's actually going to be 48, remember, because that's 24 individual pairs. His Almax are getting engaged upon. He can unburrow at any time, but he's not doing it. A little bit late on the draw. However, his Almax have been given a little bit of a split fight there. That's absolutely going to be worthwhile. At this point, Shambler is now aware his opponent has tier 3. And we have oh no, Mess. He's getting the Axtoth Axis. That means he's going to go for Excitralisks, the Raptor units.
Oh, yeah.
Or perhaps even worse, the Mortothricors. The hard.
Oh, yes, Mortothricors. He should build a lot of those.
3 o'clock is under attack now. The Calculusks are being dealt with. Scorchriths are going to not be sufficient. There's only 1 or 2 of them here. Needs more Almaxilisks, ironically enough. He has a lot of resources, but he's banking a lot of it right now. Wants to use the tier 3 that he's got. The 1 Almaxilisk and all the Quasis charging forward, trying their best to get on top of the Bactylisks. Meanwhile, Tetzoricors are executing gas workers. The Quasis are tickling the Bactylisks to death. Well, they are forced back a little bit here, and 3 o'clock might end up being foregone at this point. I feel like it's a very vital base to have, and it's going to be 14 more Tothricors. God damn it, Mets. We have to look at that graphic.
I think Shambler will be just as excited as I am to see the Mortothricors in competitive play.
Well, here's the problem. They are much better at sustaining than Tetzoricors. We never see them, and it's for usually a good reason, judging by their graphic. Oh my god. They're walking, sort of. Here they come. Shambler, what can you do in the face of such utter malice? such utter incompetence. They're starting. They're getting their damage off. And remember, when they see death, they go absolutely berserk, getting additional movement speed going at this point. What they really pair well with is dual spawn units, because your own units will also stack up their passive, and that increases their movement rate, which, oh my god, 13 workers almost died to Calculists, but the Excitralists are here to chuck Venom at them. Go, more Tothicores banking on the front line, but they are eventually going to be overpowered. The other ones were busy trying to save that 3 o'clock position. I appreciate Hamster trying new strategies. I'm not sure if this is the right one. You can see, however, that the weaponless Excitralisks sort of charging forward when they lose enough HP, that's stopping the backposts from getting a lot of their damage almost automatically. What a goofy situation to be in. We're seeing units we have never seen before. Tech K-Recors versus Protoss. Axtoth units versus Zerg. He is just absolutely annihilating a lot of these Tetzoricors, but I think they might get to a point where they're going to be... No, never mind. He's actually zoning him away, if you can believe it. More Tothicores. More Tothicores. Well, Shambler is up on a base. His tier 3 is not yet complete. Can Hamster overrun him with tier 3 swarming units? We're about to find an answer to that question. He needs the more Tothicores to engage first. No, there's a pretty big force over here. The Mortothicor is still not actually engaging on the front line. Not being as effective as Hamster would like here. Not in this kind of situation. He actually would benefit a lot more if he had a large number of Quasilos, but he falls back from the defenses, using the range advantage of the cliff and the upper middle. He's thinned the herd of Shambler's army. Tier 3 only now going to start popping. Every time you hear that Hydralisk death sound, it's the Excitralisk regenerating their weaponry so that they can go again. And that does make them pretty good in these fights of attrition. Nope, one of them does end up getting bopped there. He needs to get the Mortothicores in, honestly.
Mortothicores.
Yes.
They're so beautiful.
Don't look at them.
They're beautiful. Look at that asset.
3 o'clock.
Look at that animation.
3 o'clock are coming.
Gorgeous.
But I don't know. I think there's a clock here. The Gezkath Grotto is coming, and Shambler will certainly be able to overwhelm this. But again, I appreciate trying the new things, and honestly, Shambler's kind of getting overwhelmed.
Are spinning.
Yeah, he's getting overwhelmed by the Venom. Unfortunately, Hamster is he's got a lot more, but
Hamster
he's not
doesn't have a front line here. He has no way to actually push into this.
Yes, he's getting a
He's
Vigorless.
also got a bunch he's not using.
So that's not a bad idea there, because they will
got a bunch
say
on the side he's not using. He could overwhelm this with what he has sitting over there. There's like 14 of them on that ledge.
Yeah. Now the Gezkath is complete. Alcagalisks are started, 6 of them. Honestly, I know this sounds crazy, but depending on how the engagement goes, the Excitralisks could overwhelm the Alcagalisks. So...
Well, they do have 3 armor pen.
Yeah. And they just deal a lot of front-loaded damage. They've been absolutely annihilating the front line. A single Mortothicor is still alive to grace us with its fucking presence. And we've got a Vigorlisk out. Honestly, I know people also think the Vigorlisk is goofy. And I do too.
Yeah.
But would you rather look at that?
Is really goofy.
I think so. Now a couple Tetzoricors getting overwhelmed for some reason. Sort of waypointed into death. Where are the Alcagalisks spawning from at this point? Looks like the 7 o'clock position, as well as a couple of other spots on the map.
Almost 69 versus 42 military. If Shambler would just lose 4 more units.
No, he lost a lot more because he mutated something else. I don't actually know what happened there. Oh, I see. He made too many. That's weird.
Well, what's the follow-up for Hamster here? He's gonna need more than that very, very soon. Oh, they're just gonna ignore him. Never mind. Here it comes.
All right, what's the reaction? He just pulls he only has a couple out here, right? There's only like 10 or so.
Good luck.
Oh, he's burrowed some of his units. He's trying to set up the burrow trap, I think. Was Shambler paying attention? Only now is he seeing. Oh no, the Vigorlisks. Oh no, but what happens now?
Decent damage in. Got 1 down.
Yeah, that's right.
One's kind of low, but there's so many.
I think he would have gotten a lot more value out of that if he didn't double stack a bunch of his units. Dump and play with your food. Dude, this is... You can't trash talk an enemy that made more Totha cores against you. That's the ultimate trash talk. It's already over, dude. You should just GG when you see that. Some of these Alcagelisks are taking a lot of damage. But, yeah, he absolutely needs to be careful. This honestly, like...
He could, like, send the ever Grillis forward, just dive them in, and then just send them at others after the Alcagelisks. Now, if he had morphed all these into Spiritits in the meantime.
Well, he's making Kafralosks now, so he's abandoning the Axtoth for the time being. The question is, what is he actually going to make behind this?
I don't know, but I don't think he has the economic momentum anymore, so...
Yeah, losing 3 o'clock a second time is really bad.
Some big men coming over.
Yeah. This is the spot where if you still had those Almaxilisks from earlier, you could have done a lot of damage to these Alcagelisks.
One escapes with 41 health. Probably going to die here.
Yeah, there you go. Yep. But, yeah, with 1 o'clock being besieged at the same time, the live match practice, it was not good enough. And Shambler will take him out.
The man who makes the Mortother core is the man who wins.
In my heart. Now, the one thing we got to keep track of, too, is that if Hamster takes this series, which I would say is still like a higher likelihood than Shambler coming back, you know, the fact that he's opting in for Infinite Velocity 2 here, after already playing a 3-1 series against iSarCasm, if this goes 3-1, or if it goes 3-2, and he then has to face off against Neblime, dude, opting into some of these long games, that could really put a strain in terms of his fatigue level.
Mm-hmm. He's going to need someone to tap in for him. Maybe Neblime can play a Zerg against himself playing his Terran. Huh? Huh?
You drive a hard bargain, Mr. Mesk.
Well, I guess that answers that question.
This could not possibly be where it ends. Not for Hamster. Not when he's up 2-0 and now 2-1. It doesn't work against Terrans. The real question I have, Mesk, is this going to be a Nidus use game? You know? Like, are we going to see that Nidus actually used? Because going in Infinite Velocity 2, that is a thing.
Hamster might be thinking of that easy way out, yes?
Yeah. Shambler taking his sweet time as per usual.
It's okay, it gives me time to eat and do the upload I was going to do like half an hour ago.
Got him.
Before I turned out the audio wasn't even set up properly because I'm retarded.
See the beaver in the chat, the author of this particular map. Yeah, I feel like if you can use Zeths or something to break down the door, you can just follow that up with a Spraith if they've gone Nats, and then they're messed up. So we'll see if either one of these players have an idea. Chads get endless lifesteal. That's right, Hamster. Hamster knows. I just liked when he dotted on Sideshow. And Shambler didn't even notice it was happening. Beautiful.
Come on, can't you load a video? What are you doing, Windows?
You cannot.
Okay, this should be good, I hope.
I think with Hamster in his position, if he is really that tired, he should look to close these matches out. He decides to go for a 2-spawn map instead of Victory Square. Because I think that's the read. I think he wants to close this one out faster. So if you see Zeths, if you see non-stop smashing in that respect, could be a big deal. I also see that Neblime is online, which means he is going to be just in time to play his match. Oh, Hamster. Don't have a melt. Not yet. What's up, Neblime? I didn't know you were in the chat. I was just seeing you online on Discord. I was looking for you earlier.
Yeah, Warcraft 3 replay is so laggy that it desynced the game audio. Because it was just running at like 1 FPS for a good chunk and stalling all throughout the first chunk of it.
I believe it. That sounds like Warcraft 3 to me. You know what doesn't sound like it? Infinite Velocity 2, and that's where we are going. We've got a Hamster in the right-hand side and the Shambler in the left. He's been at elimination point in the last game, and he still finds himself there in this game. Hamster not yet going for anything hyper aggro. No gas mining, no early pool. Let's see what our players have in store for us. Well, he is scouting early again.
Maybe he's going to rush more Tothra cores again.
No.
I mean, he did it in the last game. He could do it again. He could grace us with our presence once more.
Well, Shambler's already...
He's useless in this map.
He's already
So
starting
long.
the typing. A little bit of gas being harvested here as Hamster goes for his pool. Goom, maybe. Good one.
He's been confused.
Yeah. He thinks that Hamster's talking some smack. Little does
Pulled
he
out
know.
some slang on him.
Yeah. Looks like it'll be Nats for both of our players. We'll see if they end up using them for anything other than attacking the Nidus early on.
That'll be funny if they both go for the Nidus with the Nats.
Yeah.
Ah. Tism.
A little bit of tickle. Pulls
I
the
know.
worker back.
If Hamster sees that he's also mining gas.
That's
and
right.
thinks it's also going to be Nats, then he may not go for the Nidus. And then Shambler, fearing that he won't be able to do anything with his Nats, also ignores the Nidus. And then someone gets like proxy quadruple circuits rushed to the Nidus.
I do want to see like something like that. Basically, I want to see 4 workers head on through the Nidus such that they can put down a couple Kagrants on your enemy's base while the Nats are attacking. Now the 4 Nats are going to leave. The Droleth is allowed to become Shambler. No, it's actually not going to do that, I guess. No, he will. No, never mind, he won't. He's a little indecisive.
Shambler wants the Nidus.
Well, here's an interesting idea. What if the Nats are here? I mean, they're not pathing there right now, but what if the Nats are there to deny attacking the Nidus? That could be an option. But it doesn't look like Hamster's
He
too
gets
interested.
very, very paranoid.
Yeah. There is a Spraith nearly complete, as well as an in-base hatch for both of our players. But I think he should be able to dive in here and kill a worker. No, doesn't want it.
Nah.
And the Niduses are going to be annihilated.
Oh. Who did it? Who did it? Who killed Captain Alex? Who killed Captain Alex?
It was Shambler.
It was Shambler.
We saw it live
But
on
Hamster can't find him, so... Sussy. Very, very, very sussy. Out comes the defense. For all he knows, there's like 30 Nats on the loose on the map. You never know.
Taking the top right. Shambler going for the top left at around the same time. A little bit of tempo advantage for Hamster, but nothing of too much consequence right now. His Nats will undoubtedly be recalled to defend his worker line as soon as they get attacked. But the one worker just burrows, and we've got 2 quasis here. Gonna even burrow that other one. Good play here. He actually keeps the tempo.
Oh. Now he's gonna retask the workers.
Yes. That is
Workers, you gotta retask him.
That is an important step.
Hamster.
Oh, Hamster.
Hamster, my man. You can't melt yet.
Huh?
You can't. Oh, one.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. His Nats will go ahead and confirm the top left as the top right is once again accosted. But with the Spraith here and with 3 quasis, he can easily push this away. The 7 quasis of Shambler will also be here to riposte any would-be attacks. How fast do we see a third base out of either of these players? Both going for the top right feels, or the upper base feels a little bit weird because as Zerg you really want that extra Vespene and you don't have a geyser up there.
Both of them fear the lash of the spanking.
There's no spanking to be had.
What a shame.
Still no extra
I
gas
think
being harvested from Hamsters.
It could be another very calm tier 2. Followed by intense Tism. And then finally a more Tothra course.
I don't think we'll see those again. I think Hamster's learned his lesson. He is going to go for a fast third base. The Nats from Shambler might actually spot this. Actually, there's only one of them left, it looks like. The one quasi guarding the choke.
Well, Hamster is substantially behind on gas. So Shambler is just going to go straight to tier 2, it seems like. He may not even bother with the third at this point. Or at least not quite yet.
Well, if he doesn't bother with the third, Hamster will eventually outstrip him on Vespene. So you got to keep.
He's got a long ways to go. He's very far behind on that, and he's not mining from any of the ridges at the moment. He wanted the third, but there were Nats. They did tickle.
Yeah, not being aggressively microed just yet here, it looks like. Another in-base hatch for Hamster, going up to a 5 hatch overall number. And now the third is being taken by Shambler.
And, well, I guess he's just going to be calm. It's sort of the inverse of last time. It was Hamster being tickled by Nats more successfully than this.
Yeah.
And then the tier 2, and now it's just he's doing the tickling, and they're both just going to tier 2, with the exception that Shambler is going to get it a little bit sooner. Whether or not that actually manifests into anything important remains to be seen, but I guess Hamster may have the advantage in mineral income a little bit since his base is up sooner, but it'll be a while until it's saturated. It's probably not going to be any like realistic difference here.
Yeah, I mean, the eye roll does come down now, and we are a ways off from that being made manifest for Hamster. So it turns out he never ended up saturating those ridges. Not interested in harvesting from them. So he was more behind in gas income than he needed to be, and he didn't immediately saturate the geyser, so he never really got a heavy amount there. But he does have the quasi count to really pressure this third base if he wants to. There's not really anything that Shambler can do about it.
Yeah, it's 14 to 33 military. He could march across the map, force out more units from Shambler.
He's decided to delay his tech even further and go for some Ovaleths. I wonder if these are for Kagran drops or if he's going to go for Quasis instead. And he's now starting to harvest Vespene from the ridges, as well as from his third base. Saturating the ridge there as well.
His brain is melting. Who knows what dark secrets he will uncover within its gooey depths.
Quasi drop.
Perhaps the deadly Quasilisk drop. Nobody suspects the Quasilisk drop, least of all Shambler. You better hurry with it, though. The Quasit pool on Shambler's end is turning into something distinctly ovary in shape.
That's right.
Oh god, it's coming, and Shambler may actually see it. Oh, I gotta run AFK again. Goodness.
Don't worry. You're not missing anything, except for the Quasi drop, which is also being missed by Shambler, so that's something that Mesk and Shambler have in common. 18 Quasis on the front gates, not going to be able to do too much here versus the 14 and Circuith. Got a couple of Quasis sharking down to the bottom area. Aerolaris now coming for Hamster, but again, he will be a little bit behind. Kafralosk's already starting here for Shambler, but still has no idea. Threaded all of the needles. And the drops can, in fact, be very deadly. I'm not sure that Hamster scouted far enough to see the Excisant in production, but there's nothing back here, so the top left base is going to be tickled unceremoniously. Well, Shambler should see this, but doesn't look like he reacted to that, so off they go. Some of the workers are trying to get out. It doesn't look like... Oh, two of them will be saved. No, he's just going to keep walking up. He's done economic damage. Where's the army? Shambler is on the other side of the map with many of his units. Really frustrating that this happens every now and then. Can't have that happening in the middle of a fight.
It's good to know that I can go AFK, but the spirit of Canada will stay with you no matter what.
All right, we are back in action, and the drop has already done a lot of damage to that top left base. There's not really much of a standing army over here, and the Quasis are even getting some range advantages on the reinforcement units that are coming in there. A bit of an attempted drill. At this point, you trade the Quasis every day of the week for the worker kills. As Hamster now finds himself up. He's getting 2 Kafralosks, the Kalkir Pond, and he's up.
Obelisk got away with it too, even if it was for those darn kids.
That's right.
I don't know why Shambler isn't chasing those. Oh, he's looking for them now. He's on the prowl for those flying testicles.
Well, with the 1 armor and the 200 HP, it's going to be a long while before these units actually end up dying. They could even send them on a wild goose chase. Hey, look, a
Go
Nidus.
inside the Nidus.
You can't.
Just like a Penumbra. It's bigger than you. Surely you can fit your ass in there.
No, they're flying.
Oh, well. You can always fix that, too. Just so that you can put Star Sovereigns inside of it.
I don't think so.
I think so.
Ground units need some kind of advantage.
No, they don't. Don't you listen to Hubside? Just build air units. Oh, tickly.
Well, it's pretty telling that throughout this entire time, only one of them has died, and now they're going to get to the end of this line, and they will finally be bopped. One more shot.
2 Quasis came to die, too.
Well, there
But
are
it's
6
okay. There's
Calculusks
also
over here,
Calculus.
so there you go, Shambler. Your reward for killing the Ovoleths is losing most of your calcs.
And lost. I think it lost half of them. It was 3, and 3 lives. That's 3. Oh, the tickle wars have begun.
Yeah, this
It's
is going
like
to be
the
more
Ion
than enough
Wars,
here
but
for
this thing is
Hamster.
dumber.
He's in a pretty good spot at this point to charge on through. He's got his 4th base finished, not actually mining yet. More Kaffirlosks are being made, which means more calcs, but less other units like Quasilisks. He's even made some Lyrilisks. That's very out of character for Shambler.
Now, what is Shambler doing with these 2 Goswellets? They're right out there with his front line, ready to build. Proxy. Whatever devious thing Shambler wishes. Oh, and he's being tickled.
There's 6 calcs here. There's way more for Hamster, and he's going to get the engagement onto them.
Oh, no, the Goswellets. Oh, no.
No, it's dead.
They died for you. It wasn't enough.
There's 1 Calculus guarding a potential 5th base location. A couple of Quasis on the bottom right as well, just sort of hanging out there. It is going to be Calc War for now, but
Okay, but
back to Swamp is on the way.
Shambler has made his own Irolith. One of them has a Droleth inside of it. What does Shambler plot? Will he perform his own quasi-drop, tickle for tickle, tat for tat?
I don't think so.
That's a shame. Hydra's then mutating for Hamster. He's got 30,000 anti-air defenses.
Not really much tech going on over here. It looks like some Goswellets were used to make some defenses in the top left, but they haven't been leveraged for anything just yet. Calc move out again, favoring Hamster as he immediately ends up allowing Shambler's forces to stack up a little bit more. This looks like it's bad for Hamster's positioning stacking up-wise, but it's at the right angle that he doesn't end up losing too many. So he comes out ahead on that trade. Whether he's aware of that is yet to be determined, as 3 Calculusks are still on the field on Hamster's side of the map. A very chaotic situation here, but a couple of them are bopped. Another base being taken in the bottom right. That's actually the mega gas base that you definitely want to stop Zerg from taking if you can. 12
The
Vithrilisks
Irolith
on the
just
way.
suicided the top right and died.
Oh, no.
Maybe they were a mistake to begin with. But, I mean, you could have dropped a Scorch-Earth in there, and that would have been a real pain in the ass.
It would have been. We've got 7 Calculusks here to clean up the ones assaulting the bottom right.
Shambler prepares his great wall, his holy wall.
He's not really preparing it in a good spot, though.
No, but, I mean, he's preparing it. That's really what counts. Canada.
Well, he's starting to set up the mid-left there.
God, there's so
Load around
many
9.
Vithrilisks.
Yeah, we've got
Good engage
19. Yeah, we've got 19 calcs for Shambler, so you got to remember that. But a smaller number of Calculusks can do the job if the enemy is busy targeting other things, like Vithrilisks.
Plus, he has ticklers.
Yeah, they
But
can certainly sow some
If he
chaos.
tries to force his way into a ramp, I think he's just fucked. He might be able to deny this bottom base, though.
Yeah, he can at
Maybe.
least force Shambler to respond to that by moving his army around. It's really unclear what's happening just yet, but Otzel is done. Is starting, rather, for Hamster. So, once again, has the tier 3
my
tech.
God.
But where's the split on those Vithrilisks? They need to be split up so that they can survive a little bit more. Only the 1 Calculus there, wisely focused down by Shambler. But he did lose
Hamster
most of
did
his...
not have his quasis. He didn't have his quasis there. He needed the quasis. They're still there. You can bring them.
Yeah, there's
You
still
can
more
fix
Calculusks coming in here as well, so Shambler's not going to have as many air units for very long. It's not...
Quasis are still there. Okay, he found them, but it's too late.
It's much too late.
It's too late. Shambler got away with it. Absolutely hoodwinked.
12 Calculusks coming for Hamster. He wants to keep those Viths alive if
Tier
he can.
3 on the way for Hamster.
Yep.
He wants those more Tothra cores. I know it. Shambler is also going for tier 3 now. It's going to be neck and neck. I think they're both probably going to go for Elcagelisks. It's a good map for it.
We have seen them before in many a matchup at this point. But it's going to be another round of 8 Vithrilisks coming.
Uh,
Matravel Nest as well. We could see Tedkaracores again. I think, in fact, that's a very likely destination for us. The Almacus Anter, the Tier 3 mutation there. Another base being taken by Hamster, top right. Has some nice vision in a couple other locations. He can take the sort of interior mid-right there.
Now, Hamster has snuck ahead in workers.
He's also got a
That's
lot
not
more gas. Look at the
absolutely
bottom right.
colossal, but yeah, that's where all that is all capped as
Yeah.
well. That's my boy.
Yeah.
He's got, now, the other thing here is all these ticklers he left behind are all in kind of like really key places to watch over the expansions and possible air unit movement routes. There's only a few places Shambler would go that wouldn't run into them, and he's kind of unlikely to do that at this point in the map anyways.
Well, Tier 3 is complete, and the Almacus Anter starts immediately. So we will be seeing a large number of Tedkaracores. That's my prediction, because we've got a third Kafralosk on the way in the main.
Telcagelisks? I mean, Shambler's not going to have many of them even if he goes for it, because
This Tier 3 is not even done yet.
Doing too well.
Yeah.
But oh man, he's replaced a lot of Vithrilisks. Hamster's looking very scary right now with that.
Yeah, I think with the Vithrilisks, the Calcalisks, you can absolutely get a lot of value out of this. There's a lot of Vorbs that are getting bopped here right now by the Calcalisk army, but they do scout out where the air presence is. For some reason, Shambler is typing song lyrics. Anything to get an advantage, I suppose.
Maybe he's a rap master.
Capping the gas in the third base here for Hamster.
Oh, no, it's biting! Please, no!
Please, no.
He's biting! He's biting!
I do like him saying, he's asking
Oh,
him to
no.
stop typing. You can't ask him to stop typing.
He's biting!
7
He's slowing the
Tedkaracores
workers.
are on the way.
It's biting!
Not going to get another. No, not a single worker kill. I like how
No
the air
regression.
units came down for that, too. There's a Quasilisk spotting out the base that's in the interior top right there, but not really able to do anything about it right now.
Well, the Gascast Grotto is en route. I suppose we'll be answering some of these questions very soon.
He's only got 17 Calyx Mask. Like, this army is not going to be holding up against Hamster's Tier 2 stuff, but let alone the Tedkaracores that are coming. There was, briefly, 10 of them in production. That's because 7 of them have already hatched.
And the real question is can Alcagelisks fight them? Because I think that is what Shambler is going to make, and he's banking up now as best as he can. The Tism is awakening as he hopes
He's only
to
got
maybe
3 in
distract.
production.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of them.
The engage happening in the
he's
top
fighting
right,
now.
so the units will be recalled for that, including Tedkaracores if Hamster realizes that he's got 4 of them, 8 of them, 5 of them, some number of them on various rallies. He will lose the interior top right, but it was a good buffer in general, and he can set it up again if he so desires. My base. There's typing. There is typing. Now, there has been a larger number of Calcalisks generated, meanwhile, so he's up to a nice, healthy number of 32. His Alcagelisks are starting to pop. So we will get the answers to your questions, Musk. There's Tedkaracores flying across the map at light speed. They will catch the Quasilisks.
Yeah, so many Vithrilisks alone that I think that is going to be really bad.
Yeah. Look how long it takes the Quasilisks to deal really any damage of note. Now these Tedkaracores clump up. Yep, there they go, stacking directly on top of the Calcalisks. That is going to be more than enough. 15 Tedkaracores still alive. I don't think a single one of them even died yet.
No, but a lot of them are super low, though. A good engage from Shambler could see a lot of them die, but that massive number of Vithrilisks could be a pain in the ass for him.
Oh, he's losing a lot of his Calcalisks in the south here. And his base will also be destroyed. A trade.
Oh, no. They're growing.
Will you pay for it? Vithrilisks splashing onto the Calyx in terms of all of the armor rend. And that's
No,
really
no
what's
help.
going
He
to
can
cause the
turn around and kill
Alcagelisks to fail. Some of them are forced backwards. The Vithrilisks are spawning out just in time. And, well, he did lose a large number of his Tedkaracores, it looks like. He's only got 6
bundle up.
remaining.
Here we go.
All right, there's still 6 of them. Remember, they can shark on in. And the Alcagelisk isn't going to be able to do that much versus this situation. Sort of acting as an
One has already
airborne
died.
front line right now, but the Quasilisks are here to act as more fodder. Tedkaracores sharking in again, trying to do what they can. There's more of them being generated behind this, but There's more shots here. Only 5
Every
alive.
time the Vithorus get a shot off, remember, there's like 9 of them. They do quite a bit of damage
That's
when there's
right.
that many of them.
7 Alcagelisks are here, but not really any other units, right? So you got to keep that in mind. A Gazithalor has been made. I think that might be by mistake. Or he's going to mutate it. But it can't do anything versus air, so...
It's for the thousands of quasis, obviously.
I like the random tier 1 units sort of just causing a little bit of map vision here. That's pretty much it.
Yep.
For each player. And where does this air stack want to go? Hamster taking his time. Zorka Shroud coming, so he wants to go up to the Immortal Ultra Core, I think. Or maybe Zarkaver Core even. He's going to go ahead and dive on with
Good
the Vithrilisks. Yeah, look at how low these Alcagelisks are, getting torn asunder. They have to fall back. The Quasis obviously not holding up versus the Rillisks and the Calculisks.
They're biting.
The one Gazithalor is here.
It has arrived.
Not so sure it's a good idea, but it does absorb some of the initial damage. But there goes all of the Alcagelisks. Vithrilisks stayed alive long enough. There's still 4 of them over here. So, you know, 5th one has also spawned. And we're starting to see the Vithrilusk count fall. And this top right base. Hey, look! You killed my interior top right, I'll kill your interior top left. We'll see who's laughing last. And just spawning more and more Rillisks, right? Like, eventually that damage is going to stack up quite a bit.
They also eat bounces from the Alcagelisks.
Yes.
So they have a defensive benefit, too, as little as it is.
Yeah. Allow you to actually engage on top of the Alcagelisks, even from their maximum range. That plus the fact that the Techericore takes an awful long time to, or takes a very short time, I should say, to move around. It's got an awful lot of movement speed. Now, the Ultrav Cavern is available for both of our players as their Zorka Shrouds
Look at
are done,
Hamster's
but-
money.
Yeah.
It's inverse of Shambler to an extreme extent. He has 4,000 gas. Can't even spend it all.
Well, he's going to clear out bottom right so that he can take yet another base. There we go.
My man just wants to make masons.
Hamster did say in the lobby, I hope he comes back. I don't know if that meant that he comes back from his bathroom break, like soon, or if he meant that he hopes he wins the series because he's not going to have the ability to play versus neblime. But
oh my god.
now there's some
God.
some spawning happening over there in the top left.
Some tisming.
But here's the reaction. Okay, he gets the info he needed. He needed to know where the attack force was coming. I got 3. I don't know about you.
I got 4.
Okay.
I feel like that's us, isn't it?
Yeah.
You got me and I got you, maybe. Stupid as it is.
Yeah, it was one of us.
There's ID 0.
I didn't get an ID yet. But I think that means it's you. I'll preemptively share my screen and you can compare what's happening.
Yeah, that's, I don't know. I don't know how to read that.
What, ID 0?
Yeah, like if one of them desyncs, then everybody gets it, right?
Yeah. He wants to end it. Poor guy.
You can't end it. Shambler has to turtle out now. He has to adopt my playstyle. Can you
Even
do
if he
Shambler?
loses this fight, dude, he still has to play Shambler for one more match anyway. So. It's not like it's over from here. He's in the lead. Match point, grand finals point. I got 4, so it was you. Yeah.
I had Canada moment. I think it's because I was looking at the Tetsurakor as it died. Is my guess.
It could have been.
Oh my god.
We can use the debug data anyway.
Stack up into this little ball of fat.
Remember, there's the Zarkaver cores on both sides, but I think the front line and the
Oh my
positioning is just a
God.
little bit better here for Hamster. He nukes down all of the Zarkaver cores for Shambler, and he can get right on top of this force with all of the Cagelisks. Absolutely annihilating him. Calls GG, and Hamster makes it in to the grand finals.
That was like a Starcraft 2 fight.
Kinda.
Everyone bundles up into a tight stack and it ends in like 2 seconds.
Shambler staying in the game a little bit later. So It's just wants to type a little bit
Yeah,
more.
we're back to the Gorg meta.
Damn. Utter brutality, folks. Utter.
So much hugging.
I mean, when you opt into air v air, then what you're basically saying is, I want all my units to clump up. So. Why is Shambler still here? That's my question. You know, we can't transfer the scene. There we go.
Oh, there he is.
We can't actually.
Wait a second, I'm still in the game. I gotta leave.
Yeah, can't actually continue
Because he was winning
onward.
now.
Well, you know what that means, boys. Shambler has been put in his place. He misses out on yet another grand finals, and he will, unfortunately, have to watch on from the sidelines as Hamster reigns supreme. That's pretty spooky, man. Hamster going all the way through.
Well, Hamster just endure the awakening of the spankening at this point.
Yes, that's spooky situation right there, man. I don't know how he's gonna handle it. I have faith in him, but can he handle going that far in? I don't know, right? It's a long day for him, right? When you think about it from that perspective, it's a very long day. Going
at that point, I'd probably be feeling fatigued.
Yeah, 3-1 versus iSarCasm, 3-1 versus Shambler. It could have been a 3-0, but he decided to experiment, and maybe he's gonna regret that.
He blessed us with the Mortotha core.
Yeah, well, I regret that.
Neblime has to be the one to feel the lash of the Mortotha core next. He has to see it in first person.
A murderer's row. Hey, that means Hamster has made it back to yet another grand final, second time around. That's worth something. You know, that's something you got to keep in mind, is that these guys, they're pretty legit if they're doing stuff like that over and over again. So let's see what they have to say. We'll first check in with none other than the Shambler, who is waiting in the wings to see what's going on and give us an exit interview. Shambleman, are you hearing me? Is this thing on?
This thing is still autistic for me.
Nah, don't worry.
It doesn't let me do speaker.
It's not allowed. You can't do that. You're a phone poster now, boy.
Deafen change audio output. Let's see. Speak.
Oh,
speak.
You?
Oh my god. I can hear you. It just moved the button from out of sight in this channel for some reason.
Got him.
Fuck you, Discord.
Yeah, that's the new update, dude. Isn't that so epic? Anyway,
oh my god.
How do you feel about ZVZ, dude? I like the fact that the Lakizlos drop hit you on Impetus, and then the Tekara cores surprised everybody.
If I was in better shape physically, the Lakizlos drop wouldn't have been the Tism, but, you know. I came into this knowing I was in no condition to play, so...
Well, you did manage to take a long game, and you tired him out. And he's already played a series before you, and now he has to play a series after you. So...
I don't know if he's like me, where if things go longer, you feel more at peace. I hope he is, because he needs to be like that.
Yeah, Neblime's gonna like wake up, stretch himself out, like, all right, I'm ready to go. And Hamster's sitting here like, I just played, 8 games of CMBW, and not all of them were very fast either. And we're going pretty late now, so I don't know, man. I don't know.
Like, I feel better right now than I did in the first 2 matches, you know? But I'm still not at peak. Not nearly anywhere at peak. Like, if, let's say, instead of infinite velocity, that was, Sideshow again, I think those games would be a lot more competitive, It was like I got my best maps when I was feeling my worst, and now I got my worst maps when I'm feeling a bit better.
Yeah, right.
But that's how it is, I'm looking forward to the break after this. because I'm gonna grind out some ranked games and just really show people there's a reason why I got second place in points on the Ascension ladder.
Well, you managed to make it all the way through. I haven't even processed the points yet for this tournament, but we'll get to those eventually after we conclude this. Looks like we will be, FYI, for those folks at home waiting for the next match, it'll be about 30 minutes before we hit that. Hamster will take the break, and Neblime will thus be... This is still within the window for him to start, so this is not delaying it too much. I figure we can offer him that much since he's going to be playing a third set today, which is shocking, honestly. I'm surprised that... Yeah, I wasn't necessarily surprised at him making through. Like, if you told me that, like, Hamster defeats you and Hamster defeats iSarCasm, I wouldn't necessarily be super shocked, per se. But the fact that he did it back-to-back, you know what I mean? Like, that's impressive stuff. And if he can hold a candle to Neblime after all that, then, you know, that's even more impressive. So hopefully he can
have to play the full spread, right?
Yeah, he's playing
Protoss,
Zerg,
Zerg, and now Terran.
Yeah.
Yeah, he smacked down Neblime before. If he stays at his peak and again doesn't play like with his food like he did in Nitro Valley with me, because by all rights I should have lost Nitro Valley. That was I mean, you got the early game harassment down on that map, which is something worth noting. With the and he tried to do the creative burrow trap, but he did it in like the wrong side of his hatch, right? So he couldn't. He lost 2 workers and didn't really do any damage back to you. But even beyond that, yeah, like he had the tempo of tier 3 and he went for something much more experimental. And that meant that he had to play another game, which was also a longer game. You know what I mean? So it's.
Did you like seeing the Mortothocor's graphic?
No.
It was meh. I don't really care.
Shambler apparently doesn't mind it as much.
He likes it. Fellow Mortothocor enjoyer, huh?
I don't like it. I just don't care. Like, you could put a fucking flying sausage there and it would be just as useless of a unit.
All right, you know what to do, Perlico. Flying Sausage will be the next Zerg tier 4 unit.
There you go.
All right.
That's remember the worm concept? That's a good idea.
But that map, I also played poorly on Nitro Valley, but I was starting to get my mojo back in that. During the harassment, I was like, okay. It's that same sort of mindset I had when Cyprians, when Cyprians were insane, and I still managed to get that Boscovine game off of
Mystery
Meat just by sheer projection of aggression, because he thought I had more than I really had, and he was just keeping it in his base. That sort of energy just sort of came back to me, and I was like, okay, we have a game here, boys. Now, if I was at my full set, I don't think that game will have reached tier 2. Tier 3.
Right.
But because I think there were opportunities I just failed to exploit because it's fog brain. That could have turned that game into a much more one-sided victory. But you play in the state that you are, not the state you want to be.
Of course. Gotta do what's in front of you. Well, you made it over to the lower final, and that is no small feat considering the stacked field that we had. Obviously, Shambler, this means that you won't be able to contend for the trophy, and that confirms that somebody who has not won a trophy yet is going to win a trophy. Do you have a prediction for us? Neblime versus Hamster. You said Hamster can win. Do you think he will?
Hamster will rip Neblime's throat out 3-0, or Neblime will rip Hamster's throat out. There will be no in between.
All right. Okay, so you think it's going to be a one-sided matchup no matter what happens?
I think it's all morale. I think Hamster should feel good. He should feel energized. After this, he just came off the top of beating 2 very skilled players. He should feel stronger. He should feel more emboldened to be more decisive in his games with Neblime. And Neblime, I've seen him. I think he's been doing practice while we've been doing this. So perhaps he'll be in a similar state, but he has remained untested, and he has remained. He hasn't had the same level. No, by no means he's had the same level of opposition that Hamster has faced and overcome today. Whoever Neblime's been facing with, maybe the best he can get is Hubsaya, to play some games with him, and that's still not up to par, as the tournament showed, with me or was iSarCasm or Sickby? I keep mixing them up.
iSarCasm was the
too.
Protoss. Sipiak's the Zerg, if that helps you.
Yeah.
Sipiak is the one that got tickled to death by Biddy B in the most deranged match in a very long time.
Yeah. So Hamster, I think it's going to be one-sided either way, but I think he has the morale. He should have the morale advantage, and that's half the battle.
Okay. Well, that's an interesting prediction. I think, yeah, Hamster should feel, encouraged. I mean, I don't think we'll be able to. We probably won't bother him for an interview right before this match, just because we're trying to be cognizant of his energy levels and let him go to that inner peace area. But for sure, it's an interesting situation. I'm looking forward to this matchup, and I appreciate you sharing your thoughts on it. Now, I guess before you go, Shambler, can you tell us, definitively or otherwise, we're going to be seeing a very different look, I think, for the next actual tournament. Like, there's going to be in-between events, like the sort of, there's going to be like an in-between match at some point, probably before or after Christmas, shortly before or shortly after, depending on who can make it or whatever, where we just have all the Class 2s come together. And,
You gotta train me.
yeah, there's going to be all sorts of
We
stuff
gotta
like
win
that.
this.
But beyond all that, right, when we're considering it from the perspective of the balance and the meta and the changes that are going to be proposed, do you think that the next tournament is the next proper, not Ascension tournament because I'm not going to call that yet, but like the 1v1 tournament, right? You think that's going to show off some even more like longer games, or like, do you have any projections for who you think might be a top player by then, assuming the same field stays around?
So you're talking about Ascension number 8 or whatever?
Yeah, the 8th
rebranded
tournament,
to?
right? The next proper 1v1 one.
Oh, I know I, for one, am intending to really invest some time into the ladder.
Right, yeah, you
during
mentioned
this
the
break.
ranked stuff.
I'm very keen on finally having some opponents to sharpen against, because I've gone into both of these Ascension matches. I've gone into these cold, no warm-ups, no nothing.
Yeah,
Like,
and if the player count increases, that won't be the same
Yeah.
deal for sure.
exactly. Like, so I still think I'll be sticking around, but we'll have the return of Mystery Me by then.
Mhm. Yeah.
And I think he'll have, if depending how active he is during the break, I think he'll have a lot stiffer competition coming in. If Upsaya sticks to his guns, and those and his hotkey situation is indeed technically fixed on a technical
Yeah.
level with the thing, he'll be a force to be reckoned with once he balances his tilt.
Yeah.
I think it's just going to be the old heads again, though. I think it's going to be me, Neblime, Hamster, and Mystery Meat doing the eternal dance until the Koreans come.
I
So,
see. Okay.
I don't think as much as will change as you think it will. I just think we'll have a more solved meta at this case, because you won't have things like I lost this match before the tier 3 came up. This last match, this on Infinite Velocity. Hopefully we won't have Infinite Velocity in the map pool either.
Oh, okay.
I don't, because I'm not a fan of it, but that's besides the point. We won't have situations like, the thing that spawns broodlings, a flying version
Yeah.
of broodlings, or at least, does AoE. Oh, I just lost all my cage list to it. Oh,
Right. Like now,
there
more
won't
people are
be
going to
those-
be aware of stuff like that.
yeah, we'll all have much sharper game knowledge. We'll all be ready to rumble, so to say. And I think it'll just be a lot more higher level play. You will see those games go longer among the old heads, and you'll have a few new faces. But I think the top field is still going to be the top field, because we're the guys who have the knowledge. And while there will be improvements in Hupsaya and iSarCasm and Sipiak and all these guys, I don't think they'll still have the depth of knowledge that we old heads have. I think we'll still have that definitive advantage. And I think some of us will have much better, and hopefully myself included, will have much better technical skills by the time Ascension 8 rolls around, because we'll be smashing heads against one another.
Okay.
In the meantime. So the future's bright.
Right.
Hopefully Zerg is not just nerfed into the ground. and
Yes, yeah, of course.
and Hydra has made not a new trap, and
Hmm.
all will be well.
All right. Mess, do you have questions for Shambler before he departs and we take our break?
Are you going to be maining Protoss again?
Um, no.
No.
I think I'll stick with Zerg, but I might, grind out some TOS just to show people that Zerg isn't all it's mocked up to be in that matchup. Like
You got to
Zerg is
educate people how to play Protoss.
Zerg is so fragile. It's much more fragile in the early game. Again, except for against Protoss, when they go gateway, but only when they go gateway are they not fragile. And I think a lot of Protoss are failing to realize that. It's much easier than they're making it out to be. Now, maybe it's a little shit that you do have to put your pylon in there in the mineral line, and maybe it is shit that if you see certain things, it's objectively best to just drop a ward. Maybe that's shit, but that's still but you're not super behind just because you do those things. In fact, you're ahead when you do those things against certain builds of Zerg, even though they have they can get in your face. And I like that to be different, but I'd like that to not, just because there's units that do that. I think it's more of let's turn down how aggro the Zerg can be with Quazeth, but let's turn up the other options so that the Zerg is not always playing from a deficit if they choose something like Hydra or Zork is against a Protoss, which I do genuinely believe, especially since the Hydra is just so statistically inferior to 2 Quasis. It's for the cost. I definitely think that whatever. I forgot the point. Train of thought destroyed.
Brain destroyed. Well, we will see how that one goes as far as the balancing is concerned. We'll see what Hamster ends up bringing us in this final match. Thank you for your thoughts, sir, and thank you for playing. I'm sure we'll be seeing you on that ranked leaderboard, as you mentioned. And I'm looking forward to what's in the future, but also what's coming up next. So, GG's, man. See you around.
GG. Merry Christmas.
There it is. Merry Christmas.
Happy Halloween.
Well, Mesk, I think we're just about ready then. Let's take that break. We'll be back in about 25 minutes from now. And when we do, it's time for the grand final. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for one final match. Neblime taking on Hamster, Terran versus Zerg. And everybody's already in the lobby because the pick ban was nice and easy. When you're the first seed, when you're in the grand final, it is a best of 7, you just ban one map and you pick the starter. The same guy does it all. And speaking of the same guy, let's get him in here. It's none other than Neblime. How are you, sir?
Good. How's it going?
It's going pretty well, man. We've seen
I'm sweaty.
Seen some very interesting matches so far. And I don't know how much you were being able to pay attention to those first matches, but you said something very peculiar when I interviewed you early on in playoffs, Neblime. And I think it might have even been in the warm-up, like sort of like the fall-off after that group that you did casting with me for, Group D. You mentioned that you think that the only person to really do any damage to you, the only person you're even keeping an eye on, is Hamster. And here he is, maybe prophesized by you yourself, having carved a path through 3-1 versus iSarCasm, 3-1 versus the Shambler. You're going to be his third series. Surely the guy's tired, but are you still a little bit scared of this man?
Well, I stand by what I said, that the only person who could have stopped me in this Ascension is still Hamster.
Uh-huh.
So he's here to try, but
Yeah.
I don't think he's ready for what I'm bringing, to be honest. He's the only person with the capacity, but I don't think he can do it.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I think he's had to come up with a game plan. He had that 25-30 minute break or so. He was able to maybe choke down some Red Bull or something. I don't know what he's doing to stay awake at this point, but he's here, man, and he's on for it. This is a best of 7. We are going to see quite a number of games, and you just decided to ban Sideshow, which makes sense, fits in your character. You talked about that map in the past. You picked Derelict. Dude, you have played like 30 games of Derelict or more lately. What's going on with that, man?
Yeah. Look, it's not my fault.
I
It's
know.
Nancy who
I know.
only plays Derelict, right? Please complain to him. But I'm going to take advantage of that fact, right? I think I have an easy win on maps like Derelict, where like Dirk's not too far away. There's going to be any surprises. I just don't see how I can lose on it, so I'm going to take that free win and move on from there.
I see. Go a nice and easy 1-0 start. You know, we try to avoid those in this format because that is actually a tournament format where if you make it to the grand final, you just start off 1-0, 1-0. And here we try to avoid that, but it looks like we might have walked into it inadvertently with this pick.
Yeah, I don't need that advantage. It's fine. I'll win anyway.
Yeah, well, you.
Although I did notice, by the way, Shambler said it's going to be 3-0 either way, which, by the way, you know, it is a best of 7.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
what he said could still technically be true. One of us could go up 3-0 and then the series ends, but who knows?
Very interesting stuff. The thing that I want to see is, I'm glad you picked up on that detail because I was going to say something and then I decided not to. But, you know, always
I'm
good to
pulling out Shambler all day in here.
Always good to put Shambler in his place. I mean, you kind of did that. In fact, you did that twice on Nitro Valley. He forced a fucking rematch. What a guy, you know. Turning into the heel of Ascension, if you know what I mean. He's just like in wrestling terms, you know, he's the guy who everybody's going to be rooting against now.
Because he's sort of the number 2 guy, right? Before I came along with Mystery Meat, you know,
Yes.
usually the favorite. It's always like the heel is always in the grand final, right? That's usually how it goes. But I guess not this time.
Yeah, that wasn't in the script. But hey, you made it in here. You do have that upper bracket advantage that gave you the control over the maps and such. But I mean, this could be.
Yeah, I'm gonna
this
be
could a
honest.
long one.
If I didn't have a pick, I don't have a strategy for Sideshow. My strategy for Sideshow is pray for another map. So
Okay.
I'm glad I get to ban it.
Yeah, well, there it is. You had the one option, and that's the one that was decided. All right, well, I'm looking forward to this series, that's for sure. I know Hamster, he said earlier that his brain is fucking melting, and he feels like a squeezed lemon. He said both of those things.
Squeeze a little more.
So,
Squeeze
Bring up
between
the
your
temperature
thighs.
just another notch.
yeah, exactly. So we'll see if he can hold the 2 stockade opener or whatever you got cooking up. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of that.
8 stockade.
Yeah,
I triple fulcrum. You'll see it.
Okay, yeah, Cyclops, dude. Cyclops. You're legit option.
Definitely.
So
I'm looking for the 6-rack sock mid opener.
Oh yeah, that's true.
When?
That did work out pretty
Let's
well.
pull Mystery Meat for that.
Yeah, he was even able to make Veek off
Oh,
balance.
against Protoss,
you know?
sure.
Yeah, I don't know about against
I
Zerg,
was
but-
wondering if iSarCasm had any chance of making it here, but he indeed did not.
Yeah,
But, you know,
there were
how
some
far he made
close.
it, honestly.
There's some really close margins. Did you see any of those games?
I did not.
Okay. Yeah, the last game ends in a very I would say like unceremonious way, where there's like, it seems like both parties have like a chance to do one thing or do the other. Like the battle could go either way, and then there's like critical mistakes. Just one really that gets you. So you'll keep your eye out for that when you go back and watch.
Yeah, I'll definitely be
those.
watching it later today.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I was thinking to myself like, all right, I'm going to go to bed. When I wake up, I wonder who I'll be who I'll be facing.
Yeah.
But I wasn't too surprised to see Shambler versus Hamster. I thought that was the most likely.
Right, yeah. And, well, there you go. So we're going on to Derelict. You've gotten plenty of practice against Anansi. Would you recommend people watch out for this guy? Because he's obviously new. He's not in the final, but yeah, like he seems like a contender.
Definitely.
He seems like you can get good practice from him, I would say.
Oh yeah, I can say it right now. He's probably going to win the next Ascension unless Mystery Meat can take him out. I'm just calling it because I don't think anyone macros as well as Anansi.
Really? Okay.
But we'll see. If he doesn't commit to actually play the game, then you know that does matter. Like we were talking about Keen, right? In Brood War, he smashes me, but he doesn't actually play CMBW.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
You know.
Meanwhile,
Same
you're out
thing
here
with Anansi,
grinding
really.
12-hour practice days like a madman. So, you know.
Yeah, I can potentially beat Anansi, but if he gets in and plays the game, he'll probably just beat everyone.
All right, interesting. Yeah, well, then we'll really need Nerf Zerg as the emoji. Well, we're going to see how it goes. Keep in mind that if you do win, you do get an emoji, so you can decide what it is.
Nice.
Know? So there's always that. But yeah, all right, man. Look, it's going to be Derelict for our starter. I hope you're ready, because I sure am.
I'm ready.
All right, dude. Thanks for your interview and your insight, and we'll get right into things. GG. Mesk, are you ready?
Yeah, I had to scarf down food. I had to run back and forth. I had to build a fucking cabinet in that break. For me, it has been a 100 day ever since I first got thrown out of bed. So I'm ready to go.
All right.
Let's clap some booties.
Let's
Squeeze
do it.
some lemons.
Let's see if Hamster can be the lemon squeezer or if Hamster will continue to be the squeezed lemon. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm stalling for time, waiting for Hamster to say ready so that I can initiate it, and he said it. It's the grand final, best of 7, starting on Derelict, Neblime versus Hamster. And here we have it, folks. Neblime in the bottom left, Hamster in the top right.
You know, Neblime happens to lose on this map. What does that say?
What does that do to his
confidence? Does it say that he doesn't know every single tile? Because he should by now. He should know. He should have submitted to BDB a like 80-page report on every single tile that was fucked. Kind of like how I was doing, but literally every single one. Because he should know every single tile on his map by now. That's a very early scout, by the way.
Yeah, Hamster wants to see if his opponent is doing a quick double stockade, but he's going to get there before the second one can even be put down logistically. Might also be watching out for the 6 stockade opener that you mentioned, he gave reference to. I wanted to actually pick his brains a little bit about that, but he said, like, the way that he talked about it, it sounds like he only thinks it's viable versus Protoss.
I think it's viable against anyone, so long as the map distance is close enough. So long as Ahmed can basically 1v1 almost any unit that would be out at that time. And cause massive worker damage and or kill things like pylons. I mean, think about it. If an Augment walked into Hamster's base right now and started attacking his Quasit pool, he has to start pulling workers. If he finished the Quasit pool and started making units out of the eggs, you can attack the eggs. Now he has to start pulling workers. Each one of those opens you up. Or you can even kill the larva before they even get a chance to hatch. Like, there's a lot of potential stupidity.
We'll see which flavor it actually is going to be, because that could very well occur later on in the set. Now, the Droleth was doing a little bit of Mason harassment. I don't know if it's stuck around to see the second stockade, but it can certainly surmise that that's coming. We might actually see a one-base focus out of Hamster as well. Like, you could imagine him just stationing Quasis out, getting a macro hatch in base, and then taking a delayed expansion, which would be more mineral-focused and less gas-focused.
Well, it's going to be some tickles. Tickles are en route.
Yeah, pretty standard. You get the Quasis out so that you can have that. Shambler spoke of having a requirement to get at least 6 Quasilisks on the ramp. I think Hamster might do well with 4 here. And look at this. Actually, Neblime preemptively going for the Watchdog because there was some gas being harvested. But it's very slow, and there is going to be one pair of gnats. We'll see if he continues to bank for a second pair. Or if he wants to maybe...
It looks like he's positioning for another Watchdog just in the scouting position.
Ah, yes. Well, it's going to be a little bit before he can afford that. Nothing happening just yet in the middle of the map. Neither scout going there for the purposes of seeing that. And indeed, it is going to be an in-base hatch, spreading the Kagra towards the ramp. Expecting pressure. I think both players are expecting each other to have some pressure. And with the Nathicores out, they can at the very least confirm that the Mason is still there. It'll start to get tickled by the Quasis. And if he's not careful, yeah, it's already committed. So there will not be any push there. There won't be a Watchdog used to scout. But the Mavericks have already left the building. They're not stimming across the map just yet. They're confirming nothing in the middle. That's wise by Neblime.
Well, if Hamster isn't careful here, he can get surprised by these Mavericks.
Well, I think scouting it out, he's going to know, hey, there's no units over here. Something weird's happening.
Yeah, he senses it. He knows.
Well, he's thinking about a potential static defense push here, maybe grabbing a Kagrin. There's no Scout Mason, so you can't actually build, an anchor or anything of that sort. Stimming one Maverick up the ramp here. It's not going to see the Droleth go for the hatch.
Yeah.
That's critical.
Yeah, misses that entirely, so it's very, very valuable for Hamster, that E-hand timing there. And he saw, oh, there's 30,000 Quasis there. I'm just going to leave.
That's right. Well, at this point, the Nats are going to spot that there's an expansion underway.
And he's going to try to catch these as they come out, which looks like he's going to.
Yeah, he gets one.
One down.
That's nice. Had the units out, he might as well.
Tells Hamster that the units are there now, at least, so they're not camping his place at the moment. There's one sitting in the middle, just waiting for the coincidental Tier 3 rush to begin. Neblime doesn't realize it yet, but the Mortothra core is coming for him. It's only a matter of time.
Starpad on the way. We will see Neblime go for, likely an Anseal Scout. We've seen this constantly. I'm still waiting to wonder if... Oh, there it is. The Zorkish Shroud. I was just about to comment. We might be seeing those Lakizilisks make their way again.
This is what an Ansi does a lot. Like, I think almost every single game I saw from his little stream replay hopscotch was the Lakizilisks. And I'm not sure I ever actually saw them win against Neblime. And I don't know. I can't actually recall off the top of my head what an Ansi's micro was like. But the timing push from Neblime would kill him sometimes. And then other times it would get kind of late. But I feel like Neblime should be very, very comfortable in dealing with this. At the very least, for Hamster, he's going to scout the double star pad.
Yes, that's critical as well. There's no Anseal actually out in the field right now, so there's not really a way for Neblime to respond to this without having to dedicate a production queue. So if this is actually going to be Mass Wraith, which is what it looks like...
He canceled the Zorkis and switched it into Hydrith when he saw the star pad.
So he's going to go for the Skith. Yeah, he's going to go for that timing. Now, he will want to take control of the middle if that's what he's going to do. Because I know it sounds weird to say that they're more gas intensive, but it's because you want way more of them than you want a couple of
you want a lot of resources to get in and out, especially to fight Bio, because, well, in that game against Biddy Bee, I delayed my tier 2 for Skiths because... Well, it's actually really, really hard to fight Bio with literally nothing but Quasis when they have, like, I don't know, 50, 60 Achmeds and everything else, plus a couple of Anseals. So I had to delay tier 2 and get Skiths. Of course, that was Massacre, but it did teach me a lot about how Skiths can fight Bio. In other words, they can't. They can kill Achmed. Absolutely. They're actually surprisingly good at killing Achmed. You think they wouldn't be, because he's a lot beefier. But the Mavericks just do so much damage when they're stimped that diving into them with Skiths is just terrible. Yeah. Your damage does not spread out enough to kill them. It just is a terrible trade. So if you're going to go with Skiths in this kind of matchup, it's honestly even worse because obviously there's no gas confinement, but you commit so heavily to them, and the Bio is just naturally inclined against them. And it's just, if you misplay even a little bit,
now we're seeing a bit of an engagement.
Terribly.
Now, there were 7 Skiths briefly in production. That means a couple of them have already finished. And, this could be the surprise switch, but I think Neblime's being proactive enough that it's not going to impact him too much. But it does mean that the
And
Wraith
Neblime has
stack
to
is
be a
not going to
little
be
careful here.
nearly as efficient, right, because of that spread damage. So
Yep.
he's going to need to set up the contain, and I don't see any Masons with this army, so there's not going to be Watchdogs. One of them has been dispatched now, as well as a Shaman. There's a little
Trouble
bit of a
star
timing
pad.
over here, where if the Quasis move out to actually deal with this Bio Ball, he can actually just run Roughshod over it. Here's what you were saying about the timing there with the Skittercores diving on top of the Maverick and Cyprian stack, but the Quasilisks have stayed alive. And that is critical for this. So he ends up losing 5 skits, not ideal for the gas, but he kills a number of Cyprians, and he basically dismantles the attempted contain.
Oh, the Wraiths are still alive, though. They do have the Shaman there. When it comes to this matchup, and especially considering Hamster's fatigue, I fear for his ability to deal with really, really dedicated Wraith harass. At least he has kind of the tools to deal with it here, prevent it from really taking out. Oh, especially if Neblime is not paying attention.
Yeah, he's just lost a number of them. He's setting up multiple Shamans, but one of them is going to take some early damage. And that Cyprian's not long for this world either. Not with all the focus fire coming out. Now, obviously, the Skittercores are going to run Roughshod over the Wraiths, and I don't think Neblime was expected
damage from the Wraiths.
Yeah. He's going to lose double
split damage
Shaman.
really screwed
And look
him.
at this. The mining can begin in the middle, especially once the Skits clear out the one Maverick.
And the Maverick was just sitting there shooting them as they came up and then returned.
Yeah.
It just was on hold position. That's really big for Hamster. This is a really great position for him. If the Wraiths manage to take off and start really heckling him, it's going to be really draining for him to keep up if he's feeling tired. Or, like, even if he's not feeling that tired in this matchup, the fact it's a best of 7 is you have to think about your stamina over the long course. When you've already played basically what is like a best of 7 over the course of the day.
Yeah.
And this dealing with the harass is just irritating. And we can already saw that he had a little bit of trouble dealing with Shambler's harass.
That's right.
But he managed to... The killing the Wraiths there is really like the most important part.
Honestly, this is
He
really
is
lethal.
in
He's
a
got
great position.
15
Yep.
Skittercores that can dive on in. And he's sort of forced Neblime's attention to the middle of the map, having seen the scouting. So it looks like the Skits are kind of caught in the middle, but they can try to dive onto the military. No, I feel like he
pulled back.
sacrificed a lot of tempo by walking in there
Yeah.
and doing nothing. He didn't even scout the Atlas, which is
It
about
would
a
have been better
quarter
to
of the way
dive in with Quasis
Yeah.
and trade, keep his army there, because Neblime wanted to pull back to defend his base,
Yeah.
and then just go after the workers with his skits, and just... There was only the 2 Watchdogs, they wouldn't have been able to deal with that.
No, and there was only 2 Cyprians, and they were in the anchors, so it's not like they would have been of much use. Now, trying to shark in for some damage at the natural. The Wraiths are already here. And it looks like only a small number of Masons ended up going down there. Maybe only 2 or 1?
I don't
Yeah,
think any went.
One down. There's,
Maybe
there's
one.
one corpse there, but I was trying to find
Yeah.
to see if there's another.
I think it was just one.
One and a Wraith, so not ideal. He lost 3 Skittercores for that. But he does
That
have the gas
hurts.
coming in from the mid, and he's already almost got enough for Tier 2 again. This is with Tier 2 and his Orc has already started. So Hamster is looking to set the pace here. And Neblime, I feel like his Tier 2 transition is a lot more gas heavy because he always likes to go for these Seraphs, right? And so if that's the play that we see here, it could be a long time before Neblime can really mount a defense. We do see a starport starting. Vestry now being heckled on the side. Oh, he starts the Palladium right in front. He has to cancel that immediately because that's no bueno.
It's a little, but it's annoying.
Yeah. Well, thankfully, it
The
doesn't really
longer that he
sacrifice tempo.
delays Neblime's ability to act while amassing money, the higher chances he has of being able to control what will eventually become some extremely annoying harass, which
Yeah.
is more than likely going to be Seraphs, I think.
Yep. While the starport is nearly complete, the Wraiths are now attacking this base, which is only starting to set up its defenses. The Skittercores are out of position in sort of the mid-right of the map, so some worker harassment can be done here. But Hamster already on 3 bases, already with 2 Kaffirlosks halfway done, and a back to the swamp on the way. Mess, this feels to me like he's actually got control of this game, and especially if these Wraiths go down, which they should, at least a large number of them will indeed be punished. And so, you know, you're losing out on a lot of tempo as a result of this if you're in Neblime's shoes. You haven't gotten your 3rd base up. Now, the commandment has started, but again, it's going to be some time before that finishes.
Well, remember the Neblime game with Shambler that went well into Tier 3 for Shambler to be able to take that out. I believe that was a rematch game, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that was the Nitro Valley game.
Neblime kind of struggled to actually close the game at that point, but Hamster is a very different player than
Yeah.
Shambler, and
Middle
I
finally gonna get
wonder
attacked
if
here.
Hamster could replicate the same ability to endure the lash of the spanking because it went on for so long. But we have a Matravel Nest, so you will undoubtedly see Convolusks.
Yeah.
I already don't find Convolusks very effective against magicals at all, but the Wraiths, on the other hand, splash is very helpful.
Now he's got a large number of quasis over here. He's starting to mutate his defenses at the third. He needs to recall the Skither cores, and he does. There's
If he catches these madrigals, like if they're behind here like this, and he can dive like this one right in the middle right now, that'll be a very good blow for
Backless
him.
already out as well from the calves, and he's even got some Tethazoricores here for the front line, which is not actually engaging just yet, but here come the Skits. They've taken out one of the madrigals, the other one getting focus fired as well. And there's no splash left. The Cyprian's actually getting absorbed by the Tethazoricores right now instead of dealing with the Skits.
Yep. Once the madrigals were gone, he was free to just dive in and kill the rest of them.
Third base.
That one madrigal getting caught out was very important, and the other one getting backdoored was very important.
Well, 12 o'clock is coming online here for Hamster. His hatch is just about to finish. Meanwhile, the third base is completing for Neblime. He has some defenses. And, of course, the Apostle is going to be the major concern here if it's left alive.
Actually, this is real. Look at Hamster's base. He's got Lekizlis here and there. That is anti-Akhmet defense.
Yes, anti-drop.
He has prepared for the Neblime with Lekizlis in case he starts Akhmet dropping the various tech structures.
We don't see that happening right now. In fact, we haven't seen a single Trojan.
Yeah, no, it's like some kind of like safety guarantee. Like, you never know.
Right.
Because this is what he does, right? Like, you watch him, this is what he does in like almost every matchup.
He's also mixing up a lot of the tech tree, right? He's got Backtith units, he's got the Convolisks out, and not a great number right now, just 3. And he still has those 10 Skiths. They're going to respond to a light aggravation here from the fourth base being heckled by a single Maverick. That won't last for too long. So Neblime knows he's behind economically, although he actually is, of course, ahead in Mason count, but he's behind in base count. He knows that his opponent has kept relatively even tech. I haven't seen anything yet.
I haven't seen anything either.
Yeah. If Neblime didn't update, that would be funny. Yeah, well, looking at the way that this is going, right? Like the engagement's going to come in here on the third. It's kind of split for Hamster. He's in a bit of an awkward spot, but his Convolisks are getting some good damage dealt, and there's a Tethzoricor. It's actually been revived by the Apostles there.
Now Neblime also has big men.
That's right. Seraph's coming out here as well. Sentinels. Of course, where's the Irradiate? There it is. A couple of zoning shots there. Oh, the Convolist is experiencing Blizzard Pathing. One of them... Oh, no, that was the Bactylisk that died. I thought it was a Convolist for a second.
Same thing.
All right, 6 o'clock coming online.
What is this? That's not my Aziracore. Yeah, it's very, very hard to break a Terran wall with Convolist. It's just everything kills the Reloricores the instant they spawn. Madcaps are particularly good against it, but Sentinels, of course. And they're not very durable units, especially for Tier 2, and they're expensive, so every loss really hurts. They're good if you can get them on a ledge and outrange the Bile, but it's not really going to happen on this map. So you're probably really looking at like Kagralis for Taplor. Or you can just do what Hamster is doing and just say, fuck it, let's go to Tier 3.
Well, 6 o'clock is indeed just about to be taken, so we'll be at even bases. Remember, the worker count slightly in favor of Neblime still. And yeah, you're right. I mean, Tier 3, if that's your jam, certainly is Hamsters. I want to see somebody actually cap these geysers in the middle. That would be the best. Well, Seraph is moving to the top left. They will scout out, but hey, the Skepticores are chasing it, so this is actually really heads-up play here for Hamster. He must have spotted it on some other round. See if he has the knowledge of it.
Can you stream to me? Because obviously I'm the one who's desync. There's no Seraph up there for me.
Ah, there you go. Let me do that for you right now.
I'm watching Neblime look at absolutely nothing.
Well, the Skets didn't actually commit onto it. It looks like maybe he wasn't super confident with it, so this base will be under attack. Double dematrixed Seraphs are walking around doing some damage. They're going to be trying to do some damage here. A little bit of splits to try to avoid it, but then they fly directly into another round of Irradiate and are zoned away. Oh, here's another one. They're stuck onto it. That's awkward. A lot of Skits going down, and that's your fastest response to the presence of the Seraphs, which are obviously going to start nuking.
One of them dies.
Well,
nope, that's on my end.
Zorocore staying quite alive here.
Lots of bouncing going on, but not able to push into there because of the D-Matrix So much irradiate.
Yeah, they couldn't really do any damage to the infantry, and I feel like part of that is because they were focusing trying to deal with the Seraphs. That the Bactylus bounces was mostly being negated. There's not really any heal for this army. I don't know where the Apostle went, but it doesn't look like it was with this force.
Probably died or got splashed or something. Or maybe he just was at home smoking a bong.
Yeah, it's checking stuff out. There's a couple of units. There's 3 o'clock being attacked. There is a missile launch somewhere, but it's not. Yeah, the Seraph is just going to end up dying. Oh, no, never mind. He's trying to keep it alive. No, not going to be able to do it. Not through a Spirit Tip on this raid. But he's sieging top left at the same time, right? And now Vitrilisks have arrived to get shot at by Medcaps. That's a little bit awkward. I think, honestly, looking at the money here for Hamster, maybe he's the one who's... I don't know. I've seen his float be pretty insane sometimes, but it feels like he might be.
I think that he's desynced, maybe.
He's getting the Almecus Anter, so there is that. But yeah, we might have to end up remaking this one if that's the case. That's weird that
on my end, he has he's controlling. Yeah, we have 2 different games going on here. I think it's desynced.
Yeah.
On my end, he's controlling like 49 units in the middle of the map. He's moving on top of the ramps.
Yeah, he's checked to the top left, so I assume he has a base there on your game. It's weird that we split off, and I'm playing Neblimes, and you're seeing Hamster.
Yeah, you're watching Neblime, and I'm watching Hamster.
If only we could combine the two.
Yeah, I think he got it.
Yeah.
Rest in penises. It was completely different.
That's weird that it only printed out.
Hamster
for
was evidently very confused that he was not being attacked or anything.
Yeah,
he was looking around. It was completely fucked.
Oh, roller skates is here. Okay, he's gonna
roller skate?
He's gonna make sure. Oh, he's been here. He's a lurker, dude. A Zerg Ultralisk.
Oh no. You can't do that.
All right, let's do it. This time for real.
For real.
For real. Of course, the only one that we actually get is, to open up the grand finals. Because why else? Where else would it show up? But it's the same positions: Hamster in the top right, Neblime in the bottom left.
Well, it was Hamster's warm up. He needed a warm up.
Yeah,
today's been a slow day for him.
Yeah, he hasn't played any matches yet, so. Honestly, Hamster looked pretty solid in the early game, but transferring out of that and his sort of like he could have just won the game with the skits, it felt like, if he dove onto the main, but he second-guessed himself with just a couple of
He would have killed a lot of
watchdogs.
workers anyways.
Yeah, he absolutely would have set himself up for success. He could have stopped the Atlas being made, slowed the tech progress on that. He could have even tried to attack that with that many skits, honestly.
I think if it wasn't for the desync, he might have won that, honestly, because he was in the position to. Neblime had a lot of working up to go from that point, but it was clear that
the Almecus Anter
he was
coming,
desynced
right?
on my end really badly, and he was responding to stuff that was totally different on your end. So,
well, it'll be a very fast pull this time around, with the worker being in a similarly fast position. So we might actually see a little bit more early aggression here, but it remains to be seen. Obviously, there will be that one stockade. I feel like you might be able to go as Zerg, like it's kind of unmapped territory, because nobody really... People have tried 6-pooling, but I don't think they've tried like just a really early one into like 2 or 3 pairs of Zets versus, maybe a slower opener. But Neblime is not known for his slow openers, right? So
I feel like it's safer to go Quasis against Terran, because if they make an Ahmed, then your Zeth's
Or
just
if they have like a
basically contribute
wall,
nothing.
any sort of Sim
Yep.
City like what we have here for neblime as well. So unlikely to be seen. He does have the pool up, and he is starting to get some gas, as well as his first military purchase being a pair of quasis. So sort of echoing what you're
Tickles
saying.
en route. Additional tickles en route.
We'll see if neblime is actually going to end up winning this one or not, because I think I would have agreed with you in your analysis. It seemed like Hamster had the tools necessary to
Yeah, he had
get some
tier
good-
3 on the way.
Yeah.
He was ahead in bases.
And he
It's
had
arguable
the,
if he would have lost the ones that he was losing because of the desync. The Vithrilists were on your end, were super obviously in totally the wrong position. On my end, they were all above Neblime's base in a huge stack with other errors. So they were there for hunting
the Seraphs, yeah.
Seraph. So there would have been like really different. Like it's hard to say for sure, but he was definitely in a very strong position and had been for a while.
I would have favored
But,
him overall. Yeah, obviously it's not close enough to, or not obvious enough to make the call, right?
Yeah.
So, but
It was definitely like it was going to be hard for him to crack the bases though. Like with a Convalesce and stuff like that, it wasn't really a base sieging army to begin with. So Neblime might have been able to hold it out, but it would have been up to him actually taking control of the map after that. Which, well, Seraphs died to Spiritiths, and that wasn't. It was already desynced, so it's arguable. But I imagine the players will probably play a little bit differently this time. I mean, Neblime is still doing his same old little timing push. He always does this. It really feels like it's just a part of his build. It's like, well, I may as well put pressure over there and just see what's going on.
yeah, well,
Kind
at
of
the same
forces the
time,
Zerg to play a certain way, right? Like if
Yeah.
he didn't make quasis, if he went for the fast expand and like a circuit or something, then he can just ignore the circuit or even break it. And like you pretty much have to respond to it in this manner. And this time though, I don't think Neblime's going to do this the same way. For one, he's got very single file.
yes, this is an interesting round. He's also got an anchor making. I think if Hamster is a little too slow to respond to this, he could be in trouble. But he did end up picking a single Mason with his Naths. So he's probably feeling pretty good about that. The problem is, it's Neblime. He loves Masons. And the anchor push is actually going to be made manifest here. It's only going to be scouted as the anchor completes. So Hamster is not in a great position here as he continues to scout with his Naths.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Okay, he cancels it in the right time. That would have been disastrous, but the anchor is indeed done. You can force this down with enough quasis, but it doesn't look like Hamster wants to do that just yet.
It would have been better to wait for the stim to run out and then come in because, yeah, force him to stim a second time. It's a little bit more damage. But
Yep.
unfortunately, even then, with the anchor already finished, it would have been pretty rough trade.
I think he needs to come down here and kill the Mason, making the anchor. You know, you time it with the push there, but instead he's just going to end up attacking. He wisely, Neblime actually pulls his Mason back off of that anchor that's in production, and we do have a bunch of Vorvercors morphing. So this is actually going to be a lot of military that Neblime might not be able to do anything at home with, right? He's scouting out the expansion. Yeah, Hamster knows if he breaks this, and he does so convincingly, he can just walk into his enemy's base and attack him with a lot of units.
Yep.
But anchors are
Yeah,
a
a
great
lot of those
choice.
Mavericks are very low, too. So while they're in bunkers at the moment, the second they pop out, they're going to die.
Yeah, the Vorvs can deal a lot of the damage here. He is going to stim them, but a lot of them didn't
A
actually
lot of
go
them
back
died
in.
to pop out.
Yeah. That is a critical mistake there from Neblime. He is going to end up losing a large amount of units. Hamster can go for that counterattack if he wants to as he sets up his expansion. He's not exactly an all-in from this position, but he is behind in workers a lot. So I'd love to see him try to get a little bit more damage. Nathrakor is flying around, just seeing what's going on. And now we have a stimmed Maverick here looking to scout. But there are Quasilisks on attack moves, so they will not accomplish much of anything. They'll see a move out. But I think at this point, he's going to have to think about, interrupting the construction of this ministry. That should be Hamster's target. He's not actually attacking into that location just yet. Got more units coming. Recognizes he has an opening. These anchors are being made, but I'm not so sure it's actually going to be enough. He's definitely not going to be able to complete this.
He's got a few Akhmeds in them, so they might be able to do a bit. Oh.
Yeah, but the ministry's not going to get completed. This is going to have to get canceled, like almost certainly.
This is going to hurt Neblime. He's going to have to buckle up. Put on his
He's thinking about
safari hat.
Yeah, there are indeed two Hurricanes in there, so this could be a bit of a bait. But hey, one of them gets lifted off. If you can get underneath it and block it from landing, which is what's happening with the Zethrakor underneath that. It is going to eventually be able to land, but there's only one Huracan in the fight. Now the other one in the back line, not actually able to help out, and the front anchor is going to pop without anything in it. Now the Quasilisks are too low to actually do that much more damage, but that was very, very close there. Neblime he made a bit of a critical error with his anchor land liftoff timing. That allowed that to be a lot more dangerous than it really should have been.
Yep. He's going to immediately start that ministry. Always on his mind is, I must make masons. But he's not making... Oh, there we go. He knew. He knew. He knew he was breaking the Holy Edict. He had to quickly get back into that mason production. And now that huge stack of Mavericks and that walls marching across the masses.
He knows to check the middle.
Oh, they're coming. They're coming. They want it. They want it. Like moths to an open flame. Oh, no. Hamster. One dies. Oh, no. The other...
Okay, he corrected that. He's got the gnats going to fly on in here. There's nothing in the anchor, so if they decide to stick around for it, they can just tickle it. Here comes the stim. Well, here comes the push, right? There's no circuit over here, so this is still pretty deadly, but he does have some more quasis hatching soon. The one Huracan should be focused down. It's not going to happen. Workers that are harvesting gas could be the target here, but it looks like neblime is happy to just let the attack move do its thing. And there's more than enough quasis here to deal with this. He could send the workers back to mine. There we go.
Tickled to death by Derelict.
That's right. So he ends up killing a Kagrant, which is one Derelict. And he ends up killing a lot of Quasilisks. But Hamster's now ahead in workers. But we do have a Trojan on the way.
Snowlickislis burrow to stop it this time. This match feels much more squirmy and impatient.
Yeah, I think both of our players are looking for something a little bit different here out of this one. The Hydrith then coming. So we could end up seeing more Skiths.
He could be sensing the Wraith transition, but it isn't. It's something slightly different.
I like this
but
here
it's
from...
still...
Oh, no. The Mason is
biting.
dying. Oh, it was one hit away. Didn't have the guts. But he keeps the gnats alive. I guess that's something. He'll still scout the star pad, of course. Now, I like
coming back to the middle to...
he's loading in those extra Mavericks.
Threading the needle. He picked up the Garden Mavericks just as Hamster rolls in to start harvesting. And now...
look at that. He canceled the Skith, the Hydrith den, so that he can make a Zorkiz. But the Trojan is here, and the Quasis need to respond to this. There's the one Wraith, but look at the 7 Mavericks unloading out of this. There's going to need to be some kind of reaction. He's not going to drill on top. Just going to see if he can evacuate. Remember, Hamster is still relatively even on workers. Only behind by 3 right now. So he can just resaturate his main and get to going. He still has plenty of larvae here. A lot of money in the bank. So a little bit paranoid about that. It queues up 12 workers, by the way.
That is 12. It's kind of like 3. There's more Trojans en route.
Oh, yes.
There's
not a single Huracan with this army, by the way.
He's got Cyprians, though. That's actually technically a lot more scary in this particular circumstance because he can just straight up fight Hamster's forces. And
Gorgorcores.
There is a handful of Gorgorcores coming, and he is going to desperately need them because there is going to be a lot of shit in his base and his units. He's contemplating where to stick them.
He wants if he can guard the ramp, he can respond to both the natural and the main, but it is going to be a committed drop. 3 Trojans on their way into the main base of Hamster. I don't know, though. The Gorgorcores are going to hatch around the same time. What's the reaction? Here comes the Gorg. Can absorb the shots from the Cyprian, but the Clerics are doing a lot to hold the damage here. One of the Gorgs has already fallen, but I don't think the rest is going to happen. He has to cancel the anchor. Pretty cheeky. I like it. But he saves the Trojans. He does kill the one Gorg, and he scouts that Gorgs are happening. So now he can respond by adding way more Watchdogs to the main base. And as well as the natural.
He found the Anaths, but Hamster was quick enough to not lose them, but they might die here.
Yeah, I think they will.
Even Shambler died.
Unbelievable.
Gorgs are en route, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to accomplish too much on their own. They might be able to deny this third, though. Yeah,
if they deny the natural, which is what he did earlier, now he can deny the third if he's quick enough and proactive enough. There's a Scout Cleric, not usually the unit you want for that job.
Shambler has turned a new leaf. He's become a faith healer.
All right, well, the Mason will indeed get bopped here, and the Gorgs can start railing onto this ministry. What's the reaction here from neblime? His Trojans are empty. I don't know what they were thinking about. So he will have to cancel that. There's even some workers here to build Hatcherosks proxy-wise. I like the the redundancy Mason. Still thinking.
Oh,
about
it's he saw the 2 Droleths and was like, oh, I also like making workers.
Dude, they're still with the army.
Lone Wraith has discovered his base and been tickled.
Yep. Seeing if it can heckle some workers, moving over to the 3rd base. That is indeed freshly operational. We have another Mason over here. We actually have the Zerg getting the tech up faster yet again.
Ugh!
Absolutely boned 8 Gorga cores, by the way.
That's like 3.
This Wraith has arrived to the main base of Hamster, but it will be swiftly dealt with.
Hey, won't spot this tier 2.
That is actually kind of critical. It's in an interesting location at the ramp, which ends up being pretty important here. And there, with the Hydrith down on the way as well, he's going to have the full spread of tech. 2 Kaffirlosks instantaneously started, really benefiting from the middle here. Neblime looked at this multiple times, but didn't come back here since his 3rd has been denied. And so now he's starting to stretch his legs, get his anchors set up there.
Stretch his feet is more like it.
Yeah, he's going to go over here and put a stop to the middle. A Gorga core being sent to scout.
A very expensive scout is en route.
Yeah. What's the reaction here from Hamster? There we go. Get him away. Evacuation. Gorga core being zoned away by the Ministry and its reticent watchdogs. I guess they aren't too reticent. They must be happy to shoot. A lot of additional hatches in the macro, and yeah, he's thinking about taking 12 o'clock, but there is a Maverick there, wisely being put there such that you have to send a unit or 2 over there. Oh, he might be able to get the hatch down, though. Yep, he will. That's beautiful for Hamster. Doesn't end up getting it denied. The reaction's not there from Neblime. That's why I usually want to guard it.
Finished, and the mantles are being started. The mantles.
That's right.
Will surely deliver cat facts as they were in the last game during Operation Desync. Meanwhile, look at Hamster.
Making Tetsuya
Look
cores.
at these big men.
That's right.
Gaze upon their animations and their whiteness.
They're very white. Well,
They
3
just
Wraiths are
wanna-
navigating over 12 o'clock. Some
He's
advanced
ignoring
defenses.
it for the time being. The Mavericks are carefully avoiding the Gorga core. Oh. Tickle. And he's fucked.
He is. But he did some damage to a Wraith.
Yeah, Tezorkor we're going to try to jump between the 2 cliffs just like Reapers, but he realized, wait a second. Real men don't jump.
Now there's enough Gorgs to clean this up and defend this base before it can be heckled, but there's a very large amount of infantry moving up. There's also 2 Valkyries. I think he's expecting a much more heavily air-focused army than what Hamster's actually building. His Matraval Nest is halfway done. And Gorgs are pushed off and pushed back. Here come the Valks, doing some stacking damage. There's only Quasis for anti-air, so not the best choice right now.
Big men are en route.
He's going to try to get on top of the military, but that's not a great idea. Big men can't yet flank. Tetsuya is doing their best to spin out, get some damage dealt. Here come the Valkyries being
Gorgs counter Valks.
attacked there. No, he's flying them directly over to the military. That's not a bad idea, but we also have a lot more units. The problem is most of these units are workers. Some backposts have joined the fight, and the bio is summarily executed.
Big man steps on little man. Who's the top now?
The question is, what is this Gorg doing? Patrolling in the bottom right, I guess just blocking expos. There are cataphracts out. I don't know if I like cataphracts in this situation, though, Misk. I'm going to be honest. 11
He has a lot
convolisks.
of big men, so yeah, this is looking a lot more decisive for Hamster than this time in the last game where he had the Convolisks, but he didn't have a way to protect them or otherwise get them inside of Neblime's juicy, slightly puckered interior. But now he
Ahmed.
has big men.
Dude, there's an Ahmed. We're going to have an Ahmed drop. He's got enough to fit in.
Yeah, there is Ahmed.
Making more stuff.
Quickly as that, there's none of those Likizelisks waiting for him like there was last time. And if you look at his tech, the only thing there is a Scorcherous Witch Pile that could deal some damage.
Oh boy.
But Neblime may not get the chance to actually do that because big men have arrived.
Yeah, and there's no apostles here to revive them for him, so he's outside of Big Men. It looks like Cataphracts made it into one of the anchors, but it will be destroyed. Sentinels are being
Big men
absorbed.
are too big.
Remember, the Convolisks are here to create more Rilla Rokors as well.
Well, they're turning Masons into another kind of Mason.
Well, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Hamster, in a much more decisive victory, claims the first map. It will be Otherworld selected by Neblime for our second one. I don't even know if the Convolisks made a huge difference in that fight, but it definitely made it so that to me, Mask, it felt like Neblime had a lot of forces, but he didn't really. At least they weren't in that spot.
He lost too many units in that fight right beforehand. While Hamster lost the Gorga cores and some other stuff, he kept all of his beef alive and then reinforced it with more beef, and then it was just very beefy. And there wasn't really enough. The Cataphracts aren't going to do enough damage to overwhelm the beef. The beef sustains. It's perpetually curing beef.
Neblime in the top right and Hamster in the bottom right. I'm looking forward to what we're going to see as the series progresses, but Hamster has scored a win. The last time he was in the Grand Finals, which was, of course, last tournament, his first tournament, in fact, he did not score a win in the Grand Finals. And hey, look at this! It's a very fast Rax, 8 Rax to be exact. He's cutting workers for this. Not like Neblime to not build Masons, but he has done this in the past.
Look at this, he's not even...
Is he going to do 8 double stockade?
Is he doing double? I think he's doing double. He has to be. There's nothing that expensive that comes out of this. So it has to be, yes.
Yes.
Oh my god. And the one time Hamster doesn't fast scout.
Well, he does fast pool, and he's getting some gas. I mean, it's not going to be very useful for him in the long run. This is actually pretty bad for him to get Vespene in this situation, not that he would know. Because it's delaying your mineral income, which you need for extra hatch, extra defenses. Now, Neblime just wants to give him the swift right hand here.
Yeah.
Knockout punch.
You know, it's telling that Neblime played like 200 matches on Derelict within like 2 days. But in both matches against Hamster, Hamster looked very convincing on that.
I would say so, yeah.
In spite of whatever setbacks in the beginning of the game. So I think Neblime realizes, wait a second. This rodent has my number.
Well, he's also really warmed up,
69.
dude. Talk about warmed up. Like, this guy is... he's just gotten straight into... You know, you said earlier he basically played a best of 7. He played 8 games already. That was his 9th game. Well, 10th game, I guess, if you count the opening round. So...
Yeah, that desync could even, like, the desync thing, too, is like a warm-up for him because all his matches weren't against Terran.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, the second game looked even more convincing, so... He does have the 4 Nats coming, but there's a lot of Mavericks already here.
Yeah, they're probably not going to do any damage, but they could cause him a little bit of a headache here trying to chase them around.
Now, they're idling in vision, so this is a little bit awkward as the Mavericks... Well, I don't think either player has actually noticed them. There we go. Now they're going to start doing some tickle damage. Remember, the Mason count is really low right now, dude. Like, he's got 8 workers, so losing that one was not...
And he'd rather not have to, like, build watchdogs and stuff in this situation because if this attack fails for whatever reason... Now he has to... He feels like, oh, I have to go now.
Yeah, but he's losing.
Just going to come back.
Yeah, the Nats are biting his cheese in the rear end. He's going to send the Rockets over. Oh my god, dude! Neblime looks totally lost. He's back down to the starting worker count. He turned
back with some of his units, but he just ended up losing a Maverick. Now
there's 8 Quasis already here. Hamster can't believe what's happening.
Them in. No. He's pulling them in. He got one. But I mean, the worker kills that he suffered, and the fact he had to build a watchdog on top of it. No, Hamster's in a good spot, and the first thing he sees when he goes close to the ramp is them who tickle, and there's a lot of them. Oh,
he just lost both
both of them sides.
Yeah, honestly, Hamster doesn't realize it, but he can just walk across the map and win the game right now.
Hamster has no idea that his very, very, very early quas, comparatively few workers, Nats into mass Quasilisks, has still netted him a substantial worker gain at this point.
Yeah. Well, he's making multiple hatch and going into some workers behind this, but he's not interested in pushing the advantage. It looks like he might be thinking about, yeah, he's actually, Mask, he's going to go to the Otherworld and attack from the back. That's exactly where Neblime is thinking of going too with his units.
Oh no!
And then Hamster's
things are
scouting
going
the
so
sound.
badly for Neblime.
Yeah, they're going to see the watch.
Hamster's going to be confused. Where's your units at? Where's your units at? There's a Maverick. The Maverick is shooting me. Now, and Hamster pulled back because he doesn't know.
Yeah.
He thinks maybe he went past them. He has no idea.
Yeah. He's not sure yet. Well, the Nathracor could confirm that, but this is a really confusing game for Hamster. He
sent one out there. The one is going to run right into all the infantry. It's still just as bad for Neblime because his secret push has been discovered. He takes more damage from it.
Yeah.
Out, and then he pulls back.
He stims, and then he's going to pull back. Yeah.
The Quasis didn't hit him, so they must be somewhere.
The worker count is crazy this game.
Units at base. He's so naked.
And the Nath isn't scouting it out, not confirming it. The stockades have rejigged their position a little bit. There's going to be a single Maverick making its way up here to give watch over the ground path in the Otherworld.
I think Hamster is very confused. He's still making a horde of Quasis, though. He has so many of them. He keeps waiting for this all-in. Little does he realize that he killed the all-in already.
Yeah, it's already
There's
done.
only a few units on the map.
He has no idea. There's an expansion started in the back line. The Nathracor will probably find that.
You gotta go as ballsy as possible here.
I mean, when he only sees like a small handful of Mavericks, dude, Neblime must be feeling like he's out of luck. Oh, not able to catch that.
And he keeps forcing all these stims out. He's got to either repair them or make a vestry at some point.
Yeah, and the main problem is
Looks like
he's going to start repairing. Yeah, like he can't afford to start getting gas right now. He's going to do it, but that's like an opportunity again for Hamster to just start running roughshod over this man.
Look how many Quasis this man has. It's ridiculous.
All on the other
There's
world.
A third base coming. Neblime can't even afford to build feet right now. It's all he can do is just to keep the Mason dream alive and try to catch up to Hamster, who isn't really looking too good on workers because of all the Quasis he built. But now the worker count is getting to be rather substantial.
Well, that was an interesting path that Quasilis took, but it manages to
Yeah,
get
I
towards
was watching that.
Is he going to go?
Get
Oh, he's going to do it.
Yes.
He has to retask it. Yeah. You can't face me. You can't face me.
Oh, you pulled him into the tickling.
Well, remember that, that Mason and the Maverick in the bottom left. I'm not even sure Neblime clocked that, but yeah, must have.
Neblime senses it.
Yeah,
he senses.
He's doing it. There's another hatch coming though, and that's going to be on the in base. I mean, this game is Hamsters in the bag. I have to call it. I should have called it a lot sooner, but I have to call it. What's he going to do? He sees the units coming. He's going to dive on forward. This is the right move. He's got way more units than Neblime can hope to face. And that's
so many tickles.
That is it. That was basically the entire army. He's got, an anchor. He's got 5 Mavericks, some of which he stims. They've got so little in the form of durability.
I think he can hold that. Yeah, he's fine.
I don't know, Mask. It might not be over anytime soon, but it's over. You know what I mean?
The game is an upward climb for Neblime all the way up until he gets like diadems and stuff, but he can hold this for a while because mostly because Hamster does not yet realize just how insanely far ahead he is at the moment. But then he starts seeing stimmed Mavericks all over the place and anchors all over the place, and it's like, do I really want to just throw thousands of Quasis at that? No, he's gonna go for the Zorkas again. And maybe or may not cancel it for his Hydra's Den at some point. But.
Well, I think he lost his solo Nath, unless it's in the middle of the map or something. No, I think it is gone. Oh, no, there it is. He just took a lot of shots, too, but he scouts out the stockade and once again flies away. Look at that. I don't know if he saw the star pad, but it's only one.
Well, there are no anti-air defenses at the moment, but there are additional Quasis. I think he might sense something. This in-base is starting to get its own... I don't know, he might just turn into a circuit. The other one turned into a circuit. No, I think he senses something is afoot.
Yeah. Yep, getting those anti-air defenses in 2 out of 3 of his active mining bases.
Ahmed is en route. And so are those are useless.
Interesting choice. Wants to spend his minerals and then go for tier 2, I guess. Once again, scouting extra stockades being made. Nathrakor does finally die. There will be a Trojan, so there will be Hurakan drops.
Tier 2 has started.
I think the rest of this should be Lakizelisks. That's what his rest of his gas needs to be at this point. The single Wraith is going to get a worker kill. Could have turned it into a Kagrant, but doesn't have the immediate response time just yet. Heckle.
Oof.
Oh, heckle. Dude, somebody outside's honking the horn at the same time. He's happy. He's trying to cheer for Neblime. Oh, no. You can't access that lower mineral field. I mean, you can, but it's like the longest path possible. Brutal.
Tickled.
6 Lakizelisks on the way. No Ovileths, but there is an Antseal coming for detection, so it won't be as critical. But I still think this is a really dangerous potential push. Especially if he goes around the Otherworld, but...
Oh, look at Neblime. He senses that, oh my god, there's going to be 20,000 Gorga cores. I better spend like 800 minerals on Watchdogs, but it isn't.
No.
It's something far more dumb. Meanwhile, this Quasi gets tickled just in time to show the Trojans.
Oh my god. Well, here comes the reaction. It's just an utter, veritable horde of Zeth, Quasi, and Lakizelisk. They are there to zone away the Trojans. There are 14 Hurakans in between them. So I guess this third base will be attacked, but Neblime really needs to be careful in this situation.
I think he can take out his tier 2, honestly, if he really wanted to, but he went for the easier target.
Yeah, that's going to allow Hamster to respond to this. He's sending 4 Lakizelisks back and getting them into a good position to accept this drop with open spines.
Oh, Tism.
Yeah, a couple
There we
of
go.
them.
Oh, but right on top of the Kizlisk. 1 or 2 might die, but
Yeah,
I guess it's better than his entire worker line, right?
Yeah, he only ends up losing 4 workers for that, and he does lose the base, so Neblime was able to do that, but that was a lot of investment in order to accomplish that. And if Hamster's smart, he'll just leave these Lakizelisks over here. He's only producing workers right about now. Lakizelisk is going to get revealed by that Antseal, but the rest of the army is moving ever closer. Leapfrogging these Lakizelisks is the right choice.
Oh, the Antseal! That's a
Hurakan's
loss
still
that
burning.
Neblime didn't want at this point in time.
Hurakan still burning a bunch of Zerg in where the third was being set up. Now, Hamster has so much money. He's going for the Mutath. I think he's going to switch into Mass Muta when that's done. He's got a ridiculous amount of minerals.
So many Achmeds. Neblime only sees one thing, and that is Masons riding Achmeds into battle as another Trojan is going towards the in-base, which has no defenses of any kind whatsoever.
Yeah, he never ended up moving his Lakizelisks over, so he's going to unburrow some of them and make some way over here. That Kaffir should be canceled, and it doesn't look like it's going to be.
Rip.
I think he gets a little bit of the gas back, but it's still a pretty heavy loss to have. And now they can charge on forward to attack the back base, but he's busy getting attacked in the front. And Hamster's going to say, wait, you've got nothing over here this whole time. And we're going to say, yeah, Hamster. This is how the whole game has been, actually. Trying to get through the makeshift wall here. It's actually worked out quite well. But the Lakizelisks are here now. And there's no Antseal to detect them. Neblime is in deep shit, and the mutas aren't even going to be necessary, it looks like.
I mean, look at Hamster's base. He's in deep shit. He lost his main defenses. All of his workers died. He's down to 21 workers. They're going for the tier 2, but they're probably...
No, they're getting caught up on everything else. The chaos is too strong, and all of his stockades are going to get destroyed in the process. There's a Lakizelisk down here as well.
Oh no, the Masons!
Oh no! The last Achmed dies. The Masons.
No, he's got one more.
Well,
he's fighting the Lakiz. Oh, he died. Oh, the Masons
there's
are
another
fighting.
one. There's
the
another
Masons
one.
killed one.
Oh!
Neblime holding on as best as he can. The burning Quasithkul is mutating. Some Mutalisks have arrived to fight the one Achmed that was still there all this time.
Yeah. What a weird game, but it is going to go the way of Hamster, no doubt about that. Never was.
The last vestiges of defenses rally to the two Anseals. A lot of units are not attacking the Mavericks at the moment, so he was able to get a lot of mileage out of them, but the tickling is continuing. Oh no. Each Maverick is precious gold to Neblime at the moment.
Starting more
So
stockades,
hold
but
on
look,
just for
one
a
of the
moment.
Masons dies while trying to build it. The tickling is too tough. There could be an attack on that back base at any point, but instead the Lakizilisks are going to migrate on forward, and that's pretty much it. There's no anchors coming. There's no lodestones coming. The star pads have concluded. He's trying to set up
Neblime
a
has
base.
1,000 minerals. He can build in the other world.
Yeah.
He has a base coming up. He's still in this.
No, he's
He'll
not.
just have to turtle for a very long time.
It's over.
Oh god. Oh god. He's gotta drill them. He's gotta drill them as fast as possible. Bring
Not
the
the
Mason
Mason death, no!
The Anseals! No, the Anseals, you need them. You need their they're out of shields anyways. Oh, it's a tragedy. Oh, they're biting. Needless arrive, they're biting. Listen, he's still got an anchor. He's still got minerals. He can sit there and repair it. It's got
Look
4
at bottom
Mavericks.
left. There's more Hurricanes to try to attack, but I don't think it matters because there's still Lakizilisks everywhere.
Listen, he can stand on them.
There's the Protoss on the back.
He's got to save his base now. Everything on his base. The Calcure pawn is 70 health.
It does, yeah, it's very low.
And the Neblime is in this. In for a pound, in for a penis. Building 30,000 watchdogs in that net. the third is dying.
I think he has too much hope, honestly. He's got no unit production.
Listen, he's got an anchor. He's got fucking watchdogs. Look at this. He's killing. He's winning.
He can't hold
the
out.
Masons are dying.
He can't hold
Listen,
out.
he's got money. He can rebuild. He can build back
GG.
better. Oh, fuck.
And it's over in favor of none other than Hamster. Going up 2-0 in a best of 7. 2 more matches to go.
That was incredibly silly. What an utterly goofy game.
It'll be Impetus, a map that many players now have mentioned that it's hard to hold that natural. We'll see if that comes into play. Neblime looking for that. Remember, dude, he said earlier that Derelict is an easy win, insta win. And it wasn't. Neither of the attempts. Now on Otherworld, he gets punked trying to do the Giga strat.
The Naths turned out to actually work really well because they really hung him up. They killed a lot of his momentum. They got in important worker kills. They even got like a Maverick killer too. It turned out all right for Hamster. Can he keep the momentum?
That's right. Neblime in the top,
First act
Hamster
was
in the
to
bottom.
decollide his workers.
Well, that's always the first act. Yeah, something that I was watching between... I was actually watching a top foreign player, Hawk. He's a Zerg main, and he's done, F to S Zerg and stuff like that, like showing certain strategies on the ladder. But another video he has is talking about the opening sort of movements you can do. And he always says to control-click the workers, task them to mine, and then, as they're going to mine, you start the Droleth, or the drone in Brood War's case. And the reason being is so you don't decollide your workers. So might be something that Hamster can pick up on. But that's a very minor point in the grand scheme of things. It clearly hasn't hurt Hamster so far, as he is getting up for his 9 pool. He will not be scouting early this time around, and Neblime is back to a bit of a more bog standard build himself.
Yeah, this is a harder map to defend your Nat on. If you feel like you need it, you're definitely going to have to make some extra quasis or a very fast circuit or something down there to defend it. And with the kind of timings that Neblime has been going for, even like on Derelict, where he always kind of ended up there before the Nat had even started, is something to definitely be conscious about, is particularly on this matchup with that particular timing build that Neblime goes for. It's in a lot of early defense to be owed to having quasis sitting on your ramp. Well, you can't do that here. So
Yeah, not if you're going for that earlier timing, so...
You'll need a few more of them. Some gas here was enough for 1 Naths, 1 quasi. This later larva has not been morphed. There it is. It's additional quasis.
Yeah, I think he's just going to try to hold for any early antics, and the Nats are purely for scouting this time around, not dedicating 100 Vespene early on. His early rotations of larva so far, it's been all military. Making sure to check his corners. That left side scout is very particular. He must have been attacked by that in the past.
Shambler must have put a hatch there at one point. I know I would.
Yeah, it's very alluring.
Although it's kind of hard, like your hatch, it kind of looks like it sees the ramp. Like if you send a worker up there, wouldn't you see it?
I think just barely not if you hug the side that the ramp is coming on. So it would be possible. Not very likely, but possible. Besides, you can just make like you're leaving and then come back up anyway, right? So.
Yeah.
But everybody ends up building stuff a little closer to the ramps these days to avoid exactly that situation. Well, the Mavericks are going to stem on to the Nathricors. Good reactions by both players to keep everything alive. And if the Nats stray a little bit further towards that expansion, they will actually see the Mason constructing it. Unlikely to be able to do any damage to stop it, but at least they'll see that neblime is taking the macro road in this one. And I think it's exactly due to the fact that this map is a little bit harder to defend the natural, and by comparison, you take your own base early, you can guarantee a macro game. And I'm not really sure who to pull for in a macro game. I mean, on Derelict 1, Derelict A, that was definitely Hamster's macro game to lose, so to speak. Like, he had the advantage, but there's no neutral gas here to be harvested. So, kind of feels like it's a little bit more on the difficult side to confirm. And speaking of confirming, Nats are getting shot out of the sky by a watchdog. They'll see the vestry starting. That's good information. You know a move out's probably not that far behind. And he is starting his expansion here in the bottom left. So the natural is coming, and that means the quasis have to be on even ground. Mason's going to wander on over here and start to construct an anchor.
Some Zeths have popped out here.
Yeah, those could be Vorvs. He's, I think he's waiting on a little bit more resources in order to accomplish that. There we go.
Yep.
But yeah, he's actually going to spot this one in production. So yeah, it is going to get canceled. The units aren't even really reacting. Yeah.
They're on move, just stuck together. And he just...
No, he's just going to leave it. No, there you go.
No, okay.
So he stemmed all of his units straight back. He's like, well, you happen to leave your base area, so I'm on my way out of here. And this is opening up an opportunity for the early Zeths and Quasis.
Oh, yeah. Like, look at this anchor. If he doesn't move that anchor, it can get surrounded. Look at him pulling all the Masons there just because he knows.
Yeah.
He has to form a wall.
Oh, he doesn't have that many military units, honestly. It's only the 10 Mavericks, 11 Mavericks. Like, that can absolutely be bopped, depending on how things go, but the anchor is going to finish. Okay, it is going to move out to the front. This is a lot of timing. A lot of this is down to timing, but I think... Oh, no, he's moving in just as it starts to land. Mess, there's nothing in there yet. He's going to go ahead and charge on forward. Masons are going to be here to try to repair. The Zeths and Vorvs are falling, but more of them are streaming in. Nathricor is going to go after... crucially, a Vorv is off to the side, but the anchor's already blown up. There's a couple Cyprians in the back line. They can be absolutely critical here, but the Nathricor kind of screwing up a little bit of the targeting. So the Cyprian shots go askew. He didn't lose... He lost a lot of workers, unfortunately, in neblime, but Hamster spent a lot of larvae that could have been workers on that military push. So
wow, look at the worker count. It says a lot.
Yeah. Well, he's going to scream right back up to an advantage now. Critically not making any military units, so it was really important that Hamster kept these quasis alive. He's got 7 of them here, and he will use them to...
The Mason is approaching Operation Watchdog, I believe. We haven't seen that yet. He looked like he might have positioned for it before, but ended up just setting in the Mason to die. But now it seems like at least he wants to see if a third is going to come down very quickly or not. Plus, he probably also wants to know if it's going to be Lakislus again.
Yeah, he wants to scout what the tech
it begins.
What tech the Zerg actually has.
Right now, just only now really getting his gas harvesting underway, so...
A star pad starting as well.
It's probably going to be drops again, it looks like, or at least probably Anseals, because he's adding in more and more stockades. Not really positioning for a mass wraiths or something like that.
Zork is starting.
I mean, I feel like mass wraiths would actually be pretty good on this map. So you have a lot of access points. You really have to force them to run all over the damn place if you have 2 different attack points.
Yep. The Watchdog is going to be here. This might actually draw away some of these quasis as the military, the primary force, is moving forward. There are no Hurricans with this army, so they won't be able to burst down any of the armor. But with only 2 circuits over here, and the quasis moving outside, Yeah, he should have the vision of it now. So there you go. He clicks on it for good measure, sees that it's a Zorkis, and falls back with the army. Not feeling like he can bust the double circuit, apparently. Not with that number of quasi scouted out.
I'm not sure if he spotted the circuit. Oh, yeah, his worker died there.
His Mason scouted it out, so he knows that there's going to be at least 2 there, maybe more. But there's no map vision here for Hamster. He has no idea what's coming. He's banking a lot of gas. It's going to be Gorger cores, actually. So this could go south because obviously another eventuality you can plan for is the there's a Quasilis winning a duel versus a Maverick on the left-hand side of the map. We'll even go ahead and burrow at the foot of that ramp. So if that's the angle of attack, which it looks like it will be, there's going to be a little bit of an advance warning. But yeah, I think when you see the Zorkis, you add a couple of Watchdogs and, you know, something for safety. There's going to be triple star pad. You were talking about Mass Wraith. It looks like that's what neblime wants to do. Still looking for a look into the series.
If you see it's like, oh, it's going to be Lakizalist again, I may as well make Wraiths. But if it is Gorga cores, they can activate a little harder than, like... I like how his units are always moving back and forth across the map. He's really giving them some leg day exercises here.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's something that iSarCasm brought up in his interview before his game against Hamster earlier today. Hard to believe that was all the same day, but for Hamster, indeed it was. And he mentioned, actually, that iSarCasm, you have to move your Protoss forces back and forth so that the Zerg can't feel super safe. Well, that's sort of what neblime is doing, but it's without Hamster even noticing. And he will scout the Gorgs, so he'll be, you know, enough of an advance warning using that Aeon Seal. He can start to add more Watchdogs. A 4th star pad. He's really committing into the star pads. It's actually going to be a total of 6. Or, sorry, 5 for now. We'll see if that changes.
Oh my god, yeah, he is. And he's adding more Watchdogs, too.
Yeah,
I was thinking, no, those are Watchdogs, and realized, no.
There's 2 more
behind the minerals, this boy is going all in.
He wants to do Mass Wraith here.
Yeah, if he repels this attack force, then he can just start harassing a lot. And just have so many that you basically can't make Lakizalisk or Gorgs anymore. Yeah. Which there is a single Lakizalisk over there, but...
Yeah, this attack force has to... Like, Hamster needs to win decisively here, or he is in real deep shit. And I don't think he can win decisively, judging by the... You know, sure, he's got a very healthy number of Gorgs, very scary number of Gorgs. But the Watchdogs are going to zone him away from harassing, and if he doesn't bring the Gorgs with his ground army, he can't do anything to that bio wall.
I think he needs to make a unified attack, but he only has the ones that Aetherless, so it's not going to do too much against that. He just doesn't have a wall to deal with this.
It's real scary to see all of his units, many of them on a move command here. It'll only be changed now with the bio stemming forward. The Gorgs are in a good position to intercept here, and that's not something that neblime had the immediate thoughts of. So a lot of these units are going to start getting engaged upon, but the Mavericks combine a lot of their damage and power to deal with those Gorgs. And there's no Lakizalisks with this force. The ones that are useless will be focused down. And Hamster's just going to call it right there and then there. Say GG. He did not feel like he had the follow-up. I feel like it might still have been playable, but that was really a tough situation to be in.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, Maverick's damage is insane. He just focused on the Gorgs because that's where all the damage is. And he had so many clerics at that point that he was able to tank a few hits from them before units started dying and just murder them all. Not to mention all the Aeon Seals. But that's the first drop for Hamster, so it's not really too big of a deal. It's starting to feel like his Zorkis play that neblime's really like catching up on that.
Yeah. And I think the good scouting, the constant attention, using the Aeon Seals, and going up to 5 star pad is a ballsy play in and of itself, because if you don't actually win in Tier 1, your Tier 2 is non-existent. But your opponent was also gambling that with all of the Gorgs. So it's kind of like they both opted into the same thing. Well, we are moving on to Infinite Velocity 2. Hamster has opted into this map versus Shambler, and now versus neblime. And of course, he had left it in the pool versus Hapsea on multiple occasions, so clearly feels confident on the map. Well, you see, Mask, Infinite Velocity 2 is the map that neblime is famous for building 300 Masons on. So.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not sure if Hamster really wants to build 300 Masons on this map.
Not with
Maybe he's just thinking about going to sleep.
Yes, I think he might be dreaming of that already. especially with neblime saying 1 second to delay it ever longer.
Yes. Playing the long game here.
Well, I mean, think about it, right? Like, sure, Hamster came off to a very strong start in this series. He's 2 matches away from winning the whole tournament. But, my man, you've already played 8 games. You're going into a very long situation here. And at any point, he could start to crash.
He's got to take a few shots of vodka every time neblime makes a mason. That'll keep him in the game.
Wait for Hamster to give us the go signal. And off we go. Infinite Velocity 2 is our 4th map. And hey, we don't have a blowout this time around, so that's already something exciting. I did say, I didn't really mention this at any point before the tournament. I should probably have, or before today's broadcast. But I bet, sort of like, proverbially speaking, obviously there's no betting on CMBW, not yet. But I did say that neblime would take this game. And... I said he would take this tournament. But I thought it was very interesting that neblime previously had said Hamster's the only person he was even scared about. And, you know, it was a pretty strong showing versus all of the other competition thus far. I guess the one player that made it to the Final Four that he hadn't actually played was iSarCasm, because he played against Veek. And then iSarCasm wasn't able to make it all the way here. So playing against Hamster now is the sort of final test. The final boss, if you will, but neblime should be feeling like the final boss. He's the guy who seems like he is most in form, in shape, and practiced. And that he was my pick before the tournament began, especially once, I should say once Mystery Meat dropped out. He was the guy I was saying was like the most likely player since he was always second fiddle to Mystery Meat. Hamster had been a revelation of the previous tournament and capitulated to Mystery Meat's Protoss random rolls 4 games in a row, so... Unfortunate, obviously. Unlucky, to be honest. But neblime seems like he's just pretty well favored. He's the only Terran in playoffs, and he's made it all the way here. Now, he's finally on the board, and he can show us what he's got cooking, one of which being a forward stockade into a fast double Huracan to burn down this Atlas and cheese the shit out of his opponent.
Well, I hope Hamster wins, because somebody needs to take revenge on him for the things that he did to me.
Yes, he's already looking pretty hot. No pun intended.
Yeah, well, these quasis are actually rallied to the...
I wonder if he wants to burst them down himself. I mean, obviously it's got a lot of armor by default, so... But he can just kind of guard that last...
oh, he's tickling it.
He's going to attack it instead. Yeah, they're going through.
Tickling it.
Now, neblime is... Oh, I think they caught sight of each other. Maybe. No, never mind.
Neblime quickly slurped himself back inside that hole.
What does he want to do?
Oh, he's waiting.
He's waiting. He's laying a trap. Yeah, usually it's Zerg who lay the trap. Honestly, this is kind of a scary number of quasis. This is 8 of them. I think they can deal with this force. No. Where are they going? Another pair is out. All right. Across they go.
He sent one in.
He sent one in. Okay, exploratory. But here we go. He's charging them all in and around the same time. And there we go. Both Huracans already gone. Remember, there were 10 quasis in total. So he's got 6 of them left to do some damage. There's only the one.
Pull the boys.
Yep, pull the boys. The star pad being constructed. This could be a very deadly push from Hamster. There's no Huracans on the way. It's just Mavericks. A little bit of awkward control from, honestly, from both players, but especially from Hamster, who doesn't have any additional...
He's got to kite these around, waste their time as much as possible. Every kill here hurts so much.
That's right. Yeah, he can get that last one. Oh, look at that. He even burrows to waste more time. He's got 4 quasis that can go in, and they do go in. No. The clothesline, the Maverick that stemmed on backwards. Remember, there's only the one Maverick here. Now, despite all of this, Hamster has definitely not got the worker advantage. He's killed like 5-6 workers, but neblime is that fast, and he's sort of poking around, taunting with just the one quasi. And indeed, a couple more shots will kill off a couple more Masons. Needs to kill off one more to be dead even. But he's got more quasis coming.
Might be better just to hop back in through the Nidus and just...
Yeah, it's starting to be attacked by just one Mason. There we go. He's going to charge in, though. He's not going to let him take it, and it's force targeted on. Not all of them were on an attack move, and so many more quasis just came on through.
Oh, the tickles!
Down to 8 workers. What can neblime do? He's got 1 Wraith, But these are quasis, my man, and it's already done a little bit of tickling onto him. Now attacking the stockade. Neblime.
He's now aware that there is the Wraith. He's making...
Oh my god.
Oh god, he's got so many things being built, but none of them will defend against the Wraith quite yet.
It doesn't matter, though. I think this is too much damage. Neblime didn't get off of his gas for a very long period of time there, and was still harvesting it even when he had no mineral workers left. And so he's taken a lot of damage. His Wraith will find nothing in response.
Yeah, that Wraith is going to be finished. He's coming down here to try to put an end to this Nidus menace. There's no more follow-up, so he's going to still be in the game. But look at our worker counts.
Yeah, if you just tuned in and you thought this was 1 minute into the game, I'd forgive you, but that's the way it goes. The Nidus has been put out to pasture. Neblime victorious in killing at least one Zerg thing this game. But his Wraith is going to confirm an expansion, going to confirm the Spraith. He might feel pretty confident in the worker count, knowing that his opponent went very all in there. But when you're going up to 3, yes, that's 3 hatch.
3.
That's a lot of workers that can be made.
The only really major saving grace from Neblime at the moment is if he wants to, he can spend the next 3 minutes saving up for an Achmed drop. He has the tools necessary. He can begin work on it now if he wants. One final all-in. But that would deprive him the ability to make Masons, at least in part. He's contemplating what he does at this moment. He probably wants to do a drop of some kind. Try to get back some kind of momentum here.
Well, Hamster is going to continue to get workers. He's not been interested at all in making any military. Now starting a pair of Naths. 2 pairs, in fact. That's curious.
It is going to be a drop. Neblime needs to get some kind of damage in before this gets to be too much. But if Hamster just does nothing but build Quasis, Naths, or anything else that can fight Mavericks at this point, it is a lot of Naths, by the way, that's going to be too much for Neblime to deal with.
I think he's trying to guard against potential Wraith play, but if the drop gets ambushed, then yeah, the Nathicores can just totally destroy it.
Well, even if he just has to have enough Naths, that the Mavericks won't be able to do anything. If they stand and fight, this many Naths are going to die.
Oh my god, it's actually all Naths, Mask.
It's all Naths.
Mask,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
This is, like, it doesn't matter at this point. Like, he can stand and fight, but he's going to die.
Yeah, you're not even mining
Maybe
with that
he's got some
hatch.
god-tier splits in micro and can foil them away. Oh, dear lord.
It's 8 Mavericks.
Well,
Nathicores are being dispatched.
A lot more Naths than that.
Yeah, there's only 12 of them that are...
There's 16 of them.
Yes,
now.
There's more. So I was wondering, like, where are they going to go? Is he going to keep them around?
Oh, but you see, he missed the Trojan.
Yep, that's the critical piece. So this is going to be yet another trade. We're seeing a Watchdog be started. But we are going to see a base trade here. There's almost no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I mean, there's options for Hamster to make more units. He's actually making more workers right now. And look at this. The Mavericks are starting in the top left base, which is not actually contributing whatsoever.
Yeah, this isn't even the best place to start because there's nothing really here. He hasn't had time to really do anything at this point.
No.
This gives him a chance. Now he's tunneling in here.
Now moving away
Meanwhile,
from...
the Naths are in his base.
Yeah, moving away from the the Nathicores. That gives them more power, but there's enough Masons to repair that one Watchdog. And now here come the stemmed Mavericks charging up over here. We do have double Kagrin over in this situation. Nathicores furiously spinning on back, trying their best. There's no minerals left. He's got to cancel those sets so he can actually get these into circuits. Oh no, he's been flustered. Mask, he's been flustered.
He's been flustered.
I mean, okay, the one thing is, this is shutting down mining, obviously, for a decent amount of time. Did the Trojan made it all the way back home, too. That's actually huge, given the circumstances. And the Nats didn't really accomplish too much. Now they're streaming on in. Some more kills will be given the way of Neblime, as he even kills one more worker for good measure. But now the mining can continue, and we've got 12 Nathicores left.
Neblime is ahead on workers.
Unbelievable.
He's winning.
I can't believe it.
Well, he killed some workers, but he is still very much locked down here.
Yeah.
As long as the Nats don't die for something silly like trying to net force down I mean, I guess he could have, like, if he was going for a trade or otherwise could defend, he could have just systematically gone to the workers instead of the Watchdog and traded. But
well, I would like
he
him
was
to just
never
go
gonna
after
kill
this
it.
Trojan, honestly. Like,
Yeah.
he should just dive directly on top of it. But he loses a couple of nats for no good reason, doesn't even pick off that Mason. He's now dead even in workers again. But the tempo slowly starting to favor neblime. He even moved his Trojan in the back to make sure nothing crazy happened. And now the Nats can do their patrolling as a single quasi is found in the general vicinity of those Mavericks. They're charging up to the top right just to confirm no base. There's a little bit of
Another
mining
Trojan is en route. The drops will continue. That's how neblime tries to play the early on this match. And Hamster should be ever wary that it's probably just going to increase in intensity.
Wraith will make its way to the top left, and there is no Spraith there yet. So was there an Ovilith at some point?
Not that I've seen, no.
No, he must have killed that one of those two Kagrants there. I was wondering if it
Yep.
got relocated. I was really confused.
Yeah, no, he killed the Kagrant during the attack.
Yeah, okay. Now, this is turning into a Spraith now, so the Wraith won't be able to do too much of a Reign of Terror here, but especially if it's not being microed. There's a fourth Stockade coming as he tries to set up his Ministry. He's going to go for another drop. Has himself 8 Mavericks in that Trojan. A horde of Quasis is starting to depart. Very scary situation here.
Well, what's more scary for neblime is that if Hamster pays attention here, he can actually... Oh, no, he didn't.
He didn't clock it. No reaction just yet. But he can deny the start of this Ministry, and there's not enough workers here to repair the Watchdog. So he does get off that attack. He's going to go after yet another Mason, and yeah, he's going to stick onto the Watchdog. So neblime's lack of reaction to this is a little scary. He ends up losing the Watchdog.
Oh, but they're dying.
Yeah, the Nats should definitely fall away from that. But here's the drop, right? It has already hit, and there's no anti-ground defenses over here. The workers have transferred to the top left. They bypass the anti-ground defense by the ramp. Some units are starting over here, but I think this is accidental base trade part 2. Problem for neblime, a lot of Quasilisks exist. And he's not even restarted his Ministry just yet. So he will have to cancel that almost certainly. Some of his units are getting confused and, tickled. Circuit applying some therapy.
Yeah, the Circuit is actually killing a number of... It's killed 4 units.
Yeah. But look at this. He doesn't have anything at home. He's got 4 Mavericks. He's making 4 at a time. If the Quasilisks can get on top of this production, they can win. But I feel like maybe Hamster might feel a little bit spooked. He's got to remake his pool at some point. His Quasilisks are engaging with the rest of this force. And here comes the push. Masons have been pulled off of the main. neblime desperately trying to hold on. He's got 8 Mavericks stimmed and doing a lot of damage. There's 8 Quasis left. Make that 7.
neblime lost so many workers in that, though.
Yeah, he's down to 12
Well, Hamster
workers.
must be getting flustered by this. He's managed to repel the attack and now is double neblime's worker count again. If he can just, secure that nat. But now he's pulling back. Scared of the mass drops.
The natural base was completed by neblime. He does have that second Ministry and can start to make more workers a little bit faster, but yeah, losing all of those workers is a real tough sell. And at this point, if you're in Hamster's shoes, you got to start thinking about other tech. Hydrith Den coming, transferring some workers off of the main and back into or off the nat, back into the main, setting up a third base, which is indeed operational, and at least the hatch is finished and no workers there yet, but the Quasis can guard it. He's got Quasis in the main that can pivot up to the back base. He even has some defenses as well. This is looking pretty good for our Zerg player. Somehow.
36 to 16
Somehow,
workers
yeah.
and 13 minutes into the
I
game.
know.
Oh, but look at this Trojan, though.
Yeah.
If Hamster's on the ball with this, he can snipe it.
Well, instead he's going to get pulled in. He only unloads 3 Mavericks. That was a little awkward.
Wow. That's 3.
Couple of units just sort of scattered around here, looking for any sort of movement. There's more Mavericks. He still has the double Trojan, but 12 skid through cars just started.
Well, he's got 4 Cyprians. These Cyprians are neblime's lifeline to dealing with the LMAO Skithrakor menace. If he
And they're attack
can
moving
keep
across
them
the map.
alive, and if they travel across the map and die to Quasis, that'd be terrible. I don't know. I don't agree with sending across the map.
Yeah, he's pulling
No,
back.
he's pulling back. He knows.
He's a little
He
scared.
knows.
Well, he's going to go ahead and drop yet again on the third, but this is what the Skithrakors can be for. First, he sends in the Quasis. Units getting kind of split up over here. Oh, no. You definitely don't want to be in those Trojans right about now, buddy. Getting a couple of, at least one Skith kill will be good. But yeah, he ends up killing pretty much everything. He actually gets a second Skith on the way out, and there's even the one Maverick left.
Oh, now neblime has to panic once again. Getting a sticky, getting a sweaty.
Where are
pull
the
back
rest?
everything, but
Yeah, we have to see the rest of the moves here from Hamster. Is he still going to continue to be paranoid? He's not made any additional Skiths. Harvesting off of 3 bases now. Not very many static defenses on that third. Still has a couple of Skiths in the back.
if these Skiths fly into those Cyprians, Hamster's in for a very bad day.
Especially since 2 of them are in the anchor. It's not even like he can burst them down. So he's going to be careful over here.
No. Oh no!
There they
Hamster! Oh.
Okay, falls away.
Okay, good.
Sees this. No back base for him to harass. Okay, the Skiths are going to dive in here and start dealing some damage to the Mavericks. They're not yet at that critical mass, really. So he does have to respect that Cyprian. Well, he gets some Maverick kills. I mean, he keeps neblime in his base. Neblime has nothing on the other side of the map. 0 map vision. So the Skither Cores kind of did their duty, but it was a very expensive choice.
Hamster can go for tier 2 now. He's got the money. He has the power.
He's taking another base as well, and there's tier 2 started. Not sure where. I guess in the main somewhere. Off to the side, yeah, below the macro hatch. Let's get starting
Stay
in
calm
yet
and
again.
keep making Masons. Oh, he's coming in for the Masons.
Oh.
One snipe, but the sight of Watchdog strikes fear into him.
Yeah. I mean, it's also going to strike fear into neblime a little bit. He's moving across with a pretty healthy force. It will be caught by this one Quasi, so he knows that it's there. Sending in 4 more to get the count back up to 10 Skither Cores. That will be more pressure. No defenses coming up here just yet. Starting the Kagrans, seeing what he can do. Adding more Quasis, some Vorbs. Okay. And Iris is 75% complete. No tier 2 even remotely coming for neblime, who has been really heavily focused on getting minerals here. He's also going for the drops. It doesn't look like they were clocked, but there's nothing in them, so they're fakes.
Well,
Hamster continuing
Ahmed
to
will
fly
spot
over.
the Skiths that are on move command and could have tenderized Ahmed as a horde of Quasis and various defenses
Kagrans aren't
prepare
even
to
doing anything yet,
receive
though.
the lash of the spanking. But I think neblime realized, wait a second, something is wrong.
Oh, his
here.
Cyprians
Now
could
they're
get attacked over here as well. He's actually going to pull some of these Skiths in, and yeah, that's not going to be a good shot. 50 gas down the drain as soon as one Cyprian hits the deck. Still 10 Skither Cores. Can continue to be a pain.
There's so many Quasis.
Well, here's the Trojans pretending that they have units in them, and they might successfully confuse some of the Quasis, but there was nothing in them to begin with. Where are the Skiths to pincer this attack coming in from that high ground? They won't even be seen until it's already too late. But the Cyprians turn, and
Oh, the Cyprian!
oh no, the Quasilisks moved to the left for some reason. It was a little disjointed. Zerg Hive not communicating with itself there. 5 Hurricanes around, but the Trojans are dead. He's got to remake those if that's what his goal is. Now, Blind doesn't know it yet, but tier 2,
now
yeah,
finished.
it's done. I think maybe his Trojans, yeah, I don't think they were within range to see that. So Neblime doesn't actually know how far behind he is. He thinks he can still end this right here and now. 3 workers idle in that bottom left location. And a couple of Skither Cores are indeed going to continue spotting Hurricanes streaming across the map. It's kind of a scary situation to be in, especially since these defenses are not upgraded and not really heavily
Yeah,
reinforced.
some Scorchers would do pretty well right now. He's got some big men coming.
Yeah, the Tetzoricors are going to be able to mop this up. We've got 2 already finished on the natural, 2 more coming down from the main.
Hamster has a lot of gas. He's a very gassy boy.
Yeah, honestly,
Yeah,
I wouldn't be
he's been at the
surprised
moment.
if he just wants to make it happen here on tier 2.
I don't think he has enough to make it happen. There's so many Cyprians and Ahmeds.
Yeah, the Hurricanes rending the armor allow those Cyprians to be a lot more cost efficient, and the Tetzoricors can no longer block the shots, so the Quasis end up getting shredded. But there are still 2 circuits over here. Again, Hamster could have mutated these into something else, but the Hurricanes are starting to fall. And once the Hurricanes go kaput, this army has a lot better time. Oh, Bactylus just randomly walked into death. There's another one being focused down by the rest of the army, but the Cyprian shots are being blocked by Tetzoricors. Hurricanes nowhere to be found. 3 more of them streaming on in. The spread damage helping out quite a bit. And now, this whole time, more Hurricanes have been streaming across the map. We've got some Bactylisks on rally. A very, very awkward situation here for Hamster, who's not paying attention to his army just yet, but he does have the reinforcement points. He does have more and more tier 2 units on the way. He's finally starting to morph some of his defenses, and somehow he keeps 2 Bactylisks alive on like no HP there. That was crazy.
Yep.
Skittercores have maintained some positioning over here, but just sort of scouting out to confirm neblime doesn't have that many bases. Top right is up, but not harvesting gas. Atlas finally coming now, so it's a little under halfway done.
My travel nest is on routes.
Okay, we are going to see some convolisks out of this fight nonetheless. Yeah, Hamster not
Or
exactly sure where to
might
posture.
See some Vilgoro cores, which also have a very good graphic.
I don't think we're going to see those.
I hope we do.
I don't.
I hope we do.
Hey, there used to be a Nidus where those Skithricores are. Once upon a
Used to
time.
be. Neblime snuck ahead in workers again. Someone must murder those masons.
Well, the top right base is only defended by 2 watchdogs, so you could see these Skithricores ignoring it, but I don't think that's quite going to happen. Some units are rallied to the front, and, well, the Hurricanes are not quite sure where to go, so they're going to be spread up to guard versus expansions. Somehow the Skithricores stayed alive. There's a pretty big bioforce coming in from the bottom, and these circuits aren't done yet. But 3 of them will finish at around the same time that they strike, I think. Neblime has to be kind of careful that he doesn't attack too late when these are all Scorchriths. Capping his gas right now and thinking about additional defenses of his own. But here comes the Hurricanes streaming in to attack. Hamster not reacting immediately. Sending some units down the ramp now, but it will be a while before they get there. The circuits did their job and delayed the onslaught of the Hurricanes, but now the Hatcherosk is going to be focused down. We got some Trojans coming as well. And actually, it's not Convolisks, it's Matroleths as well as a Nidus. So the Nidus is actually right here with this fight. We'll get cleaned up, and that will be the extent of Neblime's forces in this area, now just a couple of Cyprians. But he has been allowed to get his tier 2 up and running. So, Starport on the way. We know where that goes.
Yep, it'll be basically the first match. It's hard to believe. Just a few minutes ago, this game was just like peak autism.
Yeah, with non-stop low worker counts, but instead we're getting up there towards the triple digits.
Well, there's a lot of big men en route. I think Hamster is saving for a tier 3.
Yeah, he needs 900 minerals for it, so we got to keep an eye out on that. A second Nidus.
He could make a bunch of units, but I mean, when you look at your gas and your Seer sitting at like 1700.
Yeah, he has
gas,
enough now.
It's like, I know I'm ahead to some degree. I've been able to repose most of these attacks. I could go on the offensive, and these are the areas that Neblime really likes to stick shit on. This is very annoying to deal with, but
run away! Oh, the big men are dying. Now tier 3 can happen anytime.
Right, there you go.
He's ensnaring the Sentinel thanks to the Matroleth, so that's helpful.
Yeah.
I mean, this base that's being set up here, the 4th for Neblime, can easily be pressured. But now, he's not sure. These Cyprians were allowed to come back into this area. Ah, here comes the Nidus. No, he wants to get some more worker kills, but I don't know if it's it. It's not quite. Not
Just
quite.
too beefy.
Skithricor is walking in here and finding another base, forcing a stem out. And the rest of the units can just descend upon that. Tier 3 has started for Hamster. And we're seeing salamanders.
It is going to be salamanders. There is a Ahmed drop preparing here. There's no Scorchriths, just the one kind of out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, top left is
there's
protected.
2 in the top left. So hypothetically, Ahmed can destroy that, but
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if that Nidus comes into play as well, what with it allowing Hamster to sort of split his forces between different locations. And right now he's also, starting to envelop Neblime's forces. He will start to engage in over here. The Matroleths aren't providing ensnare right now, but he can still do quite a bit of damage and use those Tethzoricores to block. Some of them are now mixed in with the army, and here comes the ensnare, thanks to the Matroleth. They can start casting their spell, and what do you know? A whole horde of Rillarocores is going to start occupying a little bit of the time there. Another one cast.
The Matroleths are dying.
They are dying. There's a couple of Mavericks still in there. Now a Tethzoricor has made it to the front, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. At least he's killed a number of Masons. Skither Core's in the bottom right, just making sure no extra gas harvesting is being done. And actually, that could be exactly where Hamster dedicates some of his limited attention to, and I only say limited because it's his, like, 15th game in a row now.
Well, look at his resources. He's banked up. Now, he's got a few options he could do here, but those Trojans are en route to his posterior.
Yeah. All of them, sans one, fully loaded, so we are going to be seeing 31 Hurricanes. Or no, 23, excuse me. So that's obviously a lot. They are going to unload directly on top of the Scorchrith, and Sabactylisk's just finished and will be idle in time to catch this. So, you know, Skither Core's flying over. They say, okay, yeah, tier 2. Obviously, I knew that from the Sentinels, and they aren't going to spot
you
the
know, what would be
Salamanders.
terrible is if they fly right into them and all die absolutely terribly!
No! Oh, well, he's going to unload on top of the Bactylisks, and where's the reaction there? The Nidus is here. He can use it, but it's going to die instead. 14 Hurricanes left standing. He sends his army manually instead of the Nidus. He actually tasked 3
He's
of
going
them.
for the Metravel Nest.
It's turning into the Almacasanter, but it will end up dying. It will need to be rebuilt. Oh, he actually... Oh, I thought for a second he would actually give it up. That's no bueno there. But when you scout tier 3, you must be feeling a little bit awkward. Now, the Gezkath Grotto is going to be the choice, as well as, unfortunately, the Axtoth Axis.
Yes, yes. You must make more Tothrakors.
You must not make more Tothrakors.
You must show Neblime the more Tothrakor. He's never seen it before.
Don't make it.
Maybe he has and he's buried it from his memory. Well, you must reignite that pain within his cerebrum.
Well, the Metravel Nest is also being remade, so we will actually see that. And some workers were retasked over here. Now we're going to start seeing more gas. No gas caps in the main. This would be an optimum time to do so.
I don't know how I feel about the Salamanders when he's already got hordes of Bactylisks. I think it is a tragedy in the making, but
well, he's got 11
doesn't
of
have
them.
any air units yet, so
Adding
if he can get good picks of them, then maybe, but they're so squishy and short-ranged.
Honestly, with the Gezkath Grotto coming as well. Oh, I guess the Gezkath was canceled and turned into the Metravel. Wait, did he even finish the Axtoth then? Did he cancel that too? I guess so.
The Gezkath is en route.
Yeah, he remade it, and he canceled the Axtoth. Good boy. Good Hamster.
That's not nice.
It's very
His
nice.
workers weren't harvesting, but now they are. Don't worry about it. He's capping his gas now.
There we go.
Preparing for the more Tothrakor onslaught.
Thankfully, we are spared at this time. We got some Vithrilisks coming.
Well, he must sense that something is happening. Well, he also might sense that there could be Seraphs in the future. Meanwhile, Tetsurakors. Oh, so many Tetsurakors.
The Salamanders will be able to
making
deal a lot of damage here. But
Volks.
yeah, he's paranoid about the air.
He really is paranoid about the air.
Man, I can't believe how this game started and how it's going right now. Another triple Trojan drop full of Hurricanes. No Zorkas, so he can't exactly go for any sort of Lakizalisk. And look at the Vithrilis just... What's up? What are you guys doing?
Where's your units at?
Just making a random watchdog in the middle of nowhere as a result of that. He can't believe he would actually do this. He can't believe he would actually make Vithrilisks and fly them around the base. He's going to spot the interior mid-right. And yeah, there's 7 Salamanders, 1 Valkyrie, and 3 Achmed-fueled Trojans that are going to descend upon this base. But hey, there's some Tetsurakors here too.
Well, if he doesn't hurry it up, those Alcagalisks are going to cause him a lot of headaches.
Hey, a random Huracan was here. I think it might have actually been unloaded by mistake. It gets loaded back in. Here comes the engage, zoning away the Tetsurakors. But yeah, remember that. The timer is ticking. Alcagalisks are coming. Huracan's unloading.
Tier 3 is under fire.
He's going to try to target it down.
The Tier 3 is dying.
It's not being paid attention to. Hamster is not at all aware that that is what's going on right now. The Tech Snipe is going to send him back to the Stone Age, and he never mutated his Metravel. That might be like something where his hope starts to sap. But remember, Zerg have that fragmented tech tree for a reason. They don't even need to really bother with it. And the rest of this attack is going to be responded to. Random units being sent across from the starports, but it's much too little, much too late. Dude, some Tetzoricors are walking in over here to start penetrating that back base. There goes the Salamander.
Now, well, that was absolutely disastrous for Hamster. He still has the really important tech structures.
Yes.
He never managed to morph them into material nest, but
Yeah.
he can still keep making Ocagilists. Meanwhile, Neblime lost his entire Air Force. So he only has a handful of Gorgons that are not going to really do too much.
That's right.
Meanwhile, there's like a million Vithrilisks, a whole stack of Vactilisks, and some Alcagilisks.
Now, there's going to be another Huracan drop here, as Neblime once again tries to do that, even in Tier 3. And to his credit, his opponent doesn't really have that many defenses over in that location. The problem is that his opponent does have a lot of Alcagilisks, and they will be able to deal with this attack. I just don't think he can do anything in this situation. He certainly can't engage. The Vithrilisks are going to make damn sure of that. Some of them are dying a little bit needlessly. His Alcagilisks
Send in the Alcagilists. You need their damage.
Yeah, the Bactylisks are getting shredded by all of the Sentinels, but those will also fall to the Alcagilists.
They're on move command onto the Tetzoricor.
He's definitely getting a bit flustered. Now the drops are idle over the up left Nidus over there. Not actually being used. They've been dispatched now. Having a look-see. Not interested in breaching that base over there, so instead he's going to attack the main gate. No units idling in the rally point. 5 Alcagilisks coming, but those actually, depending on where those are.
Oh, the Salamanders just bunched up and got just annihilated.
Yeah, I think we're entering into pseudo base trade territory, but the Huracans are a lot easier to clean up. We've got Alcagilisks halfway done.
There's no tech in here anymore. He's got a quaz that's full that's never morphed.
Neblime is back to making Mavericks in a very dire situation. Portet Zorkor's just started as well. He has to GG. He can't hold. And Hamster moves on within spitting distance of the trophy.
Man, what an utterly autistic game start to finish.
I can't believe we ended up getting, like, crazy multiple attempted base trades.
That was really funny.
Love it. Huge fan. Nitro Valley will be up next.
I'm so sad that Neblime didn't get to say more Tothra.
Your head hurts, dead infested. Dude, what about Hamster's head? Hamster is about to play his, like, 59,000th game in a row.
The vodka keeps him strong.
I hope he doesn't think this was a best of 5. Oh, there he is.
There he is.
He probably can't believe that he's in this situation. Yeah. But he is now.
He's got to pop up in another bottle.
He's one game away from winning his first trophy in his second tournament.
I hope to God he makes the emoticon his fucking avatar.
That's right. Ah, there you go. At least there's that. I am really quite surprised that we've gotten this far and Hamster is still hanging out. Hey, look, I found out how to pronounce this guy's name.
Hakabang Guard.
Hakabang. What's up, dude?
Hakabang.
Hakabang.
I like that name. It's got some bang in it, huh?
It has some bang in it.
Bang, bang. All right. We'll see if Hamster has juiced himself up. Oiled up his wheel.
Going on to a
Got
4-spawn map.
Booty puckered.
Nitro Valley. That's where we're going here, ladies and gentlemen. Oops, can I try that again with more brain cells? We have Neblime in the top left and Hamster in the bottom left. First time this whole day we've had Nitro Valley not be cross-spawn.
Well, that means that we can't 6-pool.
That's what you think. Hamster going for a scout. He will scout the wrong direction, and he has not ever end-scouted this whole set, so I don't think so. I think he's going to go to the top right after, and he will scout his opponent last. Neblime must be sweating, man. Some of these early games have been so incredible. So incredulous.
That last game was like just Hamster's control really slipping at the worst possible moment. And then the fact that Masons can group repair a fucking watchdog and make it actually immortal against a dozen Nathrakors.
That did
just
happen
little
earlier.
stupid interactions like that, and the Quasi's getting pinned in certain locations, and it's just fucking down. Neblime's like sometimes ahead on workers by a huge amount, and then down like half the workers, and then down in single digit, and it was just all over the goddamn place.
It's brutal. Absolutely brutal. But we stand at championship point. If Hamster can pull it off here, I mean, think about it. Think about it, dude. He's actually played Nitro Valley numerous occasions today. He knows.
Yeah.
He knows what's going on. Now, Neblime scouts late, but scouts him first. So he's still going to get a better timing off, and we don't actually have any gas being harvested over here. So, just Hamster's luck. What might be the last match of the whole series? He has to move into the top left and scout his opponent last.
Well, it's double tickle.
Yeah, 2 Quasis coming. Now, 2 pairs. That's going to be a 4 total.
Double tickle, double trouble.
There's definitely going to be some trouble here as the 3rd pair starts.
Oh, the tickling.
I have to see. What do we have in store for ourselves? A couple of Mavericks will greet this. They'll greet the Droleth if it decides.
Shambler.
Maybe he just shambles.
No.
There's like pseudo.
Shambler.
Oh my god, he's shambling. All right. I like what I'm seeing here. He's setting up the blockade. He's got a very long patrol path here. Usually you want like shorter patrol paths there. So.
Oh, just in case, like Heltrix puts a barracks in your base or something like that.
Shout out the homie, Macro Hatch, sticking it out on the 1 base. But this will be a very fast ministry for Neblime. He's going for the economic route yet again. Very similar to what he did on Impetus. And actually, as a reminder, Impetus so far, a map that most people agree is not favored for Zerg, has actually been the only map that Neblime is able to win in this whole series so far. So he's definitely on the back foot.
Impetus.
Remember, he also said that he doesn't think Hamster's going to be able to handle what Neblime's been cooking. And, he gets the scout off. Here comes a Quasi as well for some reason. It might have distracted. No, never mind. He knows. There it is.
Shambler.
Shambler could not find a new home inside Neblime's base, but he scouts the ministry, as admittedly wasteful as it was to use the worker at the same time. We will have a watchdog.
Here's the watchdog.
Yeah.
It's an early one, too.
All right, and an expansion coming for Hamster.
All right, so it's, that the timing attack may come here.
Yeah, watchdog being added at home as well. Neblime conscious of the fact that Nathrakors could show up.
You and me both, Shambler. You and me both. Canada life. Always homeless.
A nomad. A no-dad.
And the watchdog has arrived.
Well, it will soon
It
also
is
be
being tickled.
Yeah.
Hospitality is tickling.
Well, he'll scout the 1 pair of gnats, I guess, but he's not going to find any real useful info. He didn't end up confirming whether there was a hatch in the natural, but he can kind of assume that. He sees where the gnats are going, but they have sharked off towards that 11 o'clock base, and then they'll come in, I think, on a bit of an angle. Yeah, they're going to go ahead and do that. They'll scout the vestry. This is really important, because when you see the vestry, you know that your opponent's trying to add on the healing units, right?
Yep. And well, hint at a push, probably very similar to the one in Impetus.
Yes.
Might be able to grab that Maverick. Nope.
No.
Swears
He gets a stim. That's about it. He doesn't get a stim on everything. And a Shambler. Quasi is done.
Shambler. Your balls got smashed again.
That's nothing new. Don't you remember his favorite song from the Ascension 6 hype video?
Yes, that's a good song. I hope it comes back.
7 o'clock being occupied by a Mason here.
The gnats.
Oh boy. One of them does end up getting popped. But there's enough Quasis here that he should be able to deal with this, particularly with all the Zets that he's getting. He's actually doing a really good job here. He's guiding Neblime in, and here comes the flank. Neblime just tries to focus down those Vorvs, but even if he gets those, you can obviously just remake them. That's a lot of Mavericks that have just gone down. He is going to stem backwards and start frantically putting down anchors. Could this really be the way things end?
Oh, yes.
The sort of fake out. There's some quasis here that aren't coming with the rest of the army. This is just purely a Zeth Flood right now. Starpad finishing in the background. Only one anchor.
A single Wraith can fight the Quasis in the same way a single Vassal can. Just Awaken Operation Tickle.
Mask, the anchors are being focused down here. He's going to have to pull the boys and really try to hold on. Now, he's been in this situation before. Hamster is very much down in workers, so it doesn't matter so much that Neblime's losing more. He can obviously replenish them twice as fast, but the Quasis have synced up with the rest of the force. Reinforcements streaming on in. Clerics keeping Mavericks alive for a very long amount of time, but Harakans get focused down immediately. More of them coming out. One more out of the stockade. It's on a rally point, though. It doesn't actually get more than a single attack off, and more Masons are being pulled off of the main worker line. We have a little bit more of an advantage here for Neblime yet, so he still has some play to be made here. And I think he might just have held it. There's a couple of Zethar Cores coming in, but I don't think they'll make the plunge. No, they will. Hamster going for it.
Yeah, the fact that he didn't have enough focus fire there, so the Clerics just kept those two Mavericks alive for so long as they sucked his damage out. But if he can hold the Nats and then just build up momentum, keep the workers on there, they're not harvesting. So he's quite happy just to leave him there. Rather would not die on the ramp, though. At least he gets one or two Mavericks out of it. But
he's got more Zeth. This is a pure all-in Zeth flood at this point. But now we're starting to see workers in the production queue. And here comes a Wraith. That's going to force some of the workers to also turn into anti-air defenses. And crucially, he didn't end up losing the Ministry. So even though now we end up on dead even on workers after one round from Hamster and Neblime trying to hold, there's more Zeths here keeping the Wraiths occupied. Now the workers have to once again make it to the ramp.
oh, he's going to have to lift that. He's going to lose another Mason here. And might even lose that one too. Every time he tries to pull in to repair, he gets his balls tickled.
I think he's just fine. 10 Zeths remain. Not going to be actuated into anything. And again, some of these workers having to be turned into defenses.
Quasi just got murdered by Masons after stabbing one. I'm not even sure I even got in there.
Oh, it was probably just sort of like moved out in general. Now there is some bio over here. And look at this!
Oh,
it was the
trap!
quasi-burrow trap. He ends up sniping one of the Wraiths. Now the other one's still alive. There's a single Nath here to also contest it, so he's got to be somewhat careful about that.
You thought it was workers, but it was me, Quasi.
My God.
It finally worked. He was finally able to ambush them. Now the Nath is chasing forever. He can't get away. It's tickling.
No.
It's tickling relentlessly.
Oh.
Ahmed gives him a send-off.
That was a spiritual victory once again for Hamster, who is now up by 4 workers. Turning a lot of static defense out. Next round of Larva is going to be Quasi. Thinks he has to hold, but Neblime can take a breather, and Hamster might be able to as well. Blood pumping, adrenaline fueling. He almost won the whole tournament off of that play. At the very least, he kept his opponent on guard, but we're back to even workers. If only for a moment.
You thought that maybe Hamster was starting to lose some steam, but really it activated his ultra instinct.
Zorka is coming for the follow-up. Second star pad.
30.
Yeah, if he gets one more worker, he's not going. He's making 8 at once. Yeah, so he's going to continue to have a pretty steady lead here as far as the worker count is concerned. Going to go up to about 40, maybe even higher. But he's still only on the 2 bases, so it's not like he can start benefiting from a massive amount of gas income, saturating his ridge in the main. This is a tier 1 push from Hamster.
Well, the Zorkiz will finish soon.
Yeah. And Neblime is totally in the dark. He remade a Wraith. He's going for the second one. Drops have been successful for Neblime, but not successful enough, it seems.
It might be a little harder to drop on this map.
I think so.
The response time would be a lot faster.
He has to do so when his
here's the
opponent is halfway
question,
across the map again, just like on the last couple.
Well, it will be for Lakizilis. He'll know that something's coming from this, but he won't know what.
That's right. Now, he should immediately start an Anseal anyway. He should also take note of the very healthy worker count. He knows that his opponent has sort of decided to not go all in. The hatch is off-center in the 3rd, but maybe 7 o'clock will be okay regardless. More Wraiths are here.
Yes, it's slightly off, isn't it?
Yeah, no Anseal started just yet. Neblime has the money for it. but not going to do
Well,
it.
I think he's going to
There
go
it is.
spam start pad again.
Yeah, he's added
He's
another
building
one.
a third one
Yeah,
here.
and it's not in the same location either. So he wants to lace
Again.
This is a good thing about it, right? He's going to follow up Scout, and he's specifically positioning his Wraiths to answer the vertical posture if that's where the Gorgacores go. But it's not Gorgs. 6 Lakizilisks are going to make their way over, and the Enseal will be done in time. He's even got a
this
stemmed
Maverick's
Maverick
going
over
to spot
here.
him.
Yeah, what's the reaction? Neblime needs to be on the ball here. He does see it, but actually, I'm not sure he does. Well, the Clerics are going to confirm it, and he will need to pull those back.
Oh, no, those clerics.
Well, here's the
They're in a
Enseal.
terrible-
One of the Lakizilisks have already been destroyed. The Enseal can come in here and detect while the Wraiths snipe them. That anchor on the high ground has 4 Mavericks in it, and it will absolutely be consequential. But Hamster, he needs to watch out here. He's actually getting shredded on the front line over here. A bunch of bio did just go down at the very end. Trying to hold the line. The Quasis need to protect the Lakizilisks while they rip the ground apart. The Cleric was inside that anchor the whole time, but here's the Cyprian as well. The Quasis, if they don't take out all the Wraiths, the Lakizilisks are going to have to unburrow and leave this area. Well, there they go. He ends up
It was a
evacuating.
trade at the end of the day as like 30 clerics chase the 1 Cyprian.
He's even full health. Yeah, 8 Clerics. I mean, that's really healthy.
Oh, the Wraiths! Oh, no!
The Wraiths have been tickled.
Oh, no.
3 of them have gone down. There's 1 left. The Enseal is also
Tickle
going
the
to evacuate.
Enseal.
I don't think he ever had any sighting of the 7 o'clock base there. But he did hold again. Hydra's Den now coming. Worried about the mass
I think
Wraith.
he saw units over there when he scouted the Zorkiz initially with the Wraith.
I'm worried for
I think
Neblime.
he saw it anyway.
I think he's going to need to make a pretty decisive move here. And he doesn't have Trojans coming. It's all Wraith. Back against the wall. Could be Hamster's finest hour. Going for 5 o'clock
Hamster's
as well.
got 69 workers. That's a very good number to have. The Iris is on the way in the Enos position. Very risky.
Especially versus a drop-happy Terran, who's closer to that spot than he is to your main. But, hey, look at this. We've got 11 o'clock started. Anseal and Wraiths spotting some more Quasis, which are indeed going to get tickled by the 1 Maverick. Now, here comes more bio. Yeah, this is actually some of his forces getting split up here a little bit. And
This
remember,
is dangerous here.
yeah, the Lakizilisks are going to be focused down by those Wraiths, and the Quasis have to stand and fight. There's only 1 Lakizilisk burrowed over here, a single Spraith. They're going to try to hold off the bio. Only gets 1 good shot off, though. And the Wraiths are indeed going to be able to focus down that Lakizilisk. So this base is pretty much kaput, especially if he ends up... Yeah, he falls back with the Wraiths. He knows that there can't be anything else there. 6 Lakizilisks just got started. 3 Gorgacores are nearing completion. The Wraiths are going to shark in over here. The Enseal protecting them for a brief period of time. We're up to 10 Wraiths. Here come the Gorgs. That's not really what you want versus this. Enseal out of energy, but will start to regenerate. Meanwhile, this base... Well, the Gorg can try to hold this off. In fact, actually, the bio is sharking away from that. There's a lot of Drolets in that 3rd still. And the Wraith... Oh, they're trying to bait in and deal with the Cyril Iris. More Lakizilisks have emerged. Many more, in fact. He can burrow those and get the hold. Spraith's dealing a lot of damage over time to the Wraiths, and yeah, he's going to have to respect that. He's going back in for the committal. Got a couple of random units being made over here at the position, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Just a couple of skills.
They're dying.
Yeah. Wraiths traveling backwards, trying to meet up with the Starpad rally point. We still don't have a Shaman in the field, so any damage dealt to those is permanent. The skits do get destroyed, and the workers also are being focused down as well. Now, 5 o'clock is up. He can use that to harvest more Vespine if that's what he needs, and he is a little bit low on that. He's had tier 2 for a while, but only now started his back to.
Hamster definitely in a little bit of a pickle here. A lot of momentum behind this. He has to be able to end it decisively to pull back into the game.
5 Lakizilisks up, but the Wraiths are starting to become a huge problem. Doesn't have enough Skithricores to really deal any damage to them. Back to Den. Hydra's Den, in fact, still. Well, here's the Skithricor response. There's only 5 of them, though, and the Gorgs are going to try to maybe occupy that in the front. The bio could storm in, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And yeah, the Hydra's Den is going to go down. No, 4 Skithricors are in the air, and as well as 4 more in the production queue. These Wraiths very, very wounded. 15 of them still alive. Anseal gone. Here come the Quasis to try to deal with the rest. He even borrows the Lakizilisks for good measure. And a lot of the Wraiths
A lot of
ended up
Wraiths
getting
died
killed.
for
Yeah.
that.
And that wasn't the biggest of targets. Obviously, it was a tier 2 structure in progress, but the Spire started behind it. Not really a whole lot of crowd control here for neblime, so if the Wraith play doesn't cut it, he is still at tier 1.
Hamster's going to move down here and kill these 2 Mavericks guarding the 4 Drolist I don't know about.
Yeah, that's going to clear the way there. He can start to set up 7 o'clock again, but...
But the secret base is going to be spotted.
5 is going to be harassed. There's 8 Hurricanes in the middle of the map. No Trojan to accompany them yet. And yeah, he's actually going to transfer all of his army over there. In a way, this kind of buys some time. Hamster should cancel 7 o'clock before it's too late, because it will be focused down by all these Wraiths. But it looks like, oh, just in the nick of time, he manages to do it. His forces also responded to this threat, so 4 Skiths and a Gorg. Nothing in production right now for Hamster, who's got a huge float right now. But his Mutath finished.
So many Quasis, they're tickling so violently.
Yeah, only 15 Wraiths again, lost a couple. In a good spot for anti-drop. He's thinking about what he wants to do. He can go for mass muta. It's Sikralisks. He's going to have 24 of the things. He cancels some of them, it looks like. There we go, some mutas in response. Well, he is going to end up down a base now, decidedly. Neblime with the macro advantage. The Sikralisks are a response to the Wraiths.
2 is just about to finish here. He just has to choke out the map and then force it in. Yeah, he's definitely in a really commanding position in this.
Well, that's going to be a lot of Huracan drops. Definitely worried about all the Wraiths here, and that's what the Sikralisks are for. Mutas can start to repulse this attack. The Sikralisks can get burrowing. Remember, the End Seal is still there. It was not focused down, but now the Sikralisks are here, and they do indeed get rid of it. So the bio does need to respect this. It can still absolutely be deadly. No Shaman to repair. 15 Wraiths still. That's the magic number so far for neblime, but he's, again, massing up for that drop, going for another base. Here comes the attack move. Now the Kezalisk burrow in a good spot. The Gorg's soaking up a lot of damage right now. The Trojans are on the front line. They will need to be actually used. They're going to respond. Okay, at least then they weren't destroyed. Sikralisk's annihilating all of the Wraiths, and it looks like he's got enough units here that Hamster won't be overwhelmed by any follow-up push. But if he decides to attack outward, he could do quite a bit of damage. More units sort of streaming in on a rally. Where did those Trojans get off to?
They went back to base.
There's nothing in them still.
No units in them.
No, those were not wounded.
They could fly. Oh no, the Trojans!
Oh my
They're
god.
Die.
Oh, neblime. I think he might still be able to pull them away, but he's too busy macroing something else. And Hamster is only now realizing, wait a second, I can just kill these. So he bruises a lot of them. I don't think he's actually going to be able to catch any of them because some of his Gorgs were in a good angle to respond to that, but instead, yeah, they're bruised, and that was a huge fumble. Still in a good spot, the one Maverick tickling that the Hatcherosk there, and that's going to be more.
He's just bunkering. Look at all those Sentinels. All of his money has gone into Sentinels, just tons of them, because there's no siege, so he can easily hold this.
I think if Protathalors come out, and it's like Protathalor Muta, that's still pretty dangerous, but let's see. He has no detection
he's got
here
magicals. He can drop them with magicals and infantry.
Well, the Lekizalisks will deal some damage, but they fall back.
They're just going to get murdered by a splash. He's pretty well dug in. I think in Hamster's current state of the game at this point, he really should just be looking to deny that fourth and just...
He needs to play a long game if he wants to win this one. That's for sure, yeah. Going for the Matrable.
I think, honestly, he's looking at Tier 3 again because by the time he gets momentum in Tier 2, it's going to be very different than Infinite Velocity. Neblime's already well turtled up and now substantially ahead on workers, so...
He's got so many workers harvesting gas in that 7 o'clock base. Mutas are going to head up to 1 o'clock, and they will deny that, indeed. No forces can really respond to it just yet. I thought I saw a starport in production at some point, but I guess I must have been hallucinating, because there is none. Ministry will be harassed.
He's got madcaps coming out.
Yeah.
He is very, 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 very well insulated. This is starting to look like that one base I had in the FFA.
Yeah, looking pretty similar, actually. Madrigal's here to...
A wall of turrets.
Defend this, yeah. He's got to fall back from that. Oh,
he
got hit.
Oh, no!
Well, there's a lot of mutas that just died, unfortunately. He didn't even get a follow-up under attack notification because they were just under attack, so... That's pretty awkward. At least he moved commands them this time around. A whole horde! This is a doom drop. This is a doom drop. We've got 7 Trojans, and all that can really respond to this with No, the mutas are moving to the bottom right instead. No. Yeah, they're not going to see it. They're not going to see it. We've got 6 Trojans now. The 7th one lagging behind a little bit. The Convolisks are here. That's something, but no, look at your base. Now the Gorgs need to respond to this. He's going to go ahead and deploy those Madrigals. They're going to deal a lot of damage, but this is so much Terran. And the Hurricans are out. The Shaman is there as well. Sycrilisks and Mutalisks here. Convolisks fighting back as well. Honestly, they haven't done that much critical damage, but a Kapralosk is about to go down. Yeah, they're delaying the shots from the Madrigal because of all of the Rillarocors. So he did lose a lot of Gorgs with that fight, but that was a very expensive draw.
It could have been so much worse.
Yeah, absolutely. 5 Protaphalars coming out as well to pad out the range of this army. It's Maverick, Madcap, Madrigal. Guys gone mad for sure. Some Phalanxes here for some siege. Now the critical thing Neblime did there is he took out most of the air units that Hamster had. So the flexibility of responding to some of these attack forces is not going to be as high. The 2 Gorgs here at 5 o'clock are not going to be sufficient.
The Madcaps arrive to die absolutely miserably.
Yeah, but there goes the Gorgs guarding that 5 o'clock base, so there is going to be an attempted response from Hamster as he migrates his army over there. Depending on how this engagement goes, it could be really good for Neblime, but he will, no matter what, he's going to take that base there. The Phalanxes are not going to be able to deploy. One of them gets caught. Here comes the Mutas as well to occupy some more of the units. And no detection over here either, so the Lukizilisks are going to get a lot of mileage, shredding the bio. And now at this point, the Convolisks are more than enough to deal with this. The one Phalanx is obviously going to just get bopped here. But again, Neblime ahead in bases. He has retaken 1 o'clock.
The drop is reassembling. Going for the main may be too risky this time, although those defenses never remorphed. If he's able to drop that 3rd and kill it again, I think that will be the game.
I think so too.
And it looks like that may be his route. So he is taking the long way around. But it's going to run back into this base as he's rebuilding it yet again.
Yeah, that's right. It looks like
So
he's actually heading over there deliberately. I think he wants to actually drop that to make sure that he ends up killing it, as Hamster is thinking about attacking somewhere else. The defenses are pretty in good standing at this point for multiple bases. I think Hamster's kind of missed his window multiple occasions on this game.
Yeah, he's going to see this, hopefully. Yeah, he sees it. He knows. And it drops on here, which is... I mean, it sucks to lose this again, but it gives you some time to prepare, so his army is quickly rushing over.
Yeah, I think Neblime's aware of that, though. He's actually just going to leave a couple of these units.
He's going to pull in the opposite direction, leave behind a couple units to deny it again. Does deny that possible offense from Hamster, but again, it could have been worse.
Yeah, Neblime wasn't even aware that that was happening, so he thought, okay, if he's still playing defensively, he will have units over there in 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Great situation for Neblime, though.
Oh, yeah, he's absolutely firmly in command of this. I think that Hamster has a tremendous amount of work ahead of him to get control of this again. There's Seraphs coming. It's going to be so hard for him to attack these bases.
Yeah, absolutely.
He has to. I think he needs tier 3 to really start breaking this at this point, because there's just phalanxes everywhere. There's the drops that can just drop on top of him if he gets a good position. There's going to be so many sentinels, and his air units can't go anywhere near it at all. And then you're going to have a radiate spam on top of it.
Yeah, with the Seraphs complete, we are absolutely going to see that. And we don't see any Morning Stars coming, so it looks like we won't have nuking just yet, but that is always an option. Now, he's unloaded the Trojans, and he will fly them in as a posture. But there's a lot of mutas here, so I actually don't know how much of a heavy push this is really going to be. Hamster's not really even paying attention to it right now. He's instead charging forward to start attacking this force. So he's just been totally oblivious to this. The Visionary Mode Shamans might be in range of that. Yeah, they are. They are actually revealing that Lukizilis. But
now,
the Protaphalors...
The Trojans died effectively for nothing.
God.
This is a good engage for Hamster here.
Yeah.
This is what he wants, is to be able to fight the army out
Here
in the
come
open,
the mutas as well.
away from all the shit.
Here's an Irradiate. Good shot onto the Convolisks and onto the mutas. There's also Apostles constantly reinforcing, but remember, they're mostly dealing with Rillarocors, which are taking some shots, but that's about it. Apostles not really known for their effectiveness in this fight. Yeah,
it's slowed.
One of the Seraphs is gone. The other one is here. Still a lot of effective damage. Not really that much. Unfortunately for Hamster, you can't quite see the Madcaps underneath the Trojans there. Now starting to realize, okay, That's where the damage is coming from. The Apostle is gone. Shamans are dying. Very cost inefficient here for Neblime to trade like this, but he does have more resources. Oh, he's even
All
sending
those
more
phalanxes are diving forward and dying terribly.
Yeah. There's still mutas out here as well. No more...
yeah, he can't get in there. He wants to irradiate the Protathalorus, but every time he goes in, he's like, no, I'm going to shoot the Melis.
Well, there's more mutas have made it to the front line as well.
Masons are dying.
Here's the irradiate onto the Protathalor. Here's the attempt.
Coming. It's coming. He wants it so bad. Give it to me. Ah.
Thanks to the power of my fix, that actually
Mason.
misses. Well, there's Madrigals out here. They can deal some splash damage. Line trace.
Yeah, they can also die terribly, and at 100 gas a pop,
Oh, yeah.
that's not a good trade.
Hamster's got a lot of money, but not making anything right now.
That was a fight that Hamster really needed. He really needed to do that.
Oh, that Seraph really needs to
Oh,
watch
he wants
out.
this Seraph too, but it's very durable.
It's very durable, especially when you have 4 Shamans there, so that's no bueno. Unlike in StarCraft 1, Irradiate doesn't deal stacking damage, so there's no overlap there.
Neblime's up to 5 bases now, and Hamster has still been unable to secure this 4th.
Yeah.
With so much Ahmed over there, hungering and salivating.
Defense is starting to be erected at top right. 16 Protathalors just hatched, a Hydrith den on the way. And there's still 2 Seraphs over there. He's starting to think about this double gas
stuck
base.
being passive.
Yeah. On a good patrol path over here. He will actually catch these Seraphs and be aware of it.
Trying to hold this base is going to be so hard against the Seraph.
It feels that way, but with the Protathalors sort of forcing an engagement and the Convolisks here as well, I don't know that Neblime can actually attack into this. Now, I would say the same thing about Hamster's position. And he is very much trying to commit to this. But look at that. A couple of Convolisk shots later. A lot of the splash damage from these Phalanxes is going to be dealing with the Rilla Rokors instead. The Madrigal's doing their best to try to keep the Rilla Rokors at bay, and that's going to be the army dead. Hamster calls it then and there. Boys, we're going to yet another match.
He knew he was too far behind at that point and felt like he had to do something about that because of the presence on the right side. Hamster might be starting to feel that fatigue about now.
I think maybe you're right. I think
because it felt like he was really trying to pressure very hard there instead of trying to take out macro and take the right side.
All right, we are still 1 game away from Hamster winning. He wants to do it on Victory Square. 4-spawn map, widely believed to favor Zerg.
Yes, the map that I tried to rush tier 3 against Neblime on. Technically, it was successful. It's just he attacked while my foundries were being built. If only he had waited. If only he had been patient, just made Masons like a good boy. That's why Hamster must win here.
It's true.
He must exact revenge upon this bad-mannered man. Bad-man-ered.
Well, it's vertical spawns yet again. Neblime in the top right. Hamster in the bottom right. Our Zerg player is 1 map away from winning. Neblime, however, he can still make this happen. Needs 2 more wins under his belt, and they're both 4-spawn maps that remain. It's this, and if we go to a decider, it will be on Highwater. Scouting the wrong way again is Hamster.
Why can't it be mainstream?
Because
I want to see what these two do on mainstream.
I think
It would be
Hamster
the
would fall
dumbest
asleep
shit.
on Main Street. That's what I think.
You can't fall asleep on Main Street. It is far too autistic. The most autistic map.
That's why we
But
can't
I can
have
make it better.
No.
I can make it more autistic.
Pool coming
Yeah.
out for Hamster at that 9 worker timing. Very bog standard here. Neblime, on the other hand, well, very bog standard for him too. Stockade.
Hamster took a peek in there, but saw nobody. So he's gonna scout the other wrong position. Scouting doesn't go very well for Hamster on these 4-player maps. The Blime's gonna scout him the first
Yeah.
time again. This has happened. I feel like it's happened every 4-player match for them.
Well, yeah. So far, it's just been Nitro Valley, right? And then exact same thing.
There was
occurred.
another match. Maybe it was with
Would have been
Shambler.
with one of the others. Yeah, they scouted each other second. One of the matches. That's probably what you're thinking of.
Yeah. Just feels like the scouting is always going wrong.
A Maverick heading top left, but it will most certainly be recalled to deal with that. No, I guess not. It's actually going to attack Hamster's Derelict before he can even really do anything. There's the stem immediately. Hey, Burrows, that's not going to help you. Not Shambler. Oh,
Where'd he go?
Oh, Shambler.
Oh, no.
Not exactly the keen spot for Shambler, right? But meanwhile, Quasi's trying to chase down the Mason, and it's dead.
Ah,
So they trade.
he had a blizzard pathing moment there, turning around the weirdest direction.
Macro hatch in the base. This could actually be another Zethal in or something to that effect.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. It seems to be the standard Shambler build that these two have been doing for basically every game that isn't like... I mean, even when they go Naths, it basically just turns into generally... Unless it's Otherworld, then it's... He took like the 3rd position and then the end base after. But
Yeah.
this otherwise seems to be more or less the standard build.
I think he likes to take Macro Hatch as his 3rd hatch and his expansion as his 2nd, but I'm not sure. It seems to vary. Maybe we can ask him about that later if he's still conscious after this and the potential decider.
Like he ends the match and then he's just asleep on his keyboard.
Yeah, falls asleep.
There's quasis.
Fast
Lots
Starpad.
of quasis.
On the blind looking for that early scout or maybe a very fast drop to kick things off
It
here.
could be a very fast drop, really, because he's getting antsy.
He's got enough gas for it. Now the pairs of Naths, or the single pair Naths, will indeed see. Hamster thinking about going for maybe another base, but for now, it's just dispatched Quasis to scout around to make sure that no silliness has occurred. He's actually not going to spot the military move out, but he will spot a naked base if he moves these Naths up. Yeah, just the one Maverick. Actually, he's actually pulled Neblime's units back. That's curious. Meanwhile, his Quasi is going to charge over here and catch the move out as well.
Tickle.
Oh, he's going to stem after the Nath. He just hits it once. That's it. Not good enough, my friend.
Off he goes.
Well, he is taking the low ground, so he has to shuffle off to the next base, right? The next ramp, that is. He's got plenty of Quasis to hold this. It will be a Trojan, so the drop in the back is exactly what is being thought of. No Hurricanes with this force. So he might just try to elevate her. He did do this against the Shambler on this very map. And that was the map that did not go very well. It was actually these exact spawns, believe it or not.
Yeah, I remember that. The very, very large number of watchdogs.
This is also a map that Shambler lost to Hamster on in these exact spawns. Curious.
He's going to go around here and go for the workers.
You know what? The Beaver lost to 3 Crow on this map in these spawns.
These spawns do seem very common.
Well, there's a lot of Quasis guarding the main here, so, and by a lot I just mean 6, but it feels like that's going to be enough to deal with this attack force here, especially with more not being very far behind. He's going to stem forward. The response time from Hamster is non-existent, as suddenly units are in his base. Now he's going to pull off. He's lost 3 workers so far, make that 4. And more Quasis are streaming on in. I think he pulled his forces at the ramp first, and then pulled the other forces that were already there idle, that were not on a control group first, and some of his units are on move command as well. I think the fatigue is getting to him. But you know what? He lost a lot of workers, but he is making 6 more, so there is that.
Yeah, and Neblime's starting to wake up. He's starting to fall asleep.
That's right. Nath is going to tickle this Mason, but there is another one here.
Intense tickling.
Gonna wait for that Watchdog to finish before restarting the Ministry. The second Mason on the way to do just that. And even in workers yet again. Don't be surprised if Neblime pulls ahead, though. I don't know. Hamster's not harvesting a lot of Vespi. Usually when the Zerg starts spiking in gas, that's when you're thinking about doing a lot of early... Oh, look at this. The Nathakor was chasing the Trojan. Doesn't look like it's going to continue happening. I don't think Hamster saw that. But usually when they start spiking gas harvesting, that's when they want to end their stay in Tier 1. Instead, it's going to be 10 more Quasis on the way. And he's thinking about taking that 5 o'clock position, but not yet.
A Wraith has arrived. Another Wraith has arrived. But aggressive tickles await.
Yeah.
Kind of wanted it.
If he just focus fires here, these Quasis beat this number of Mavericks. But I think he stumbled a little bit on the focus fire. Oh, no, looks like he's fine. A little bit of a tip there, actually, is if the enemy Terran is not on the ball enough, you can actually get them to the clerics to heal each other by attacking the clerics a little bit and then attacking everything else. So it's kind of funny. Now, this will be spotted, this move out by Neblime. A lot of bio. There's a single Quasilisk over there. There's a good number of Nathakors, actually. So that's not nothing. That's 150 gas worth. Third base started for both of our players. Not
catching up on workers.
Catching up on workers.
Neblime starting his third base. He's just playing all these pretty much very much by the book, with the exception of that Otherworld.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Seeing total Wraith death. Another Quasi sent out exploratory. Ends up getting bopped. I don't know where it was, actually. Off to the right somewhere.
Yeah, he was scouting up right with it and found the army and kind of was like, oh shit.
Oh, I saw.
Is he going to attack me? Now, it's the Hydrith again.
He's worried about the Mass Wraith, yeah.
Yeah. But it's not mass. It's still just the one star pad, so...
Yeah, this is where if getting Lakizilisks out would be much better, considering the number of bio units, but he hasn't actually sent units to the top right to confirm that, so he's made a lot of Naths. And he's trying to hold the ramp with just the Quasis.
There's going to be a little ferry over the ledge here, but if Hamster pays attention to that ledge, which he is, he's got his Naths over there, it could be a lot harder.
Well, if he wants to ferry up onto the high ground, this is where he dropped Shambler earlier. This could be pretty bad in this situation for Neblime. Naths are going to charge in, and one of them will die. Pulled in by the tantalizing allure of the
Pulled
Maverick.
in by the hips.
Atlas halfway done. Banking a lot of Espene, though. Tier 2, not that far away at this point for our Zerg player. This is more the normal kind of schedule that we see the tech ups happening. Maybe the Atlas is a little bit faster than we would expect, but at the same time, Hamster took a little bit longer to get his gas going. Wraiths are in here looking around for some info. They see the Hydrith. Oh, we might see when you scout the Hydrith, you might suspect, okay, I have to watch out for, you know, more Skither cores or something. I'm going to add more Watchdogs, maybe more Cyprians. But I don't think that's what is coming. Hamster does have Tier 2 started as the Atlas completes. Some stockades shifted over to make more room for more units. Nathakors, once again, decided to be a little exploratory. They can dive onto this one Maverick that's lonesome. There's a duo of them heading out in different directions.
Yeah, just checking for hidden bases, making sure nothing terribly sneaky is afoot. Starport is en route almost surely for the earliest Seraphs. They've been working wonders for him in this series when he gets them.
Scouting out the bio push. Once again, posturing in the middle of the map. Plenty of Watchdogs to cover that 1 o'clock location. Double Fulcrum as well, so we will almost certainly see Madrigals be added. 22 Quasilisks are on the way, miss.
Well, my man is beholden to the tickles. And so will Neblime, if only he but marches up that ramp into their awaiting embrace. Oh!
Something silly
tickles.
was happening. Some tickling was happening.
Hi, what's up?
Hey,
See you
guys.
later. Bye. That's not normally happening. Usually Neblime has it on an attack order, but not today.
And sometimes Hamster does too, so I took them both to do that.
Well, Ahmed is assembling, and he is going to the left side What? That base actually has circuits this time.
Yeah, that's
the
right.
Tier 2 does not have circuits. Important note, none of the tech is protected here. It's all out in the open, unprotected.
Yeah.
Just waiting for Ahmed.
Well, there's a lot of quasis here, so I don't think Ahmed can get too
Yeah,
much.
but Ahmed is... He doesn't mind a little tickling. He's into that kind of thing, really.
Captaincy being added, actually,
There's a
2
lot
of them.
quasis.
Yeah, there are. 2 Kaffirlosks. Hamster still kind of knows what he needs to do. He hasn't gotten into the fugue state just yet. His response to that
Trojan's
pressure.
just sitting idle at the moment as Mavericks sit all over the place.
Look at this. 12
waiting.
o'clock's about to get scouted by these Naths. Might even get ahead and try to
what's
pick
up?
off the Mason, but no, they're not going to stay alive. They value their lives too much. And Quasilisk has made it onto the ramp for neblime. That's interesting.
Yep. He spotted the assembly of assorted cookie jars being sent down there towards his general vicinity. Oh, and
They died.
he finally caught the Naths.
You know, they had just gotten back to 12. They would have actually killed that Mason and delayed Neblime's plans for a very long time. Tetzoricors are coming. Matraval Nest more than halfway complete. We will see some Convolisks. You know, Hamster has just wanted to make Tech-K-Cores. He made them in 2 games, won them both. He wants to make them again.
Neblime won't allow him. He does not want to see their beautiful graphic, which is why he must show him the Mortosca core. That's also a very good graphic. Now, Neblime very much wants Hamster to come down this ramp.
Some
And,
of those units are obliging.
3 of them came down. Just 3, though.
Yeah, only 3. Yeah, a little concerned. He saw the Seraph and he realized, wait a second. I need something that
There
can
are
fight them.
Ahmeds in that Trojan, waiting, hungering.
Well, random radiate onto the Kagran.
Fuck that Kagran. They're all burrowed now. Oh, now they're unburrowed. Is it going to begin?
I think
Is
it's going to
the-
begin.
Oh my god,
He's thinking
it's
about
happening.
it. Here's the Matrolets, and they're going to go ahead and cast their spell. Here comes the combat drop with the Hurakans, but the Quasilisks are more than enough to meet their match. The Anseal has fallen. No more detection, not that it really matters in this situation. There are irradiates everywhere, Mesk. The front line has melted. The back line not that far behind, but Neblime's forces stand tall, and a nuclear launch has been detected. Another irradiate goes wild. Tetzoricors taking a lot of damage from that. And here comes the nuke.
Oh no.
How could you do that?
Not the circus.
How could you kill the circuit? Another irradiate. We need to see
Another
something other
irradiate over
than
there
Backdoll Tetzoricor to fight Seraphs. I think that's for sure. Hamster's got to rack his brain and think about the different things he can make. He's just making more Tetzoricors. He's like, well, I can sustain through it, right? Well, here's the Bacillus. They're not super great at avoiding all the damage. Oh, another irradiate hits so many of them.
Now, as long as Neblime doesn't embrace his own irradiate like he sometimes likes to do. Oh god.
Yeah, the Tetzoricors
They're
are
on
here.
fire. They're biting. They're sustaining. The tanks are dying.
Another launch, this time directly onto the Iris, rather. There's nothing here to fight them, even though they're right underneath the Tetzoricors. This is likely going to be the final push as the nuke lands. It is going to destroy the Kaffirlosks with the radiation damage. GG's called. Boys, we're going to a game 7.
Hamster is, I feel like he's losing steam. Sweet, precious dreams await only if he just murders this Kiwi. But for some reason, he just won't die. He can't die. The man literally played 80 games on Derelict within a single setting. Can you possibly kill such a person? Does such a person even live to begin with?
Neblime is squeezing that lemon. He was down 3-1 at one point in this set. And he's come back to tie things up. Hamster has to take a deep breath. Has to realize that this is all that is left. He just needs to play one more game. And then
And he
will
needs
win.
to win.
Yes, I agree. It's a 4-spot map. Some variance is possible. And here he is. Mask, thank you for joining me for the grand finals. We are heading into Game 7. And that means it's got to be Hamster in the top right, or it's got to be neblime in the bottom left.
Well, they've got cross spawns.
That's right.
That's ample situation to go to tier 3 and build the Mortothra core. Hamster, if you do this, you win the game no matter what happens.
I think his past experience will differ. And my
No.
eyes also disagree.
No. It is for Todd. It's a guaranteed win if he makes the Mortothra core. That's his win condition. It's like a diplomatic victory in Civilization. The diplomacy is that everybody else kills himself after witnessing it. It's like Shinigami eyes.
Makes sense. Hamster is going for his 9 pool as usual. Stockade already started at around the same time. Echoes of every single match so far. But we've had some bangers, and by bangers I mean some really silly ones. Otherworld, Infinite Velocity 2. Those opened in such strange circumstances. And mostly in Hamster's favor, right? We think about it. Like, some of them took a little bit to confirm, but especially Otherworld was really dominant. Derelict looked really good for Hamster as well. But this is the final game. This is the one where neblime has chained together 2 in a row. And I think Hamster has realized he doesn't yet know what is going to deal with the Seraphs. He hasn't tried Omaxilisks against them. He hasn't really figured out what he wants to do in that capacity. He's actually holding on the workers, or the larvae rather, for now. He's thinking about what he wants to make, and it's going to be 2 pairs of Quasilisks.
Yeah, the Seraphs are really annoying. And if you don't already have something waiting for them, they're just going to irradiate you over and over and over, because they basically have nearly infinite mana. And there are ways neblime could be abusing them that he isn't yet, because his multitasking just isn't good enough yet. But they are just so incredibly useful, because everything can be affected by it. Everything can be affected by irradiate. You can throw it into the worker lines incessantly. You can throw it in the path of their army approaching you. You can throw it behind the army. You know, it's just ridiculously useful. And you keep them nearby so that they give the armor shred plus the regeneration from units dying.
Mm-hmm.
And they're tanky enough that they can be engaged. And there's even cases where neblime would run away from like 5 or 6 meters, and he doesn't have to. He can just fly in there and just radiate and fly out, because they have armor and they have health. And they're just really, really strong units. And when you throw the Azazel into it, as we've seen within this,
Yes.
it gets even sillier. Of course, that's a huge gas investment, but it pays for itself when you really make sure their mana is always being used. The irradiate, it just does so much damage when you manage to funnel people into it. And the Zerg, at that stage in the game, want to be attacking you because tier 2 is their big power spike. And if they're not able to do so, if you're able to shut it down, then they ultimately end up paying for themselves. And I like a super fast watchdog here from neblime, as well as the Mason chilling out, as he suspects the possible Nath all-in.
Yeah, well,
But it's not coming.
He's going to have his expansion up a little bit sooner than his opponent, but the big thing I want to see out of Hamster here is either be more decisive with what tier 1 tech add-on you go for. Are you going to add on Zorkas? Are you going to go for Hydrith?
Yeah. Like, there's a lot of times he goes for Hydrith Azorkas and then goes for tier 2 after.
Yeah.
So all of that structure ultimately did was actually just delay his tier 2.
That's right, and that's what it feels like. And so I think if what we see from Hamster is something a little bit more decisive on that front, either he goes for that tier 1 extra, or he goes straight into tier 2 a lot faster. There's going to be a Star Ped coming, fairly standard in this matchup so far.
When Idle Mason sitting there petting. Very lewd.
Yeah, he's petting the Star Ped, you know?
Yep. That's how you build things. That's how you make them erect. This will be a second stockade. Now, I don't feel like drops are quite as effective in this map because it's a little easier to build static defense against them. Particularly for the main, but also for the Nat. It's a little easier to, versus like Infinite Velocity where there's a lot of angles of direction it can come from. And here, if they want to go into the main, they can't just like go from two entirely different angles. It's generally going to be, in Hamster's case, from the south and maybe from the east. But you can plan your SimCity around the western side a lot better.
Well, the Watchdog
And the
Scout's
south
going
can
to get
just be a death
destroyed
trap.
again.
No.
And yeah, I personally agree with your estimation, but because people don't often drill in a good enough drop defense, I mean, Hamster himself has struggled
You
with
have
that.
to against Neblime.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's your win condition, is you shut down his drops. And if you can't shut down his drops, then he will happily just keep trading you over and over and over again. And you saw that on Nitro Valley, where it just, even if it didn't do like economic or tech damage, and it trades units, Neblime's fine with that because he
That's
just
right.
keeps making Masons. And then eventually he just has 5 bases to your 3 or whatever, and takes this and that, and just wins the long game out of it. So,
Well, the Hydra Thin was scouted by Neblime's Anseal, but he is getting tickled down. He's actually got only 1 energy left, so he's going to just narrowly avoid taking hull damage on that, the scratching the paint.
this is another such a case where I feel like there isn't really the economy to support mass skiths, and it's
That's
so
right.
hard to make it work against Terran. So I don't know if that's really what his plan's going to be, but I can't see it succeeding very honestly, really at all. It's just, even if he never makes any Cyprians, it's just too hard to make skiths work against Mavericks.
Yeah, I
But
think he's
Azura
going to try
Course.
to go for the mineral line if that's what he goes for. But yeah, talk to me about iSarCasm.
Yeah, like, Azuricores are really good because their spread attack really screws with the clerics. And they can tank a little bit. Not an amazing amount, but they certainly can. And the spread attack is just generally good against Bow in general because they got no armor and their health is not very high. I feel like that if you really need a front line for some kind of really early aggro, Azuricores remain decent. But it is 150 minerals a pop.
That's right.
So it's expensive, which means you have to make sure it works. Otherwise, well, you can just see the blindness worker count's getting high, and that gotta be a little wary here. You don't want to fight too far away from your circuit that you've got.
Yeah, and
Or
you know, he's
click
trying to
right.
protect that 1 o'clock position, but the Anseal and the Clerics keeping them alive. He might force a cancel here. Well, the Blime's a little uncertain about this. He has started the Atlas. The worker did indeed cancel the hatch. Could have burrowed, but decided to charge down the ramp.
Hamster has so much money right now.
Single
There needs
Wraith.
to be some executive decision, but the Blime's just gonna go back. There is a Wraith. It is tickling.
Yeah, it will be zoned away, and those workers can indeed go for the unburrow. What people don't know is you can just mass select burrowed and mixed burrowed units, and then it will always unburrow first. So you can do that and pretty easily get yourself back in order. The Bio Ball is returning home, actually, with the Atlas nearly complete. We've got the 2 Fulcrums on the way, as per usual. And the Anseal scouting out the natural for Hamster. Getting a lot of vision of what's happening over here.
Hamster has so much money. But Shambler is just chilling out.
He has been bopped.
Stepped on. Ball busted.
I mean, that might make him think that there's a move out, but actually the motion of the units is heading into the opposite direction. So now he's going for it anyway. Blime thinking to himself, yeah, I guess I might as well posture my units aggressively. Anseal still being tickled. Iris has begun.
Hamster, see, he wanted to try to intercept it, but was not quite fast
He
enough
could have
to
done
grab
that
it.
so much sooner, Mask. Like, there's so many opportunities where Neblime was super lazy with his Anseal movement, and the Quasilisks could have absolutely just destroyed it, but for whatever reason, you know, Hamster not putting 2 and 2 together on that. Probably a little bit sleepy, if we had to guess. His Iris started as soon as at the same time as the starport started. Like, that's how far behind the tech has been thus far.
Yeah, it feels like we're watching a repeat of the last game.
Yeah.
The main thing for Hamster at this point will be, can he do something executive about the incoming silliness? Well, the Anseal almost killed itself, but it did unfortunately escape. Shambler is en route and spots a horde of infantry still chilling out there.
Yep. I mean, that should be pretty spooky, though. I mean, the Nats are going to go in and scout the main. He's going to see Commandment add-on and know that he's in for it. But when Tier 2 is complete, as it is right now, I suppose it's a question of whether or not he puts down the Alcag. It's just another hatch in the main right now. No tech yet. What's his choice going to be? I think Almaxilisks would be great for sniping Seraphs.
It's very expensive, though.
It
One
is.
wrong move, and you're going to lose just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of gas right away. You have to build so many of them to be able to reliably kill such a beefy unit.
Yeah, I think it's something like 10 will one-shot it, but they attack pretty fast, so you don't necessarily need that many. Might even be more than that for a one-shot, but usually not something that comes into play, considering the way units move in this game. Speaking of, 40 Quasilisks trying to guard the top middle, as he has set up his third base. No forthcoming for Neblime just yet. Madrigal setting it up shop. Honestly, this number of Quasis can absolutely do some damage here, but
I don't know about that.
the problem is that
Madrigals are going to
yeah,
for sure.
when the second Madrigal deploys, you have to start thinking about walking away. I think if he had held the cliff advantage, he would have been in a much better position. But these Quasis are here to delay for the most part. Back to the swamp, nearly complete. We have some Kaffirlosks finishing up here as well.
Some Scortress would have been really great on that ramp.
Yeah, the push is coming in pretty fast here.
This push is going to be very hard to deal with. The longer and more he pushes in, the worse it gets because he's not on the cliff. Building something on those cliffs just to really fuck with their pathing, waste their time, maybe get some Maverick kills in.
Yeah, he's going to try to commit over here and maybe confuse the
can't.
shots, but the Madrigals are too damn powerful. Seraph has now made it to the front line as well, and this looks like going out with a whimper and not a bang, as the third base is going to be completely taken over. And there's an Irradiate as well.
Starting again.
That's the reaction here from Hamster. He's got his Tetzoricors on. Might give some pause to his opponent. Takes a while for that anti-armor aura to really stack up from the Seraph.
Now, in Neblime's position, he can actually just hold this. He can just play a very classical contain and sit back and just keep irradiating the main base, nuking the main base, so long as he holds with the phalanxes all the way up until Hamster decides to actually put like Bactylisks on the ledge or whatever. And if you have enough Seraphs, you can just irradiate them, especially with the Antsils giving you some protection.
Well, there's almost double the worker for Neblime as well. This is looking very confident from him. You have to wonder what would have happened.
All beef. He doesn't have an engage.
He doesn't have any damage. He's got nothing. 3 Vithrilusks are coming, but are you really going to be able to deal with the Seraph with that? I don't think so. This is the last engagement here, folks, and there's just not enough sustain, not enough damage. Almost certainly, Hamster has to call it here. A valiant effort, grinding through opponent after opponent, but he's losing his very, very limited number of units.
The sleepiest
GG,
boy.
well played. And that will be Neblime sealing the deal. He is your grand finals champion. Ascension number 7 has a new guy with the trophy.
Well, I have to wonder how much that was Hamster kind of giving up in the last couple of matches with his evident fatigue towards the ends, but
That's right.
he gave it a shot. And he definitely was taking rounds very confidently early on into the series. Unfortunately, not able to go through the entire series. But it is certainly worth saying that he got as far as he did on the heel of so many other matches that he played in the rest of the day.
Absolutely crazy, honestly. Neblime manages to make it happen. And, like, honestly, man, I'm a little surprised after he went down in those early rounds. It did not look quite so doable, right? It did not look like Neblime was going to have it. It looked like maybe Hamster was just warmed up enough. Honestly, Hamster looked like he could have maybe maintained the form, but that's the problem, right? Like, that's the gauntlet that you sign yourself up for if you've gone down to the lower bracket. So I'm glad we were able to get through these games live with you guys. Hamster probably feels a little bit, like, damn, I could have done it. But it didn't have the strength there. The cushy position of grand finalist where he only had to play one series. That's what ends up giving Neblime, I think, a decided advantage. There's definitely some fatigue happening there. But damn, Hamster looked good despite that. And hey, Neblime's here. He got himself there by defeating the Shambler. And he absolutely manages to take it all. See if Neblime wants to grace us with his presence with an interview. Absolutely, Neblime. I have to agree. In fact, why don't you come over here and say that to our faces? Hello, sir. You are the champion. You are the champ man. How do you feel, dude? How's it feel?
Well, I thought I was going to lose when I was down 3-1, that's for sure.
I know. Dude, you didn't win Derelict. You kept saying that was an easy win. What was going on?
I know. Well, Hamster's figured out the 2-Rex. The 2-Rex is dead. I don't know. If you play like Hamster, it's not the meta anymore. Up until this very series, I was like, no, Zod can't do anything. It's the best opening. Now I'm like, maybe I'll expand. Because honestly, he's cracked the code. I feel like I can't really play 2-Rex against him because he knows the right number of puzzles to make, to deny me and when I'm going to attack and all that stuff.
Yeah, see,
what about Otherworld?
Yeah,
Otherworld
was wild. Otherworld was wild.
Well, the thing is, I thought it was probably over, but I thought, I don't know how much damage I did the Huracan, so maybe his economy's like 2 drones left. Because I wasn't even looking over there, you know? I was doing a lot of stuff, so I'm like, did everything explode? I don't know. So I thought I'd just give it a go. But yeah, I was pretty dead. Well, how'd that start again? Remind me.
That was the
you went a very fast.
Yeah, you went 7
cutting
racks. Yeah. Or like it was like
he went
racks. Yeah.
And the math kind of threw you off balance, and it just became dumber from there on.
Yeah. I was trying to replicate my success against Shambler with that, because it looks like a normal 2x when you get to my base, but the thing is I've got like 1 or 2 production cycles more marines, so like, I got you. But Hamster not having any of it. And then after that I knew I was screwed, so I'm like, let's just put down the barracks. Let's see what we can do, So no regrets. It went a lot better than I thought it would with the Huracan drops. I really didn't think that would do that much.
He probably could have killed you a lot sooner in that, but he wasn't
confident about
trying to attack you.
The whole plan was leave nothing at the front, just send stuff to the Otherworld and pretend I have units at the front. That's why I was trying to constantly move out and harass the quads in the base. Oh, did he? Yeah. Anyway, I didn't win, so my plans came to naught, didn't they?
Yeah, but it turned into an extremely silly base trade at the end in spite of all that.
Oh yeah, but you can't really call it a base trade because I had no way of winning, I don't think. It was just a problem.
No, but you killed so much of his shit, though. You killed, like, half of his tech, like, a huge chunk of his workers. A ton of
like I said, did a lot more than I thought it would. Like, okay, maybe I can win this. If only I could have held, right?
And then Infinite Velocity. What happened in Infinite Velocity?
Yeah, so my concept here was like, he'll come through the Nidus with a couple of quads and won't realize I've got all that stuff there, but he made way more than I thought. And I really thought that amount of bio could like deal with the quads that came through, but obviously I was wrong. So that's why I didn't destroy it. And after that, it was like, oh my god, I'm so behind. My drop did a lot more than I thought it would, but I thought I was still behind. And I knew I wasn't really going to get to tier 3, so you saw I did my best to sort of attack in with the salamanders and the drop and all that to end the game. That was my sort of one hope. But yeah, Gorgons and salamanders can't really deal with arcadialists, I guess.
Yeah, their upfront damage is so high that you lose so much health just even trying to approach them.
Is this where you tell me I should have made Seraph again? Because if I have a bunch of Seraph and Gorgons, I think maybe. I don't know.
Maybe Sundogs are probably better just so that you have
a
huge amount of upfront. You just burst them down.
You made a lot of salamanders that fight. You had like 15, and they're not.
Well, the salamanders are for everything except Arcadius, right? They'll deal with anything on the ground.
Yeah,
is the idea.
I can't believe we got to tier 3 out of that game. Honestly,
same. Honestly,
I
was amazed that it went that well. I'm like, wow, I almost won that, even though I was on like 7 workers or something.
And I think if Otherworld and Infinite Velocity 2 are more decisive for Hamster, he saves the little bit of that energy. Like the fact that this series went for all 7 matches after, I mean, technically it was almost like 8 considering the remake and the first, and then obviously he's already played 8. Like he basically played 16 competitive games in a tournament setting today. I can't believe
that's his penalty for getting knocked down to the lower bracket, though. Right?
Oh yeah. I'm not saying like undeserved. I'm just saying like that's absolutely crazy if you look at the endurance of this man. The fact that he almost did it anyway. So I guess.
Well, it must be pretty rough that like on Otherworld and Infinite Velocity, like you say, I was like devastated early, but he still had to play it out. Especially Infinite Velocity.
Yeah, for it to go that long, right? And that's another thing where it's like, when you were on Nitro Valley, actually, there was like a point in time where I thought maybe like for a second when you lost all of your Mavericks because you got lured in to chase his quasis, and then
Yeah.
the Zeth pull came into his Nat. Like for like under normal circumstances, I still think that's like playable. Like obviously it was because you were able to come back. But I think if that's like game 1 of a series and you're not named Neblime, you might just GG there. You might just be like, oh, whatever. Like fuck this. I lost all my units to that trap. GG and go next. But like this is like you. That was a point where if you GG there, you lose the whole tournament. So you know you can't.
Exactly.
And so it's like now I gotta try to stall this out, and it worked out, right? So like even in that game, he looked lethal, right?
Yeah, you know what they say, never give up, never surrender. I think a big part of it was the fact that he committed to more and more Zefs. If he came with the first wave, killed the Masons that he killed, and then went back to drone, he would have had a decisive advantage. But obviously also, Race just hard counter Zorkis, and he went Zorkis instead of going tier 2, which was a big advantage for me.
Yeah, he wanted to try to end it with those Lakizilisks, and you barely held, and the hold was enough.
I feel like over the course of this series, I sort of adapted to his patterns, right? And I figured out what he's going to try and do, and I'm constantly scouting for that Zorkis, or if he's going to go for tier 2, because actually in that last game, I shouldn't jump ahead, but I saw the Hydrift then. I'm like, oh, okay, he's going to go tier 2, was my assumption, because he wants to make the backdiff. He never makes any Izzies or Hydras. I guess he makes Skiffs sometimes, but only to counter Wraith. So I thought, if it's going Hydrift then, I haven't revealed my starport even. He must be going for tier 2, so I was confident to sort of move out and be on the map.
I think it was really cool to see him try to go for the skits on Impetus because he was really sure that you were doing mass Wraith and stuff.
Yeah.
But it hit a little too late. You were able to finish him off there as well. That's a map where Shambler thinks that map is like impossible for Zerg. Hamsters doesn't seem that bothered by it. So
I'm trying to remember what even happened on Impetus.
Yeah, you end up to 5 star pads. You were on the top spawn.
That's right. Well, that's again,
and he committed to attack you. Yeah, he committed to attack.
That's the only reason.
Yeah,
you can actually support 6 on 2 base. It turns out, but you want to build up a bit of that.
Yeah,
but yeah, I only do 5 if I'm like, okay, I'll stop the Zorkis, then I'll be good.
Yeah.
And honestly, yeah, I agree with Shambler that Impetus is really good for Terran. I can't really describe why, but I think a big part of it is it's so easy to scout the Zerg base with air. Obviously, the natural's not too easy to defend for Zerg, but that's not a huge factor. But I think it's just ease of scouting and like knowing where your opponent is on the map, and generally Zerg's trying to sneak around, I think, more than Terran.
There's not much sneak around area on Impetus. Yeah, there's not too many secret flanks you can do or whatever. So
exactly, yeah.
Well, I mean, it says it all, but we are probably doing in addition to everything else we're going to be doing over the break, I think we'll probably be doing a map overhaul, at least a deep dive into like what makes interesting sort of deviations. And I think it's fine if some maps end up being more favored for one matchup than the other or whatever. But it's interesting. We got to see a lot of different styles throughout the last couple of tourneys, and this one as well. So it was cool to see. You won the whole tournament on Highwater, so obviously it must be a great map, right?
Oh, don't even talk to me. Get out of here. And I can't believe I won Victory Square. When I was looking at this map pool, I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to ban Sideshow, and I guess Victory Square is just a write-off, right? Just call it a defeat, and we can still win, like, with one game down, right? That's my thinking on it, honestly. I think I got good mileage out of the dropship, but the only time it's really worked is the uncasted third place match against Shambler, where I sort of just started dropping the one drop really early and everything spiraled out of control. But generally, like, not only is it easy to defend on ground, it's actually relatively easy to defend drops there too if you're prepared for it. So
yeah, that's what Mesk was saying, is that it's easier to station units and defenses in to cover everything, which everybody thought it was going to be drop hell, but it turned out to be like heaven for the defending player if they were prepared.
Yeah.
Right? So.
Well, I feel like the first drop was fine, and the second drop was just kind of like, okay, I lost some Mavericks, whatever, But the idea of having the dropship just to make him make quads, and it worked out, I think, because normally you're thinking, oh god, Zerg's on 3 bases, they're going to macro up so huge, you can't even fight at tier 2, you're just screwed. But that game, I seem to have the advantage at like the right time just before tier 2 hit.
Yeah, that, and I think like both of the last games, basically Victory Square and Highwater, you could tell that the steam ran out. The first drop on Victory Square, he ends up losing a lot of workers when it was just like a couple of Mavericks, and that's because like he only reacted when he heard the notification. He didn't look at his base when the dots were coming on the minimap, right? And that's like he's clearly fatigued. So but that's just how it works, right? Like you were saying, and like I was saying, you don't want to drop down to that lower bracket because the last day can be a real marathon.
Yeah, for sure. So I don't have the full vision right on Highwater. There was he did have tier 3 finish, right? Oh yeah, he had Tex Oracles because I wasn't quite sure what happened there.
He had tier 2.
He went for that third. he went for that third that I killed, but it seemed like his tier 2 was like really, really late. Did he like?
He
miss it
started his
fast, or-
Iral Iris as you started your starport, if that gives you any context. So he was pretty late.
Yeah, and he didn't bank or anything. He just didn't have the gas for that duration.
Yeah, he was pretty close to. I think he was pretty close to optimal on the timing for what resources he had.
Yeah, I'll have to watch the replay. Yeah. Because I don't know, it just seemed like everything felt a bit better for me than it should have. You know, like
Yeah, there was times he'd make the Hydrath Den or the Zorkis, and then bank into tier 2, and it would delay it by an amount.
Yeah, because you can start
Particularly in later
doing
games.
viral, of course. Yeah.
So that gave you a little bit of a lead because of that.
Well, like you say, I guess that's the fatigue coming into play. And I did look like after I won the fight in that game, I looked over, I'm like, oh crap, there's 5 Madrigals over here. I could have used those. So, I don't know. Like without anything really happening, I think I did get really ahead there.
Yeah.
Like you say, I think the fatigue was playing a big part.
Yeah, but hey, it's a legit dub on your neck of the woods. You are now the proud owner of a championship, which means you get to pick an emoji. We thought Hamster would just make Joaquin Phoenix's stretched face an emoji or something, but turns out it's actually you, so you get to do that at some point. Everybody's saying Nerf Zerg has to be added, but hey, you won. You won as Terran.
Yeah, I did. The only Terran in the whole
playoffs.
Yeah. I made it. Well, I told you I was going to win, didn't I?
I even said you were my pick to win. And when you were down 3-1, or 1-3 rather, on Infinite Velocity 2, I said, Mask, I picked Neblime to win, so this is going to be awkward.
And then you watched as all my Masons die.
Yeah. I guess that was 2-1 actually. Yeah, that was 2-1.
Well,
yeah.
Whatever point it was though, after saying I'm going to win, you must have been going, oh boy, what are you doing? After I lost everything.
Yeah, well, hey, it was a barn burner of a set. I think Nitro Valley was really exciting in the early stages for sure, and we got to see a lot of different looks. We got to see macro style, we got to see more aggro style. I think Hamster has turned into a very complete player, and it could have gone a different way for him here. I absolutely feels like, I don't know, it's cool to see though. It's really cool to see, and I think. It being a best of 7 probably stung for him because he was first to 3. If it was best of 5, he would have won, right? So.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So 3.
Well, like I said, I sort of had to think on the fly, like, oh, 2-Rex is not working.
Yeah.
I had to adjust.
Yeah. I thought you were doing that as like a mind game because it's like I'm just going to get my early expo out and you're going to be in fear of the 2-Rex, and I think maybe that's what ended up happening. But it's interesting that the real reason behind it is that you felt like it wasn't going to be useful, like the 2-Rex push, right?
Man, Mystery Meat already in chat saying it's rigged, and I got to say, I may have won here, but I'm just waiting for the next Ascension for the true enemy, right?
Rigged format. Yeah. Classic move. Yeah, well, listen, you can only play the people in front of you, and Hamster decided to take out all the competition and almost take out you, so hats off to him.
Yeah. Like I said, I called it. He's the most dangerous opponent in the whole thing.
Yeah. I was really surprised that after getting defeated by Hapsea in the the fact that he climbs back, he 3-0s Hapsea in the lower bracket Elimination 2B. He comes into the lower final and 3-1 versus the Shambler as well as iSarCasm. It's crazy that he managed to make that run. That's like a murderer's row. That's like all the new people and some of the old people as well, right? So kind of crazy to see the names that he's taken, the scalps he's taken, right? It's like really bizarre.
For sure.
Powerful.
Well, it's a shame he didn't get a rematch against Mystery Meat, I suppose, but I'm very happy to take it anyway.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, it would have been interesting to see what Mystery Meat developed in response to all of the different meta switches here. Because I think he's definitely a player that can do pretty well as far as like reacting in the middle of, maybe not in the middle of a single set, but it's like if he has time to think about it, the way that he meditated sort of on the loss to the Shambler in the series where he was random. That was in the last tournament. And then he came back and just stomped the final, obviously. That's exactly what happened to me versus him as well. Yes, yeah.
Because I had the reverse sweep, and then in the final, I lost 3-0 again.
Well, that's the problem. That's the problem, is that apparently Mystery Meat just comes back stronger. So I expect that having taken a whole tournament off, he's going to come back really strong. And not only that, remember, he's going to the Gauntlet because he wasn't in this tournament, right? So he couldn't have placed.
Oh, I didn't even think of that.
So he's in the Gauntlet next time, which means, he's gonna just mow through a bunch of lesser names and play himself back into form in time for groups. So that could be hype.
Yeah, there'll be someone that's like, oh, this Cosmonaut group war seems fun. Let me play against people. I'll join the Gauntlet. That sounds fun. And then they'll play versus Mystery Meat and boom, quitting forever.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, that might have even happened here where it's like Box Trade went up against iSarCasm in the Gauntlet as his opening match. He had played the game for like 2 days. It's like, all right, buddy.
And look at iSarCasm's run. Hey, I got to shout out iSarCasm's run. Honestly, he went a lot further than I thought he did. He did really well. And the comeback on Veek was amazing.
Yes,
honestly.
him 3-0.
And Veek as well.
Yeah.
Veek as well played so well this Ascension. Honestly, he like just went beast mode. He did really well as well.
Yeah, one of the few players in this tournament to take a map off of you, actually. I mean, I guess he's joining the August ranks of Biddy B to take a map off of you.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can't knock Biddy B's with points either. He's pretty good. Yeah.
There you have it. Well, you are.
Right, well, I just want to shout out the players who helped me. I have to give Shambler props because on those games I was practicing to prepare for Mystery Meet way back on Otherworld, you know the ones? That's where the seeds were sown of the Huracan drops in combat.
Yes.
Which I was able to use to defeat the Protosses here, which I never would have been able to without that. And generally, you know, Shambler's always a good practice partner. He's happy to talk about, like, you know, what we're trying to do. He does type, but that's in a benign way. So, you know,
not always benign, but, you know, mostly benign.
Well, mostly. I'm very appreciative of all the games we played. I got to shout out Biddy B as well for always encouraging me and, you know, helping me to prepare stuff as well. We do a lot of theory crafting, and Biddy B's always willing to talk over crazy ideas. And, you know, Veek, again, I guess he's kind of sowed the seeds of his own defeat, but he helped me prepare against Protoss a lot, too. And you know what? I'll even shout out Dead Infested because he's always willing to play me. You know, even though it's pretty much foregone conclusion, it's always good to get practice in, and Dead Infested is a brave man.
There you go, brave man. Do you have to shout out a certain not Kiwi? Well, I guess he is a Kiwi, right? Can you? Is there a certain Kiwi that you can shout out to here?
Yeah, for sure. I've played a lot of games, although the games I played versus him were nothing like the games versus any other Zerg, so I don't know. And like you said, I lost on Derelict, so no. What are you doing?
Never mind, fuck that guy.
Yeah, useless.
Yeah. Well, honestly, it was cool.
Shouting him out for only playing a Derelict. Imagine if I practiced on all the maps.
Well, yeah, maybe you would have lost on all the maps then, right? So.
Hey!
Got him. Now, listen. This tournament was a banger. It was great to see all of the stuff here. I thought the storylines that evolved, the events that took place. There's really cool games, really cool sort of evolution of the meta. We got to see lots of stuff that happened. Like, if you go back to look at the games during the Gauntlet or during the group stage and you compare them to the games, the things that are being played in, say, this day, today, or the other matches that preceded it is shocking, man. It was like crazy different. So really cool to see that sort of thing, especially when like very few balance changes, like no balance changes hit Gateway or Quaseth Pool, but now the dynamic in ZVP is completely different, right? And people are saying that it's like really Zerg favored, but people were saying it was really Protoss favored in the last tournament. So it's kind of interesting just to see that evolution happen. So.
Well, we didn't have that many good Protosses. We basically only had Mystery Meet.
Yeah.
T was just stomping the opponents anyway, no matter what happened. So
yes, yeah.
No one really had an idea.
Yeah. Well, at the very least, the Shambler evaded the grand final yet again. So that's yet another time I can mention to him that he didn't make it to the grand finals. So
that's three in a row, right? That's three.
That's three.
That's three.
Yeah. Well, I mean, no. Let me think about that. The last time he was in was, I think this is the fourth in a row. This is the fourth in a row. Because the last time he was in was before you actually played Zerg. Remember, you stopped him on Ascension 4. Ascension 5, he didn't make it either.
I remember now.
Ascension 5, you actually stopped him in the lower bracket, if you remember. Ascension 6, he was taken out, and then like the circumstances happened that he couldn't even play the lower final, really. Right. And then Ascension 7.
Well, I just want to shout out, we did play our 3rd/4th place match, and I would have won. So if I had to face him, I would have made it.
Yeah, I figured as much, and that's also that's a little bit rough in
Mystery
that situation.
Killed me first, you know.
Yeah. So there you go. I mean, just a quick recap of Shambler getting bopped, as we like to have.
let's just have the Shambler didn't win Ascension stream. I'm sure he'll enjoy that.
Yes, yeah, that's a great section. I can even I can type that in the timestamp as like an option here, so that people can check that. And Lundier is hosting Meme Street. What a guy.
God bless.
Mesk, do you have closing thoughts or questions for Neblime here? Anything that you want to pick his brain about?
I have to get revenge on you somehow. I had hoped Hamster or Shambler would do it, but they both died instead.
Stop sending me your proxies. Face me like a man.
I can't face you like a man. I'm a Canadian. This is literally not even possible.
Oh, well, I guess you won't win then.
Listen, if you just let my tier 3 rush work, I would have had penumbers to fight your Sundogs, and then maybe there was a chance I'd manage to take a 3rd base.
Wow.
So this is the
Goals.
story here. Neblime's the guy to beat. If you can beat Neblime, you can maybe win a tournament of your own, and that's pretty exciting to think about. Also, apparently, very exciting for Mess to think about somebody beating Neblime. I like how every time your Anseal Scout Neblime dies at any point in any game, Mesk is just so happy.
Yeah,
I
so I'm
can't
happy to
believe
see
you were using Mess voice for so long for it, and he hates it when it gets away. Like, come on.
Yeah, he wants it
Wow.
dead.
Yeah.
He wants it dead.
Is that why you don't like it now, Mess?
I'm
Because
traumatized by
Ronaldo
it.
took over?
No, I think he just
Traumatized by the Ansel's always escaping me.
yeah he just hates when you do it to him, and so he wants to.
It
see
just
you
feels
do
so
it.
cheeky.
So yeah, there's
Feels
definitely
like a
listen.
personal
I
insult.
won't lie. There's definitely going to be some changes to the game in the coming future. But I'm really excited that so many actual like meta changes, meta shifts occurred just based on the fact that players adapted to each other. Now, some of that adaptation seems kind of lame, like the whole like, oh, I got to build a warden if my Zerg is mining gas. But stuff like that, okay, we can figure out. Like, it's just cool to see the overall direction that things are going into. And Neblime, you've watched a number of the games, and obviously you have your own opinions. I spoke to you after group stage about balance. In fact, we had that long conversation after the broadcast ended. Have your thoughts on that changed in any way? Do you still feel like it's roughly, yet to be
Well,
determined?
what I told you at the time was I'm not really qualified to comment, and my thoughts on that have not changed. No.
No, not even after winning a whole tournament? You still not qualified to comment? No?
No, not really.
Okay.
I don't think it's wise to take any inference from balance on, well, A, games you've personally played, and B, so few games.
That is fair enough.
So few games, this man says, as he literally lives inside Derelict from dawn to dusk, dusk
I
to
can
dawn,
comment
never
on Derelict
sleeping.
map balance, fine, just not race balance, alright? That's fine.
Yeah.
You know the ins and out of Terran versus Zerg on Derelict.
Yeah, map balance I have plenty to say. Race balance I'm going to leave alone.
Okay.
Except, I still have a promise, not to say if they need it or don't need it, but if you nerf Arakans, I'm not playing Terran. Just that's a promise. Like I told you already.
I didn't know that was actually a condition. Somehow I missed
I
that.
remember I said,
then
I
you
swear
can
to
teach
God,
me
if
how
you
to play
nerf
Zerg.
Arakans...
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
I'll practice
I will
it, it's fine.
adjust Hurricanes, but
Well, I've got to say, I'm liking these convolisks, so
Yeah.
if I do go back to Zerg, I'll be making a lot of convolisks and probably like...
what if those are
convolisks
also
and
nerfed?
Syphilis.
You'll just
I already
you'll
make
be
a lot of
homeless.
convolisks. We can be
Yes, I'll play
convolist
Protoss.
bros.
I play Protoss and make simulacrums and...
We can
It's
see
fine.
how difficult it is for convolists to kill each other's convolists with nothing but attacking
I
only
didn't
the
see
real
those
recorders.
games, but that sounds interesting.
I was
Well-
hoping we would see it at some point in the ZVZ set, but no dice.
I wish before we patched the Matrolefs that they would that they spawned from their own roller rockers, that we had Matrolef versus Matrolef and they just infinitely multiplying roller rockers.
Oh man, Matrilists were so silly because there's so many games that I played against Kian where he was Terran and I'd have like a early tier 2 and just went straight to Matrolith. And like all those Mavericks would die and all my Quasis would die and then I would just cast Spawn Broodling. And then it would
Yeah.
be like 80 plus Rilla Rockers inside that space
Yeah.
killing everything he had.
And that's back when they collided with other units, so that was.
Well, it's kind of a buff that they don't, isn't it? Oh, I mean, I guess it's mixed because on the one hand they won't push units around, but on the other hand they get to attack and stuff without worrying about that.
Yeah, but they also die to splash a lot easier, right? I mean,
It's true.
so it depends. It definitely depends. But hey, I'll shout out. It depends. He's a cool guy.
It depends.
He came up with the Watchdog, even though that was your idea, but I give him credit for it.
I know, I definitely learned it from him.
Oh, well, there
'Cause
you
we
go.
literally played a game,
Yeah.
and he flew it into my base, and I was literally in chat like, oh my god, this changes everything. So you
is
can rate him for
revolutionary.
sure. Yeah, actually, though.
Now I always see your worker go into the corner. I'm like, yep, he's gonna build a watchdog there. Sometimes very
Yeah, why
early
not?
into the game.
Hey, you see what your opponent's doing, you can deal with it.
That's crazy. That is crazy. Well, hey, we have our champion. We have our answers. And I think we have...
Nancy's in chat.
Yeah, he
Nancy,
is.
you're gonna have to learn new maps. Come on, they might not even have to to the next one.
He will
Calling
teach you
it
Mame
out.
Street.
Yeah.
You'll love Mame
Wow.
Street. It's a great map.
I don't want to teach myself Mame Street.
I could have told you that. Boys, we've seen some shit today. We even saw some more Tothacores, but I repeat myself. Let's make our way out of the broadcast. Neblime, thank you for your interview and congrats on your trophy. Your check will be in the mail, as always. And
I look forward to your emoticon.
yes, whatever you decide to
Yes.
choose, you'll have to think on that. But GG's, man, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Until next time. Mesk, I think it's about time we get out of here. Do you have final words, final thoughts, anything you want to wrap up and say? Or any final topic we should discuss? It's the end of
A
Ascension
lot of
number
those
7.
games were incredibly silly.
Yeah. Even in the final.
There was definitely some very silly
Yeah.
matches in that. And hope Hamster was all right with his long trial, because I definitely felt that, especially in the last 2 matches in particular, but towards the end of
Yes.
the third one as well, that he was definitely starting to tucker out. And I saw that Hipsaya was saying that guy was playing like
12
9
hours ago.
with him, so it was like a full day for him. So
Yeah.
very similar to Neblime's long, like 12-hour holdout almost, because that was at 4 o'clock. So
Yeah.
that was a little while ago. Who knows if he was playing before those matches? It was definitely entertaining. Got to see some really silly shit where the matches just had extreme volatility early on, especially on infinite velocity.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And, turned into a real late game after that. It's just
Remarkable.
neat to see the different nuances of how the permutations of how the game can change from. Again, like that Biddy Bee match I played was just so extremely stupid. Now that's Massacre, so it's very different, but it went from me being proxied in my base and most of my base being inaccessible to me getting tier 3 on the other opposing side of the map. And like hidden bases for both players all over. Like it was just going from that into these matches.
Yeah.
You just get to see like entirely new dimensions to the strange way that this game can be played. And I really wish that you could have even you can't even watch the replay.
I know. Very sad.
It's one of the most insane games I've ever played, to be honest.
Yeah, if there's got to be Massacre Cast, they have to be FP VODs for now. But don't worry, we'll fix that pretty soon. I won't actually push that to release until we fix that particular issue. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's definitely some exciting stuff coming, dude. Like, I'm really happy with the way that the tournament has gone overall. We definitely had some pretty hot matches and pretty interesting details here. I agree. There's definitely a lot of nuances to people's play, and we got to see the Titan of Hamster eventually gas out and fall asleep. But yeah, I guess he needed to end that series early.
Does he want an interview?
I don't know.
Probably fell asleep.
He fell asleep.
I
I messaged none other.
Oh, he is here.
I messaged what's his face.
See him on.
UED commander, but he didn't respond, so he doesn't even have his
he's also
translator.
probably asleep.
Yeah.
I don't know what time it is for them, but I think it's probably pretty late.
Yes, pretty late, for sure. Well, there you go. That's pretty much it, boys. We had a tournament. We've completed it.
We did.
And it was it's going to be the last one for a little while as far as the premier mainstay tournaments go, the 1v1s of the high levels. Of course, there will be an open qualifier into the next one, but that won't be until maybe February at the earliest. We'll see how
Hopefully I
development
have
goes.
some new Terran models for you by then.
Yeah, with any luck.
Something I want to be able to catch up on is start doing something about those Terranair units if you don't get to it first, but I've just got so much going on.
Yeah.
I know that you've got a lot of assets on the list you want to
Yes.
get rid of, and
Very big list.
the Mortothicor is not one of them because it's beautiful.
Happens to be in the
I'm
critical
so
category.
glad that he made it today. Hamster really just wins our hearts because of that.
Yeah, I think so. Even though it extended his lifespan in the tournament that much longer. Well,
Yeah.
there we go. That's going to do it for us, folks. Congratulations go out to Neblime, but also to Hamster for making it so competitive under such trying circumstances. We will see you guys very soon for some more content, more smashing, more events. But the next Ascension style tournament won't be for a little while, so you yourself have time to prepare. We'll see you there.
Smoke weed every day.